This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking who attacked our country.
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States.
Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will,
I
but
want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people's heads have so much to gain and have such an imperial motive for putting in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come of their words to be.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
I think people are in very high positions, Jack.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 215. I am your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we continue through the dense and complex journey of All is Clouded by Desire by Alan Plott, and the story of Bruce Rappaport and the Bank of New York Intermaritime Bank's activities in Russia. So I think we left off last time talking about a little institution called Riggs Bank in Washington, D.C., right, Colin?
Yes, that's where we had left
Yeah.
off. We were talking about like the libertarian connection. Where we
Particularly, I guess, this
Yeah.
this sort of Swiss partnership they got into, Riggs Valmet, which was Valmet was accompanied by these two French guys who were hardcore libertarians and like very ideological libertarians, von Hayekian disciples, and how they ended up in a partnership in the early 80s with the esteemed Riggs Bank of Washington, D.C., which was first mentioned, I think, in probably our History of the Great American Fortunes, Volume 2, as a sus bank secured by fraud, corruption, bribery, deceit, etc.
Right.
But later went on to actually have a pretty shady Cold War history, including like having these like international bank accounts of a lot of interesting figures, including, I think, Muammar Gaddafi, Charles Taylor, and a lot of other desperados. And let's see, and also like I think some BCCI connections, and of course this was, as we're I think about to get into in this section, this was like the official bank of the U.S. Embassy, Riggs Bank abroad. So it had very close government connections, right? And it was run by this guy Joe Albritton from I think 1981, the year Reagan came in, until 2001 when he resigned and was replaced by his son, Robert Albritton, who later founded Politico. And I think we had just talked about that the last time, So, yeah, that's a little funny and interesting trajectory. But anyway, and I think I do remember we were kind of thinking about like what was the political valence of Politico, but I was thinking more about it, and I really remember them being very associated with like Barack Obama's 2008 campaigin. I forget if like David Axelrod,
maybe.
I forget if David Axelrod was like associated with them or like worked for them or something. But I just remember like that. At least that's when it first came on my radar, and they had that kind of like centrist, like technocratic, like very beltway, like smart politics, like kind of vibe that and I think when we look at Obama and the kind of milieu he came out of in Chicago and the people that sponsored his career early on, like the Pritzkers and the Crowns, Then, you have like the Riggs Bank family guy basically founding Politico, which I do feel like rizzed up Obama like extremely hard. Or was, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, just, interesting stuff here. But this section, Block is in the middle of talking about Riggs Bank, and then he gets to a pretty interesting character who joined Riggs Bank as deputy chairman in charge of the International Banking Group in the late 80s. But this is Mr. Alton G. Keel Jr. This guy, I just want to mention because I don't think Block kind of gets into it, but like this guy would be kind of instrumental in the kind of opening up of penetrating Eastern European markets, really before, during, and after the fall of communism. Funny thing about this guy, Alton G. Keel, is he actually was a kind of minor player whose name was brought up in the Iran-Contra scandal proper. Probably not the most surprising thing in the world, but since it's not like mentioned in this book, just to give a little more like context for Alton G. Keel, I found this 1987, July 1987 article from WAPO called "Reagan Sought to Hide Iran Details. Don't talk specifics. Top aides instructed at November 10th meeting." So this is one of the disclosures and kind of the limited hangout expose of Iran-Contra that, caused a kerfuffle, and I think might have contributed to Admiral John Poindexter getting convicted, although he was pardoned by Poppy Bush, in the early 90s. But Alton G. Keel does pop up because it turns out he was in the room where it happened and taking notes of this very sus meeting in 1986. So just to read a little bit from it, they write that Walter Pincus and Dan Morgan write that President Reagan actively led the initial effort last November to conceal the essential details of his secret arms for hostages program and keep it alive after the first disclosures threatened to blow it up into a major controversy, according to newly released notes of a November 10th, 1986 White House meeting. Presiding at the meeting of all his top cabinet and White House advisors, Reagan directed that, quote, "We don't talk toes, don't talk specifics," a reference to the U.S. anti-tank missiles that made up the bulk of the American deliveries to Iran. The president had opened the meeting by saying that a statement was needed for, quote, "all of us," to indicate no bargaining with terrorists and no ransom for terrorists, according to handwritten notes taken by Alton G. Keel Jr., then Deputy National Security Advisor. And anybody who's listened to Demon Forces knows how sus Deputy National Security Advisors can be when you get into the muck of things. Thinking about David Charles Miller, maybe. But anyways, let's see. The notes that Alton G. Keel took provide a unique inside look at a president who, in the hope of getting more U.S. hostages freed, helped frame an administration statement that omitted that goal and emphasized instead the, quote, "international foreign interests and hope for moderate government in Iran." The administration stuck to this line the weeks that followed as the Iran-Contra affair engulfed the Reagan presidency in a crippling crisis. At one point in the meeting, then National Security Advisor John Poindexter told the group that White House aide Oliver North was just back from Geneva, remember, we talked about that, and, quote, might get 2 more hostages by weekend. In fact, none was freed. The notes also depict the first skirmish in what Secretary of State George Schultz would later call his, quote, "battle royale" to stop the arms sales and get the facts out. Schultz, who had been given only limited information on the program by the president and his staff, apparently because of his strongly voiced opposition to the deals, inquired near the end of the meeting, "Do we trade any more arms for hostages?" The president, according to the notes, gave the secretary no assurance on this matter and responded only by saying, "Appreciate people saying you support policy. Will not comment on." All right. At that point, Attorney General Edwin Meese III is recorded as interjecting, "Agree." The next notation for Schultz reads, "I support you, Mr. President, but more concerned about policy." Keel's notes of the November 10th meeting were released by the Congressional Iran-Contra committees last week in a thick stack of documents. The notes were not mentioned in the committee's questioning of Schultz last week. In his testimony, Schultz identified the late CIA Director William J. Casey and Rear Admiral Poindexter, who attended the November 10th meeting, as his principal opponents in the battle royale. But Keel's notes and Schultz's descriptions of several of his meetings with the president last November suggest that in the battle to stop the arms sales and secret bargaining with Iran and to get the truth out, Reagan was in command of what the Secretary of State called, quote, the other side. At one point, when the White House Chief of Staff is recorded as asking, who will issue Q&As, a reference to the informational question and answer sheets often released to White House reporters, the notes indicate that Reagan, Meese, and Casey responded Greek chorus style, no Q&As. Wow. The November 10th meeting came 4 days after the president himself had gone beyond White House no comment guidelines and told reporters that there was, quote, no foundation to fragmentary accounts in a Beirut magazine on November 3rd of U.S. arms sales to and high level dealings with Iran. The president subsequently made misleading statements about the arms sales in a speech on November 13th, at a news conference November 19th, and at two appearances before the Tower Review Board in 1987. Remember, that was Brent Scowcroft and John Tower.
Right.
R.I.P. would die in a sus plane crash not long after. At a November 25th news conference, Meese, introduced by Reagan, made several misstatements about 1985 arms for hostages transactions between Israel and Iran. On November 18th, the White House announced that there would be no more arms sales to Iran, but the president continued to make clear that he had not given up hope of securing the release of Americans held hostage in Lebanon, and he did not order the closing down of the second channel to Tehran, a reference to the relative of the Speaker of Iran's parliament, Ali Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani, that Marine Lieutenant Colonel North, under Poindexter's direction, had opened. On the 20th, Schultz testified, Reagan appeared unmoved by the arguments the Secretary of State made to him that the policy could only be viewed as arms for hostages and was a disaster that had to be disavowed publicly. At the time, according to a memorandum of the files written by Schultz, the Rafsanjani representatives were, quote, communicating directly with CIA Director Casey. On November 23rd, with the Iran-Contra operations unraveling, Casey suggested in a letter to the president that he fire Schultz. Reagan did not take that advice. On the next day, Meese informed him of the discovery that Poindexter and North had been involved in diverting arms sales proceeds to aid the Contras. On November 25th, Poindexter and North were forced to leave the White House, and a presidential spokesman announced that Iran policy was being shifted from the National Security Council to the State Department. However, Casey continued to use his direct access to the president to pursue the Iranian connection. In early December, the State Department learned that a CIA official was to meet with the Iranians in Frankfurt. The State Department decided to use that meeting to inform the Iranians there would be no further arms sales and to make clear that the CIA would no longer discuss policy with them. Unbeknown to Schultz, however, Casey had gone behind his back and, using White House Chief of Staff Donald T. Regan, persuaded Reagan to reverse those instructions and put the CIA back in the operational role, according to the Secretary of State's testimony last week. Schultz eventually was forced to go directly to the president, who told him he, quote, wanted to pursue contacts with the Iranians, but no more arms would go to them. According to Schultz's memo, at a December 13th meeting in Frankfurt, the Iranians, despite the State Department representative's announcement that the arms transfers were over, again raised the matter of arms procurement. The next day, Schultz saw Reagan and explained the Frankfurt talks and said he felt the president had finally understood that something was, quote, radically wrong. The day after that, December 15th, Casey collapsed at the CIA and was hospitalized with a brain tumor, hours before he was to have testified on Capitol Hill. And then, I think he couldn't speak and then he just died. And that was it. According to Schultz's memo for the files, the Iranians continue to call CIA officials through mid-January, emphasizing that they still expected U.S. arms to be delivered and expressing displeasure at the involvement of the State Department, which they said was, quote, trying to spoil things. On January 20th, 1987, a month after Schultz believed the channel had been closed down, a CIA official advised the State Department that this had finally been done. Congressional investigators said last week that the roots of the Iran-Contra debacle can be seen in Keel's notes of the November 10th meeting. Present were Reagan, Vice President Bush, Don Regan, Casey, Schultz, Poindexter, Keel, and Defense Secretary and former KPFA host Caspar Weinberger. The president's opening statement, according to Keel's notes, was followed by a long review by Poindexter, that included a reading of the January 1986 secret presidential order governing the 1986 arms sales, a document that Poindexter indicates, quote, not all of you have seen, a reference to Schultz and perhaps others in the group. In reviewing the history of the operation, however, Poindexter made statements that have since proved wrong. One possibility, investigators said, is that he was mixed up. I don't know. But another is
Yeah.
that he may have been trying to conceal some parts of the operation from Schultz, Weinberger, and perhaps others. Poindexter, for example, listed the number of toes sold as 1,000, although the actual number is now put at 2,008. He also said, according to the notes, the first 500 toes went without permission, we found, eventually reimbursed Israel. In fact, the Israelis had said in advance that they planned to make the transfer, and then National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane had given his approval and promised to replenish them. At the meeting, the notes indicate an interjection by, quote, Ed, who investigators believe is Meese, quote, we didn't sell, Israel sold, was multi-phase transaction. Schultz and Weinberger both became the critical questioners after Poindexter completed his review. At one point, Keel's notes record Weinberger as saying, I thought we agreed no more first 500 unless got all captives. I guess a reference to the original plan. Poindexter is recorded responding, just always came back to Prez. He agreed to go forward. Interesting. The only recorded comment by Bush at the meeting is an indecipherable one referring to Israel. No. Quiet
Yeah.
Bush sitting in the back, right? Like
Didn't he have like issues with Israel like in the past? Like he kind of like had criticized them a couple of times. Am I misremembering the
maybe
president?
maybe
Yeah.
over the USS Liberty bombing. Remember when Israel like kind of quote accidentally like strafed the USS Liberty? I actually don't know about, I mean, I assume he's like pro-Israel the way everybody else is, but also
Right.
his
Yeah.
dad did business with the Nazis. So, George Bush, Israel, his
Yeah. He
pressure on Israel. Wow. No,
yeah.
he did put, yeah, he outraged Israeli leaders in 1991 by conditioning aid and placing U.S. interests first. Wow.
Yeah. He's like
The
the
Foreign
possible
Policy
one of the
magazine.
most tough on Israel presidents. Um
Interesting.
Weirdly.
Interesting.
Yeah, or at
I
least that's his
wonder.
reputation. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um
him and James Baker. Interesting. Let me see what was actually happening. Let's
It's like the
see.
sort of like APAC has gotten like more muscular like since then, or has like maybe that helped like encourage like re-strategization or
Yeah, it says here in Foreign
re-strategizing.
Policy
Strategization.
that
Yeah.
that in 1991, Bush Sr. and his Secretary of State, James A. Baker III, made it clear that if Israel wanted to receive an aid package of 10 billion in loan guarantees, it had to stop using U.S. money to build Israeli settlements on Palestinian land. The ensuing face-off between the White House and Israeli government, involving presidential veto threats and furious congressional lobbying from AIPAC, was one of the most fraught periods in U.S.-Israeli relations. Interesting. This is like, I mean, this is an article saying like, like Biden and Blinken could like take a page from their book, and lightly chide that while they were
Mhm.
firm, Bush and Baker were firm in conditioning aid to Israel on respect for international law. The president told journalists in 1992 he would, quote, not give 1 inch. Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
So, I guess, okay, it says the fraying ties between the two nations, which then Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir would later describe as a major explosion, began in May 1991 when Israel's ambassador to Washington warned the Bush administration that Israel would soon be requesting 10 billion in loan guarantees. This is actually intriguing. The money would be used primarily to help Israel in its absorption of Soviet Jews, a task that would inevitably involve building more housing in the occupied territories as part of the Shamir government's hardline settlement expansion policy. However, Baker believed that providing loan guarantees to Israel at that time for that purpose would be detrimental to U.S. interests. Hmm.
hmm
I wonder why specifically. I have some thoughts, maybe, but going on. A
In
400.
1992, an inside joke among APAC lobbyists in Washington was George Bush, Jim Baker, and Pat Buchanan are in a rowboat that sinks.
I don't get it.
Like they all sink, and so that would save Israel.
Wait, what's the first part of the joke? I missed it.
Like George Bush, Jim Baker, and Pat Buchanan are in a rowboat that sinks. Who gets saved? and the
Oh,
like
Israel.
Israel, yeah,
Oh, okay.
but they all
I think
sink
you
and then
cut out the second part of the joke. I thought it was just like they're in a boat and it sinks. Put them,
right, yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah,
Wait, what? Oh, okay. Who gets saved? Israel.
right,
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay.
Sorry, yeah,
Interesting. Well, I think it's interesting actually, given what we've been talking about, what we're about to talk about today, about like what are the US interests in regards to Soviet Jews emigrating, to Israel, right?
yeah,
I mean, you could
hmm
see it as kind of like an appearances thing of like we don't want the Middle East to kind of pop off again, with like the way Lebanon did in the 80s and blah blah blah. Like you could see it on that level. But also I think it is interesting. Again, the other book that we will get to one day, Red Mafia, like kind of had mentioned that there were a lot of like kind of like NGOs and human rights organizations based in the U.S. that were trying to encourage this like refusenik like emigration to America. But actually, at one point, they're opening up, these charities to like bring Soviet Jews to America, kind of
right,
pissed off like the Zionist lobby because they wanted
hmm
it to be that like the Soviet Jews could only go to Israel and like make
right, yeah,
Aliyah, right? But
right,
another thing to think about this in terms of U.S. interest that I think is very interest that I'm kind of spitballing here, but there were immense efforts by the federal government in this period in the early 90s to scoop up tons of intellectual talent and labor from the Soviet Union as it was
hmm
collapsing, particularly scientists, because they had
right,
a shitload of scientists. And, I think there were scientists from all backgrounds, but I think there were among the more kind of like educated professional classes in the Soviet Union of like technicians and things like that, there was a like not insignificant number of them had Jewish ancestry, right? And so I think there may have been a perception of like Israel wants all these Soviet Jews to come and like build settlements and like, steal the land and like do their thing. But maybe America like doesn't want like all these like, scientists that you could get for a bargain price, basically.
hmm
They want to absorb that. They want that brain
yeah.
drain for themselves. So
hmm
maybe
And
that
that
could have
was
been a
one of the
factor.
things that did particularly cause tension, like them kind of conditioning aid to help bring Soviet Jews over to
Yeah.
Israel, right? That
Hmm.
was one of the things that they kind of withheld in exchange for certain demands during the 90s. So,
Right, right. So
yeah.
it does say here, it goes a little more into it in this article. Yeah, the major explosion began when they warned them in May 1991. The money would be used to help absorbing Soviet Jews, a task that would inevitably involve building more housing in the occupied territories as part of the Shamir government's hardline settlement policy. However, yeah, I think we read that. So a $400 million U.S. loan had been agreed the year before on the condition that it would not be used to build settlements on Palestinian land. But the Israelis violated this commitment as soon as the loan was released. Indeed, Israel's settlement policy was moving forward at breakneck speed. In 1990 alone, under Housing and Construction Minister Ariel Sharon, between 6,000 and 7,000 Israelis settled in the occupied territories. But Baker was also diligently laying the ground for a Middle East peace conference to be convened in Madrid that October, and he knew the
Right.
prospect of billions of dollars of U.S. aid funding illegal Israeli settlements would certainly alienate the Arab delegates. So we also have to we can't forget, both Bush and Baker very close to the Saudi royal family, like
Right,
in
yeah,
a
and there's the
business
whole Gulf
sense.
War thing, like they had to
The
kind of maintain like a coalition and everything
Right, they
at that
needed
time.
Arab help,
So,
right?
yeah,
Exactly,
and
exactly.
right. So,
Yeah. So Baker had called Shamir on September 1st, asking him to delay his request for the 10 billion. Shamir said no, and that he would continue to expand settlements as well. Bush Sr. then called a press conference to announce that he would ask Congress to defer action on any Israeli loan request for 120 days. Immediately, the Israelis put in the loan request. Simultaneously, pro-Israel organizations went into overdrive, mobilizing 1,000 AIPAC supporters to march on Capitol Hill. As Bush described it at the time, quote, I'm up against some powerful political forces. We've got one lonely little guy down here doing it. It's
right.
so funny to think about
Yeah.
him as like the little guy. The president appeared on national television on September 12th, right after his favorite day, making the impassioned argument that Israel's insistence on the loan request was a threat to peace and that he was prepared to veto the legislation if it was passed by Congress. He also noted how U.S. soldiers had recently risked their lives in the Gulf War defending Israel against Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein's Scud missiles, and how in that fiscal year alone, the U.S. government had provided the equivalent of $1,000 in aid to every Israeli man, woman, and child. Arguing that he was not going to shift U.S. national policy for political expediency, Bush Sr. said the question wasn't, quote, whether it's good 1992 politics. I don't care if I get one vote. I'm going to stand for what I believe. All right. Although
Mhm.
Israel and its supporters went into a frenzy, with one Israeli cabinet minister calling the U.S. president a, quote, anti Semite and a liar, Bush Sr. prevailed. On October 2nd, 1991, the U.S. Senate formally acceded to Bush's request for the postponement. Furthermore, because of Shamir's determination to expand settlements, the loans were not released until well beyond the postponement period after the election of a more moderate Israeli government led by Yitzhak Rabin. When I spoke to him in 2003, Baker told me, we said to Rabin, we'll release the 10 billion if you agree to substantially restrict settlement activity, and he did. All right. They also say during the Gulf War, Israel had been, in Bush's words, very carefully placed outside the coalition to keep Arab members on board, revealing the limitations of Israel's strategic value in a strategic region. However, more importantly, Saddam had unleashed, quote, the mother of all linkages by suggesting that Iraq might withdraw from Kuwait if Israel withdrew from all occupied Arab lands. While this parallel was rejected outright by U.S. officials, Saddam's opportunism did highlight the similarities between the two cases. The linkage resonated more widely, including in the statements of British, Italian, and Australian leaders. The U.S. had, after all, justified its military intervention in Iraq based on the self determination of Kuwaitis, and the Palestinians claimed an identical right. Furthermore, if invasion, occupation, and annexation were wrong somewhere, surely they were wrong everywhere. As then French sus President Francois Mitterrand observed in October 1990 in a statement with contemporary resonance, one cannot try to defend human rights here and neglect them there. Rights are rights. All right, bro. Tell it to your son, Papa Madi, who was running around doing arms deals in Africa. Anyways, yeah, so that he actually says here, there was an overarching moral framework at play. In September 1990, I believe the day after Samuel Doe was killed in a U.S. plot at the end of the Cold War, Bush Sr. himself had heralded the emergence of a so-called New World Order, a rule where the world, this is what I quoted last time, a world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle, a world where the strong respect the rights of the weak. That was the really satanic speech.
Mhm.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, going on, that was a little bit of a tangent there, but that I guess his cryptic thing about Israel, I guess he wasn't. There are some times when Israel, it's not all, just sunshine and
Yeah.
genocide
Yes, it's not
cooperation.
all just sunshine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Sometimes they do
Uh,
get mad at each other.
yeah. I
So
mean, we don't
yeah.
really know what the substance of the comment was, but yeah, it might not have been positive, or
It does make
might
you
have been
wonder too,
complaining.
was there something about like the way Iran-Contra kind of went down because the Israelis were obviously so heavily involved in it, and so was Bush, that like did something kind of happen that made them a little bit,
Maybe.
cause a little thing between them. I mean, there is this, I didn't really know about the so-called battle royale between Schultz and like Casey and all these other guys. I mean, Schultz is like pretty sus in his own right, but he's kind of this like more like stately, like serious, like, old timey kind of diplomatic figure, right?
Hmm.
Like not quite as like, doesn't, I guess, have as much of like the cowboy vibe as like a Bill Casey or some of the other people around Reagan or the hardcore CIA people. But yeah, I mean, it reminds me, I think I was reading the State Department testimony. It's either David Charles Miller or Brent Scowcroft, where they were kind of dissing like Bill Casey and saying that like no, like the way the NatSec Council was being run with like Oliver North and all these people, it was like a clown show and it wasn't serious. But
Hmm.
really the big thing was like it wasn't prudent, because like they got caught. They were sloppy. And so like Scrowcroft was brought in by Bush to like prevent that kind of like crazy cowboy thing dynamic from kind of developing again. But that's not to say they weren't also up to like maybe even more evil shit like during the Bush National Security Council. But I think they hid it a lot better, because not people don't know as much about like Bush's connection to all this stuff. But Reagan, he kind of got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. But
Hmm.
anyways, so maybe we'll pivot now back to the guy who wrote the notes in that meeting where they were covering up Iran-Contra, Alton G. Keel Jr. Now, this is a pretty interesting guy with a very interesting bio. And I think it's very interesting that he ends up kind of in the orbit of both Riggs Bank and like the Eastern European context, and also somewhat in the orbit of Rappaport, right?
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
all right, now we'll jump into this part. Keel's national security background and tenure. Block writes that Alton G. Keel Jr., born in Virginia, is an aerospace engineer with a PhD in engineering physics from the University of Virginia. He started his career at the Naval Surface Weapons Center in Maryland and subsequently became an advisor on tactical air power to Texas Senator John Towers' Senate Armed Services Subcommittee in 1977. He soon moved up to the full committee. With Reagan's election, Keel was chosen by the White House to serve as, quote, Air Force Assistant Secretary for Research, Development, and Engineering. The following year, 1982, he became the Associate Director of the Office of Management and Budget for National Security and International Economic and Financial Policy. He kept busy guiding to passage the Export Administration Act, amongst other accomplishments, and was thought to be one of the finalists for the post of either Budget Director or Air Force Secretary. Following the Challenger space shuttle disaster in January 1986, Keel was chosen to be the executive director of President Reagan's special commission investigating the crash. It was a difficult and delicate task. In summer that year, Keel was appointed the acting director of the National Security Council. In December, President Reagan selected him as ambassador to NATO in Brussels. His tenure with NATO lasted a little over 3 years. In March 1989, it was announced that President George Bush intended to nominate William Howard Taft IV, presumably a probably
Yeah.
son or grandson of William
Yeah.
Taft.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, big
Yeah. That.
Bohemian Grove, the original big boy president, actually, like our
Yes, he
last
was. He
truly big
was
boy
the first
president.
oath pilled, or
Yeah,
the America first became oath pilled
America was overfilled
in 1908 or
under
whenever he was
Taft.
elected. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I think his family has stayed active in politics. So William Taft IV was a former deputy defense secretary, and replaced Keel as the ambassador to NATO. Washington Post reporter Margaret Webb, in a story filed at the end of January 1990, wrote that Keel officially left NATO in June 1989, quote, to begin what he called a very long process of nationwide trips to negotiate his future with a variety of major international corporations and banks. She oddly added that his, quote, schedule has nothing to do with his arrival from Geneva last week or with his subsequent departure 2 days later on a whirlwind trip to London, Warsaw, Budapest. It's a broader schedule. Last month, Keel joined Riggs National Bank of Washington as deputy chairman in charge of its international banking group. This fulfilled a decision he had made years before. Okay. Oddly noted. Yeah, this has nothing to do with anything NATO wise. After 20 years of working for the government, he had always intended to move to the private sector. Keel chose Riggs, he said, because as the U.S. Embassy Bank, it had a strong reputation among foreign embassies and missions, and it was committed to reorganize and expand its international interests. For the first time in its long history, Keel noted that Riggs is pulling together all its international activity under his guidance into four divisions: correspondent banking, embassy and foreign mission, international private banking, and the division of all overseas subsidiaries and banks. He is, quote, not a banker, but an internationalist, Keel confidently pointed out, which is what Riggs chairman Joe L. Albritton desired. Oh, so he wanted an internationalist, huh? Interesting. Yeah, very Atlanticist pilled. So Eastern Bloc nations were to be Riggs' new target in order to, quote, help foster private enterprise in previously hostile climates. Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh God. Keel somewhat immodestly added that he sees, quote, so many opportunities, but he cannot do everything. And thus his, quote, only regret is that I have only one of me. He mistakenly added that he would learn banking on the job with the help of his new colleagues. Like that he mistakenly added. I guess he didn't learn banking on the job. I guess it didn't go super well. He says, despite his initial enthusiasm, Keel's tenure with Riggs was a short 2 years. By December 11th, 1991, he was gone. As might be expected, one of his problems turned out to be his lack of banking experience, which caused several significant accounts to move to other institutions. No doubt more importantly, however, was the quote, serious friction that erupted between Albritton and Keel precisely over Keel's fast paced expansion of Riggs' business in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. It was not that Albritton was against expansion. Indeed, he stated his intention to, quote, emphasize the international division in the future. But he was far more concerned with Riggs' massive losses on real estate loans in the United States, which left the bank short of capital. This is funny. Disastrous real estate problems emerged from Riggs' mistaken certainty that the Disney Corporation was going to build a new entity, a new homunculus, in Northern Virginia, and the bank either
Okay.
purchased or made foolish loans on large tracts of very expensive land.
I
More,
wonder what led
huh?
them to think that.
Very, yeah, what like Disney Langley, like Disneyland Langley
Yeah,
edition.
exactly.
Like,
They really
what the
wanted
fuck?
Disneyland Langley.
Yeah, like kind of a
Yeah.
Southern plantation
I
vibe,
wonder if they
maybe.
like took like Walt Disney like around and like showed him some like nice land and they thought that he like, really went for it, but he wanted to like build it in Florida. Did
Yeah, who knows?
Disney
Maybe
World
Paul
exist at that
Hellwell
point?
took him back to
I guess it
CIA
did.
headquarters. No, but I mean, this is in the, I think in the, probably in the 80s when
Yeah,
they
I guess
thought
Disney
that,
World opened in 1971.
yeah, Walt
Um,
Disney died, I think, before Disney World was open, right?
yeah,
He saw
yeah, right.
Disneyland open, but I think he died in the 60s. So, yeah, once again, there's
Yeah, what?
Disney working
Yeah,
with
he
like
died in the
sus
60s.
people.
Yeah.
But this in this case, Riggs got burned by Disney. I'd love to know like more about that, or if they got caught up in some of that like savings and
Yeah, was that
loans
under Roy
shenanigans.
Disney? Yeah, Roy Disney, I
Yeah.
guess, was behind like building Disney World. I don't know if he's
Okay.
still in
Yeah.
charge in the 80s, but yeah,
I
no, he
think
died by
actually.
then too.
Oh, okay, he died, but like
He died the
the
same year Disney World opened, in
yeah,
Florida, that is, not the more famous one in Disneyland.
right. But the
Yeah.
descendants of Roy Disney, including Abigail Disney, who's very interesting, who's like a left-wing heiress now. But I think they continue to have control over the Disney company.
Hmm.
Right. So going on, so it's interesting. Yeah, Keel was like so down with like expanding into the Soviet Union that it was like it seems like it was all he thought about that more than like making money for the bank. It's almost like he had a different agenda, and Riggs was just a vehicle for it, right? I guess also Riggs's London-based unit had been hit hard by problem business loans, and Riggs was trying to restructure that subsidiary to get it under control. This next section, Riggs in trouble. So he says that Riggs' difficulties were exceptionally deep-seated. Then the Treasury Department's Office of the Comptroller of the Currency took a hard look at the bank's activities and came up with an enforcement action in 1993. So it called for a compliance committee, like a kind of independent one. I guess they found a lot of problems with it. That Riggs was also required to appoint a new and capable president and chief executive officer to ensure the bank's compliance, blah, blah, blah. They had to file new reports. Other areas that needed serious policing included Riggs's risk-based capital program. Clearly, Riggs Bank suffered from serious operational and financial weaknesses. As a result of the OCC mandated reorganization, the individual taking Keel's place as the head of the international banking group was Paul Cushman III, who had been a vice president of Riggs Washington from 1987 to 89, and then a senior vice president in charge of Riggs' embassy banking business. In the second week of July 1993, Lance Offen resigned from Riggs Valmet and Riggs National Bank. In 1994, Cushman was appointed chief executive of Riggs International Division. But I'm going to get to this story soon because this actually is why I didn't expect to read the end of this paragraph. Tragically, 2 years later, Cushman, along with U.S. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown and many other U.S. executives, was killed in an airplane crash while on an economic development mission to Bosnia and Croatia
Hmm.
in,
All
I
right.
think, 1996. Talk about sus plane crashes. I don't know what was up. There's some crazy
Yeah.
shit. I mean, economic
Uh,
development in Bosnia and Croatia in like 1995 is a pretty fucking sus endeavor to be involved in. And yeah,
mhm.
I'd like to see. I know that Ron Brown died in that plane crash, but Paul Cushman. I have to go back and check my genealogy records, but I think they're actually Michael Aquino's family were like some of them were married into like the
Oh, really?
Cushman family, who were like a prominent, I think a relatively like prosperous like San Francisco family, the Cushmans. Yeah, I don't know
Mhm.
if it's the same Cushmans, but Paul Cushman III, who knows if they're Californian or not. But he died. He wasn't, he got killed in a sus plane crash. So, anyways,
Yeah.
so then now he's going to talk about the Bank of New York and Riggs. Now we're getting a little bit back to Rappaport. So, during the time that Riggs was floating in its sea of troubles, it worked with the Bank of New York on a number of projects. One involved a common effort by both banks to establish correspondent banking arrangements with Turkmenistan, the fourth largest former Soviet republic, which borders Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, the Caspian Sea, Iran, and Afghanistan. The correspondent arrangements were made and completed in 1993 with the Neshakonom Bank, the Turkmenistan government's primary fiscal agent. The following year, the Bank of New York also became the clearing agent for Riggs common stock traded over the counter. Far more important was the deal between Riggs and the Bank of New York that began in 1993 and was finalized in January 1994. This had to do with subordinated debt securities, which are unsecured and are junior in status to all other offerings. These securities are not insured by the FDIC or any other government agency. The debt securities were to be issued under an indenture agreement between Riggs and BONY, which thus became the trustee. In the second week of January 1994, Bank of New York officers signed an SEC filing stating their eligibility as trustee for the Riggs securities. Those signing were Lloyd A. McKenzie, Robert E. Kyleman, J. Carter Bako, Alan Griffith, and Thomas Renier, chairman of the board and CEO. This meant that BONY held the legal title of the offerings. He says most often this type of financial operation is used by a corporation floating bonds. In the first arrangement, the limit on the sale of securities was 125 million. Naturally, the debt securities could be sold to various underwriters who would market the securities themselves. So this is yeah, okay, so this is kind of interesting here. This gets into like the weird financial securities market weeds and like how shady it can get. Block says the possibly the most important development between Riggs and Bank of New York had to do with the issuance of global securities, which were to be registered in the name of the depository or a nominee thereof, and thus will be considered the sole owner of holder of the offered debt securities. Significantly, neither Riggs nor BONY nor any agent of either entity had any responsibility for keeping records of payments made on account of beneficial ownership interests in any global security. In fact, they were not required to maintain, supervise, or review any records relating to beneficial ownership interests. The market for global 144A preferred securities was outside the US to begin with. Only non US citizens could buy them. However, after 18 months abroad, through some ledger domain, they could be brought to the US and traded there. There was another security called Global Regulation S Preferred. These securities had to be held in Euroclear or CEDEL during a so-called, or I don't know, as CEDEL, during a so-called restricted period. Euroclear was a major clearinghouse in Belgium, and CEDEL provided the same services in Luxembourg. In January 2000, CEDEL merged with Deutsche Börse Clearing, and the new venture was named Clearstream. These global securities were likely held by overseas companies, which may well have included Russian companies such as Bank Menatep. But given the way in which the securities were handled, it is currently impossible to identify the true beneficial owners. Finally, in late autumn 1996, the Bank of New York acquired a significant portion of Griggs' corporate and municipal trust business. Approximately 300 bond trustee and agency appointments for corporate and municipal issuers in Washington, D.C. and the Mid Atlantic region were transferred to the Bank of New York. So, okay, they're getting pretty in tight with each other and setting up these like shady, like untraceable securities,
Hmm.
for international buyers. Okay. Um, all right. Then it starts with this fight, I guess, where the Riggs and Valmet people,
Yeah.
including Michelle Saba, starts like
I'm still not over the name Valmet, by the way. I feel like it's like
Valmet,
isn't
Valmet.
yeah, isn't it like
Yeah.
a supposed to be like I guess it's not really
It's
a
a portmanteau.
portmanteau.
Well,
Well,
kind
I feel like a
of
portmanteau is kind of like I don't know, like a word play or it's clever, whereas this is just like two words
a
kind of smashed
combo.
together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
No, exactly.
Um,
It's like
yeah,
Miramax or something.
yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so like he's mad. Michelle Saba was mad because he was kind of forced out. Let me see. This is kind of a long letter. Yeah, he resigns from Riggs Valmet. Yeah, so I mean, he says that this whole letter, where like Saba is like complaining about shit, is very important. He says that confirmation of its significance came from our interview with Saba in spring 2001. Likely the most important sentence in his letter had to do with the sale of his shares. Saba's 24%, he said in the interview, was sold straight out to Bank Menatep. Interesting. Equally important, Saba stated that Riggs Valmet shares were also sold in three tranches to Bank Menatep in the following sequence, from 51% to 23% to 5%. Saba's statement is diametrically opposed to claims made by Riggs when it formally ended its relationship with Valmet in November 1994. Riggs wanted out of its partnership with Valmet despite that company's continuing expansion, which had placed it in Ireland, Cyprus, the Netherlands, Isle of Man, and Bermuda, in addition to its London, Gibraltar, Spain, and Portugal locations. The official Riggs version contended that it sold its interests in all three of the Valmet companies in the aggregate to one foreign purchaser, which resulted in a net pre-tax loss of $1.6 million in 1994. Riggs simplified its story a little later, stating it sold back its 51% of the Valmet shares to Christian Michel and took a $1.6 million write-off. Interestingly, Riggs took that very same write-off, the exact $1.6 million amount, a year earlier when it was restructuring Riggs AP Bank London. However, Riggs was by no means completely out of the funny money game. For example, Riggs was a correspondent bank for the European Union Bank, the stepchild of the East European International Bank, which came to life in June 1994, several months before Riggs and Valmet legally separated. Sus EU Bank. Wow. Actually, yeah, like the sus EU Bank. The European Union Bank is actually extremely sus. He starts to get into some of the Russian figures that like founded this. I forget, is this yes. Okay, this is almost like some like Josh Harris, like weird Web 1.090 shit we're about to get into here. With European Union Bank, which like despite its name, you would think is maybe like some kind of official bank of like the EU, but actually is
Right,
like
yeah, it's one of those things that the Federal Reserve kind of like it's not really
but
official.
even worse because it's like a really shady like fly by night like mafia connected like and
Yeah.
yeah, as we'll see it's using just as the libertarian guy is predicting that like the data is the source of wealth in the 21st century. It's going to be a libertarian paradise because the tax man can't get them because they're going to have digital cash and all these other things to like avoid. He's saying that over a decade before Bitcoin existed and even kind of before just as probably like PayPal was starting, right? In like
hmm
1997. So let's talk about European Union Bank. Block writes that the founders of East European International and European Union banks were Alexander P. Konanikin. Everyone spells his name like in a weird way. Like I think it's like "in" at the end of it because it's INE, which is not like normally how you spell Russian, right? Or
hmm
transliterated. I think it's Konanikin,
Okay,
Konanykhin, for anybody who wants to Google that. So Alexander Konanikin and Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who we talked about last time, were the founders of this bank. The latter previously identified as the founder of Bank Menatep and the majority owner of Yukos Oil, one of the largest oil firms in the world. Now, this is funny. The EUB's claim to fame is that it was the world's first internet bank. This appears to have been a strange operation in many ways. For example, the putative chairman of EUB, Lord Mancroft, was a 39-year-old British peer and former heroin addict with little banking experience, if
Huh,
any.
interesting.
Oh, the
Well,
bourgeois, like
yeah,
fucking
I was
heroin
thinking the
addict.
other day, like, I mean, I
God.
think I've said this on the show before, but like in the UK, it's like so different. Like, if you are like of a certain class, you can just like, you still have that like forever, no matter what you do,
Yeah, yeah.
So I can see that like maybe operating here.
Right.
Um,
All those like
yeah,
Jane Austen books about, or like Downton Abbey about like the lord, like the family that is like landed gentry, but like their estate is like bankrupt or something. So they have
yeah,
to marry
exactly.
like somebody who's like new money to like replenish it. We talked a lot about
Yeah.
like similar dynamics in America, but I think I actually saw somebody just saying the other day of like man, if you think wasps are bad, like go like check out class dynamics in England because it's
Yeah,
like you
no.
said. It's
Yeah.
really fucking I actually don't yeah, Lord Mancroft sounds like quite a dandy. I wonder what he like ended up. Did he now Baron, I guess, Bancroft? Stormont Mancroft was the I guess his father. It must be him, Benjamin Mancroft, born 1957, now a member of the House of Lords, Lord Temporal. Oh wow, this guy he actually did get into like a lot of this is funny. Yeah, he was joint master of the Veil, the White Horse Hunt, and was chair of Addiction Recovery Foundation. He was director of Phoenix House Housing Association and the British Field Sports Society, president of the Alliance of Independent Retailers, chair of the Drug and Alcohol Foundation. I think we found our guy.
Yeah.
Master of Foxhounds Association, big into hunting, also very big into
They love the fox
lotteries.
hunting.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
also
yeah,
he was
there you go.
president of the Lotteries Council since 2005, was chair of Interlotto UK Limited, and chair of Scratch and Win Lotteries in the 90s. Damn. And something called the Rock Corporation, and a bunch of other like DJI Holdings Limited, New Media Lottery Services, BNN Technology. It's a funny business to be in for like a conservative hereditary peer as just being like a fucking lottery
Are you reading this from the
CEO.
Wikipedia article about
Yeah,
Lord Mancroft? It's
I
interesting that
am.
this says the biography of a living person needs additional citations for verification. Contentious material about living persons that is unsourced or poorly sorted must be removed immediately. So yeah,
Wow.
basically none of this is sourced at
Yeah,
all.
it's
But
all
yeah, and in fact, all these like organizations that he is associated with, like the Addiction Recovery Foundation, like they're all like, linked to, but of course they don't have their own Wikipedia page. I feel like
right.
maybe he made this. I don't know.
He
Yeah,
did. It's a pretty
it's weird.
exhaustive. I mean, I found his official website. There's not really
Controversies. Yeah. Hmm.
parliamentary experience. What is his experience? Wow. He
He
really
was
doesn't
involved in
have.
an online Zoom webinar conspiring to actively flout the 2004 ban on hunting with hounds. At the end of the first seminar, Mancroft advises the audience, please take that on board, everybody. Anything that comes out of these meetings is to be kept amongst ourselves and is not for general coverage. He was not charged, however. Other co-conspirators were charged with encouraging or assisting others to commit offenses under the Hunting Act, following an
Hmm.
investigation by the Devon and Cornwall police.
Right. Apparently, he was
Interesting.
telling people how to illegally hunt. Like he was trying to
Yeah.
like give a presentation about how to illegally
Yeah,
hunt.
exactly. He had like a Zoom webinar online during the
Wow.
pandemic about how to how to flout the hunting acts,
Right. Well,
banning
actually,
on hunting with hounds.
right. Wow,
Of course.
I actually this is interesting. He does have a little bit of like a resume thing on the official Parliament website. So
Hmm.
we could read his actual, his CV here. And I think it is pretty accurate. In fact, there's more stuff and it explains what these companies are a little bit, just in like parentheticals. So he was non-executive director, ROK Global, which is Technologies, Applications, and Services Development, and then deputy chairman ROK Mobile Limited, chairman Bantu RG Energy Limited, Infrastructure in Africa, director Road Gas Uganda Limited. I hope I'm saying these right. Infrastructure and Development in Asia and Africa. Director ITFE Group Limited, advice to corporations and sovereign funds on global investments and transactions. It weirdly says interest ceased 8 April 2024.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Don't get defensive. All right. Director, RG International Limited, Infrastructure in Africa. Other similarly named ones, Quantum Silo and Mills Limited. He was a direct board of directors. Director, Eager and Company, EGER, advice to corporations and sovereign funds. Quantum Commodities, agricultural commodities broker. Interest ceased 23rd April 2024. All right. See, it's good we read that, or else he could sue us. We don't want to slander him as the current director. And then, oh, this is interesting. Chairman, Avita Global Limited, medicinal cannabis producer. Interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'm reading like a little bit about his like drug stances, and it seems like weirdly he sort of like has, for instance, this article has him saying that, he took every drug he could get his hands on when he was young and ended up addicted to heroin. The drugs did him some damage, he claimed, but far worse was the broken collarbone, 4 smashed ribs, and a punctured lung he suffered through falls from horses. So it seems
Wow.
like he kind of like, I don't know, has a
Seeks danger.
yeah, or he sort of has a nuanced view on the value of drugs to society or something. I mean, I was
Hmm.
expecting he'd be like a hardliner against like the drugs that like ruined his life and made him into a, freaking addict. But it seems like
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he's now like doing like cannabis like industry stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he got into psychedelic stuff, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Um,
especially, like it was part of his healing journey, right?
yeah.
It's that's exactly it. Yeah. So I mean, he's got a lot of infrastructure, like African infrastructure kind of companies that he has financial interests in, and also he is the president of the Lotteries Council. So, yeah. Is weed even legal in the UK?
Uh,
I'm looking at Avita Global enters UK cannabis market, Nottingham
No,
based.
it's
Yeah.
not legal. It's illegal to possess, grow, or distribute or sell.
Maybe
It's a Class
medicinal
B
is
drug.
legal? Wow.
Maybe.
Yeah, it might be medicinal.
But
Anyways, so
yeah.
like
The medical use of cannabis, when prescribed by registered specialists, was legalized in 2018. So there you go.
wow. I wonder if there's any journalism about Lord Mancroft. Warning issued on internet banking, independent UK, 1996. European Union Bank was chaired until last month by Lord Mancroft, an old Etonian and former heroin addict who campaigns for fox hunting. Oh, wait.
Wow,
Lord
this is pretty
Mancroft
interesting.
removed
He
from high
is.
post.
I searched Lord Mancroft psychedelics, and as I predicted, he does like have some history of doing like psychedelics advocacy in the House of Lords.
Oh my God. Of course he
Yes.
does. Yeah,
Uh,
cannabis farm backed by British Lord raises 1.6 million pounds. Wow.
by no stretch of the imagination can you equate magic mushrooms with heroin or cocaine, said
Oh
Lord
wow.
Mancroft, a
Oh, he
member of
loves
the
it.
All-Party Group on the Misuse of Drugs and chairman of Mentor UK, which aims to prevent drug misuse by young people. There's no evidence magic mushrooms are addictive, cause harm to people, or are a public order problem. The bill is completely disproportionate, he said.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, what go interesting stance for like a lord who was an heroin addict.
I
But there you go.
know. There's an article in 2009 from Spiked, I guess the kind of edgy magazine, that says that E certainly doesn't stand for evidence. The UK government's insistence on classing ecstasy along heroin exposes the limits. And I think this probably quotes
Yeah, I think I
Mancroft,
saw that. I
obviously.
think I saw that one before. That's on
Oh
like the
yeah, on
Spike TV or
Tuesday,
whatever,
yeah,
right? Or
Spiked magazine, not Spike
oh,
TV.
all right, I see.
This was like the one that was like Meet the Dirtbag Left. That was that magazine.
Right,
That
yeah.
kind of
This is the
sus.
same one
Like,
where it talks about how he, it was more harmful that he when he fell off his horse than when he took
you're
heroin.
right. Yeah, I see. That was it. Yeah, he announced he'd taken
Yeah.
all the drugs he could get his hand on.
Well,
Exactly.
maybe it's because you were illegally hunting with hounds. I don't know, but
I know.
um,
I found another article. I think this is from the Jerusalem Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This is actually, I think, about his father from July 1964. This is just an interesting background. Lord Mancroft, the prominent British Jewish financier. Okay, so he's a Jewish lord. Interesting. I mean,
mm.
like, not like that, but it's like we are talking about, anyways, Israel and stuff like that. So this is interesting. Yeah, the prominent British Jewish financier who was forced to resign from the board of the Norwich Union Insurance Societies last December due to pressures by the Arab League, has been asked to withdraw from his scheduled assumption of the presidency of the London Chamber of Commerce. It was revealed today. The request, according to the Sunday Telegraph, was made, quote, in deference to those members who trade with Arab countries. The chamber had invited Lord Mancroft several months ago to assume the presidency. Lord Mancroft is chairman of Global Tours Limited. He is a director of Great Universal Stores, whose chairman is Sir Isaac Wolfson, one of the most prominent Jewish philanthropists in this country. The latter made many contributions to and investments in Israel. Hmm. Lord Mancroft's forced resignation from the London Advisory Board of Norwich last winter caused a sensation, culminating in a hot debate in the House of Commons, during which Sir Alec Douglas Home, the Prime Minister, rebuked the ambassadors of the Arab states here for intervening on this issue. Government spokesmen at the time emphasized their opposition to Arab boycott practices, but Sir Alec made it clear that no further action would be taken on the issue. Labour Party members of Parliament, however, requested stronger government intervention. Huh. Commenting on the development and predicting that the Chamber of Commerce step against Lord Mancroft would result in eruptions inside the organization, The Telegraph pointed out that blah, blah, blah. It talks about there's like important people on the council. So I guess the Arab Street really didn't like, the second Baron, Lord Mancroft, the father, I guess. It doesn't really say why, but jumping forward a little more, I found this independent article in 1996, warning issued on internet banking. The Bank of England yesterday warned depositors to be careful about using an Antiguan bank, which has been promoting itself over the internet using the name of an English peer. European Union Bank was chaired until last month by Lord Mancroft, an old Etonian former heroin addict who campaigns for fox hunting and drug law reform. He was called in yesterday by the Bank of England to explain the Antiguan bank's operations. A Bank of England spokesman said, "We raised our concerns with him." The Bank of England's public expression of concern about internet banking is a result of fears that the new means of communication will put large numbers of banking transactions beyond the reach of supervisors and make it easier to launder money. The internet allows deposit takers to solicit business anywhere in the world over an information network with no national boundaries. The bank said it was not illegal for a foreign bank to advertise in the UK over the internet. However, EUB appears to have broken the advertising rules, which require disclosure of the paid-up share capital of a bank. EUB's internet pages give only its authorized capital of 10 million, or 6.4 million pounds, and it says it plans to announce a public offering of $115 million of shares this month. The Bank of England has no powers to take action against EUB for rule infringements since it is based in Antigua, and the internet is an international and not a UK advertising medium. Wow, it's really Wild West days here. Let's see. It says the bank said it was not aware of EUB advertising in any other way in the UK, and no depositor had come forward to complain. Any deposits would not be made over the internet, but by conventional money transfer. A bank spokesman said, "We would advise any internet depositor to carry out appropriate due diligence in the bank and to establish what, if any, deposit insurance is available." EUB is not covered by UK deposit insurance. Lord Mancroft is the deputy chairman of the British Field Sports Society, chairman of 2 drug rehab organizations, and is involved in a scratch and win card business. He said, "I met with the Bank of England this morning, and we had an extremely friendly discussion. I have no problem with what they are saying." He said it was, quote, "racist and irresponsible to suggest the bank might be involved with money laundering. The idea was fantastically improbable. If you go to the accounts, it is clear at a glance that there's no question that EUB is money laundering. According to the EUB's internet website, the bank offers excellent interest rates offered in a stable, tax-free environment with utmost privacy, confidentiality, and security. It also says European Union Bank, operating fully within the law, offers tax protection to clients who seek wisely to protect their assets by using favorable Caribbean tax shelter programs. It said that customers would be able to take advantage of EUB services via the internet. Ooh, okay. This sounds like some other banks we've talked about, right? So, I mean, let's dig in and see, in fact, like, is this bank on the up and up with this British lord kind of running it? Or was there some other shit going on? And in fact, the story of this bank is actually even like weirder and more like strange and complicated than you even might expect, for a tentacle of like, the Rappaport octopus, because it gets into this Russian shit. And I feel like we get into like post-collapse, like Wilderness of Mirrors a little bit of like I can't say I'm 100% sure like what to make of people like Konanikin or, some of these guys, but all right.
Струн провода, ток по рукам, телефон на все голоса говорит пока. Пора. И пальто на гвозде, шарф в рукаве и перчатки в карманах шепчут подожди до утра. До утра. Но странный стук зовет дорогу. Может сердце, может стук в дверь. И когда я обернусь на пороге, я скажу одно лишь слово. вокзал, и опять к поездам, и опять проводник выдаст белье и чай. И опять не усну, и опять сквозь грохот колес мне послышится слово. Прощай, но странный стук зовет дорогу. Может сердце, может стук дверь. И когда я обернусь на пороге, я скажу одно лишь слово «Верь». Но странный стук зовет дорогу. Может сердце, может стук дверь. И когда я обернусь на пороге, я скажу одно лишь слово.
So Block was saying that, it had a claim to fame as like the first internet bank, just like Den was like the first internet TV network or whatever. And this guy, Lord Mancroft, was, the putative chairman. Reporters also noted that EUB was an offshore subsidiary of Menatep. And by 1996, like the article says, EUB was under actually, it didn't say that. By 1996, the EUB was under investigation by U.S. officials as well. He says another particularly important player in the vastly interesting EUB game was Rappaport's Swiss American Bank. Jonathan Weiner, a former Deputy Assistant U.S. Secretary of State for International Law Enforcement, contended that Swiss American handled criminal accounts, including those for Russian organized criminals associated with EUB. The managing director of Swiss American did acknowledge that EUB had a corporate account at Swiss American, but said little else to investigators. Furthermore, in May 1995, a Bank of America relationship manager who was working on Swiss American Bank's BOA correspondent account, which happened to be, quote, inflated by approximately $250 million in checks apparently being returned unpaid, was contacted by what he said were, quote, representatives of an entity called European Union Bank, an internet bank licensed in Antigua. They approached BOA about opening a correspondent account. The relationship manager's memo dealing with requests stated that EUB had written asking for an account relationship and during the visit provided extensive documentation attesting to their status as a duly authorized offshore bank. However, EUB's ownership, the memo said, was referred to as a group in the Bahamas on which they had no readily available information. Quarters were new, unfinished, and occupied mostly by computers, and their customers are mostly European investors who they reach through international publications and the internet. This appears to be an example of what we do not want to get near. So yeah, B of A was, no stranger to sussness, but they were sussed out. And I guess the minority staff of the U.S. Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations concluded in 2001 that EUB had subsequently defrauded depositors of millions of dollars. Okay, and now we get into something that I think we see a lot of today, and this is actually one of the first instances of it, which is sus online gambling, right?
Yes, definitely.
I think we can all agree that sus online gambling is extremely. It does seem to be like a little bit of a growing scourge in our culture now, right? It's getting legalized in more states.
Yeah.
Right. But it actually one of the first.
It's seriously a problem. And yeah, the very insidious, the different ways that I feel like gambling manifests. I feel like lots of things are being gambleified now.
Right.
There's a kind of para gambling that's suffusing everything.
You kind of see it in the GameStop kind of stock, the meme stocks.
Yeah, the stock stuff. Even I feel like the way
crypto, of course.
Yeah, I almost feel like in a way, maybe it's not necessarily gambling, is maybe not the best word for it, but maybe the gamification evokes the sort of world of. I feel like there's a crossover between the gamification we see on social media and this sort of metastasis of sports gambling.
Oh
Like
yeah, yeah.
and online gambling in general. Like I saw the other day, there's like markets for like Rotten Tomatoes. Like you can gamble on like what the Rotten Tomatoes score of a movie will be and things like that, you know.
Jesus. Yeah.
But I also feel like the kind of like monetization of like engagement, like whether it's on Twitter or like on YouTube or like these other platforms, like the
Mhm.
way that, you know, you kind of like have to, you know, it's not exactly the same, but you sort of have to make this like outrageous like stuff or kind of like make this like
Ice cream so
wild thing in order
good.
to profit.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
like
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like but the more like and you know, the more controversial or the more like anger that like it elicits or the more like, you know, you do yeah, exactly. You have to do like insane stuff in order to get just the same way, you know, you want to like place like a three-way bet that's like impossible to actually, you know, there's so many ways it could go wrong to actually profit on a lot of these things.
Right, right. It used to be
Yeah.
yeah, like yo, like bet on the outcome and like the spread or something, but now it's like who will literally like catch the ball next on like the next
Yeah, yeah,
possession
yeah,
or something.
yeah.
It's like who's gonna pass
Right.
the ball to who or something. Like, you can bet on these side bets that kind of like being at a craps table where there's all these like fun side bets that are like 30 to 1. Like if you hit something very rare and people can just get like distracted, like trying to like hit those and like lose a ton of money.
Yeah.
And it's like statistically you're gonna get fucked on those. But yeah, it's very
Yeah,
bad.
I feel like it's the kind of thing that like God would destroy like the an entire civilization for, like in the Quran or like in the Bible, you know, like that's the level that I feel like it's gotten
Las
to.
Vegas, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Well, built by the friends of a lot of the people we've been talking about. But yeah, so an early pioneer of this whole thing was this young Russian hotshot, Alexander Kononenkin. To go on here, Block says to complement the sleaze factor of EUB, Kononenkin developed internet gambling, also headquartered in Antigua, although both the internet bank and the gambling operation were allegedly run by a computer in Kononenkin's Washington, D.C. apartment, or by a computer in Canada connected to Kononenkin's computer handled by an organized crime figure. That's another weird thing about him is that he was like living in Washington, D.C. while he was doing all this. Like he wasn't in Antigua or Russia.
Mm.
Like he was just in D.C. But anyways, so this is a quote from Weiner, the investigator, or the former secretary. One of the principal banks providing correspondent banking services for internet gambling from Antigua to citizens of the U.S. is, Weiner testified, the Bank of New York Intermaritime Bank, in conjunction, naturally, with Swiss American Bank. So Rappaport was like behind internet gambling from like its very, inception. For example, the Aladdin Casino, which is incorporated as or by EFS Caribbean Inc., P.O. Box 1589, St. John's, Antigua, allowed internet gamblers to wire money into the EFS account numbered ACEFS 1817901 at Swiss American Bank Limited through either Chase Manhattan Bank, the Bank of New York Intermaritime Bank, the Bank of Bermuda, or Midland Bank PLC London. There are many other similar ventures. So now he gets into we start to get into some weird Russian shit here. This section is entitled Alexander Kononenkin's Very Odd Odyssey: Testimony for and Against. We're entering the wilderness of post-Soviet mirrors right now. So he says, when the Bank of New York scandal broke in August 1999, the House Committee on Banking and Financial Services rounded up a number of what it thought were pertinent witnesses. This included Yuri Shvets, who had been a member of the Soviet KGB Foreign Intelligence Service from 1980 until September 1990, when he, quote, resigned from the agency on political grounds. He moved to the U.S. and, amongst other ventures, wrote a book called Washington Station: My Life as a KGB Spy in America. Shvets pointed out that in the late 80s, the KGB concentrated on both establishing new businesses and penetrating existing businesses, including the banks. The example he offered the House Banking Committee was a complicated case involving Kononenkin. So going on here, Shvets' analysis. This is a quote here. In September 1990, KGB active duty officer Major Chuklontsev, together with a young freewheeler, Alexander Kononenkin, established a private company named Rosinformbank. Kononenkin was 24 years old at the time and thought to be, quote, a good candidate for the role of a KGB front. Down the road a bit, Rosinformbank vanished without a trace, leaving behind several other businesses. In the last month of 1990, Kononikin and his wife founded a company called Fininvest Service. In January 1991, quote, Rosinform Bank, parentheses KGB, together with Fininvest Service, established a company named the All Russia Exchange Center, or AREC. All the capital came from Rosinform Bank, but 80% of the shares were held by Fininvest Service. Kononikin, Schwetz noted, thus became a front for AREC. Although Kononikin was the chairman of the AREC board, the real director was Major Cheklontsev, who also controlled the firm's money. There were other KGB officers appointed to AREC's board of directors as well. Next, AREC metamorphosed into the All Russia Real Estate Exchange. Then it became the Secondary Resources Exchange, and ultimately the All Russia Exchange Bank, or AREB, created on April 24th, 1991. All these entities were controlled by the KGB, and according to Schwetz, Kononikin was always the, quote, beard. So, in August 1991, the infamous attempted coup d'etat carried out by hardline communists failed, and the top leadership in the KGB turned into pariahs in Russia. The once all-powerful organization soon disbanded as new organizations came to the fore. However, the now former KGB operatives involved with the AREB continued on, and just a few months after the failed coup, the AREB received a license from the Central Bank of the Russian Federation, which authorized it to, quote, execute transactions with hard currency. Schwetz added, the AREB thus enjoyed a monopoly on banking transactions between Russian businesses and organizations in foreign institutions, and was now somehow magically cleared to buy and sell hard currency. The point of all this legerdemain was to center the AREB's primary job on moving money out of Russia as quickly as possible. Schwetz testified that Kononikin aided and abetted the movement of approximately $300 million, or perhaps $1 billion, to the West from November 1991 to May 1992. Ironically, Schwetz noted, most of the money originally came from the West in the form of aid. The money pipeline was closed that summer, and the heavy former KGB officials then left to cause other mischief. However, there was approximately $12 million still in the AREB, and that started a serious tussle between Kononikin and several lower-ranking former KGB officials who were officers of the bank. In September 1992, Kononikin came to the U.S. claiming that former KGB officers attempted to, or actually did, kidnap him in Budapest, Hungary. Schwetz opined that the story was likely concocted as a way to gain U.S. permanent residence. Yeah, I think the other book talks more in length about that anecdote when I think might have been Mogilevich because he was based in Budapest, but a rival Russian gang like abducted him and they're like, give us your business right now. And he's like, are you gonna kill me? And they're like no. And he realized like, no, they're definitely gonna fucking just like kill me. Like give your like, whatever your account number and like passcode and shit and like transfer your business to us. And I think he convinced them that he had to go like call a bank and make a few phone calls, but they held on to his passport and then he was able to like escape Hungary and then he fled to America. So anyways, Kononikin's next business enterprise after, he fled here began in March 1993. Schwetz said that Kononikin and his wife, Yelena Sidorchuk Heinz Volivok, also known as Elena Gracheva, approached an American consulting firm with a project concerning the establishment of a bank and a passport deal for very special Russian clients. The firm was First Columbia Inc., and Karen von Gerke Thompson was its vice president. This is an interesting woman that we're going to talk about. So the next section, enter the CIA. All right, let's go.
All right.
Like Schwetz, Karen von Gerke Thompson testified before the House Banking Committee. Her interaction with Kononikin was far different than Schwetz, who never actually interviewed Kononikin. Nonetheless, there was a striking similarity in their testimonies when it came to what Kononikin had been attempting to accomplish. From April 1993 through September 1993, Thompson served, she said, quote, as an unpaid volunteer intelligence asset on a CIA operation to penetrate what the CIA, FBI, and DOJ knew was a KGB money laundering operation. Though it reached to Boris Yeltsin, of course, the target was Kononikin, who had accompanied Yeltsin on his first official visit with President George Bush in June 1992. It's pretty good invite to get, I guess, for like a little 20-something guy. Interesting. Kononikian, she noted, passed himself off as both a Kremlin insider and one of the new breed of wealthy young Russian reformers who, quote, had contributed $10 million in support of Yeltsin's presidential campaign. Kononikian returned to the U.S. in September, and by this time said he was a shareholder and the U.S. vice president of Menatep Bank. Kononikian came to her attention through L. Carter Cornick and Eugene Proper and Jonathan Ginsburg of the Washington, D.C. law firm Ginsburg, Feldman, and Bress. Cornick and Proper were well known, having worked the murder case of Orlando Letelier, Chile's former ambassador to the U.S., killed by a car bomb in D.C. in September 1976. That's wild. So, yeah, that was a pretty brazen assassination, right? Of the leftist
Yes.
ambassador. By the time Kononikian arrived on the scene, Cornick and Proper had long been retired from government posts. Cornick from the FBI, and Proper from his position as a prosecutor with the criminal division of the DOJ. Thompson had earlier worked with both men on a classified law enforcement operation, she said, and with them as representatives of the Raytheon Corporation and Boeing Aerospace, marketing their defense products in Brunei. Now, Brunei did come up
Yeah.
earlier. The real tie to Kononikian, she
I
explained,
think it did come up a little bit earlier, right? One during
there
the
was
like
missing like $10
yeah.
million from Brunei that
Yeah.
was kind of being laundered. I forget if
hmm
BCCI, but Rappaport and like Casey were involved. So here we go. The real tie to Kononikian, she explained, was the father of lawyer Jonathan Ginsburg. He was familiar with senior Soviet officials, some as far back as World War II, and he supposedly referred Kononikian to the law firm, which then represented a Thompson, that, quote, Kononikian's bona fides were impeccable and that he was one of Russia's youngest, most brilliant financial tycoons. When they finally met, Kononikian pointed out that his bank controlled 1.7 billion in assets and investment portfolios of Russia's most prominent political and social elite. In addition, he told her that approximately, quote, 100 of his clients had individual assets and investment portfolios in excess of $100 million. Given that the economic and political turmoil in Russia was so great, Menatep Bank, he said, desired to, quote, establish an offshore bank to protect the assets of its clients with an initial capitalization of 1 billion and to purchase 100 naturalized passports for preferred clients of Menatep, 25 passports for employees of Menatep, and 15 diplomatic passports at any cost for very, very special clients of Menatep. Moreover, Kononikian insisted that the passports had to be obtained from either a Latin American or Caribbean nation whose laws featured the unrestricted repatriation of capital and serious bank secrecy and did not cover the issuance of visas. This would allow clients of Menatep Bank to travel freely into Eastern and Western European countries to manage their assets and business investments. According to Thompson, Cornick, Proper, and Ginsburg wanted her help in finding the most effective offshore, politically astute politicians. Interesting. So then what she did initially, however, was to call a senior CIA official who had served as the director of the Soviet Eastern Division. This official brought in another CIA officer who told her the agency knew this was an elaborate money laundering scheme to hide billions of dollars stolen by high-level government officials and members of the KGB. The two CIA officials wanted her to aid them in the collection of intelligence on this scheme. Thompson also learned, she testified, that both the CIA and the FBI had long been watching the activities of Kononikian and Khodorkovsky. The CIA asked her to penetrate the operation, getting the names of as many of the players as possible, the banks they were using, and the business fronts they had developed. Cornick, Proper, and Ginsburg had apparently alienated Kononikian with their, quote, rather high fee structure, she commented, and thus were out of the game. Thompson, therefore, volunteered to work the case and to use her company as well. She made it clear in her testimony that she believed this operation was one of the CIA's most important endeavors. Otherwise, she never would have entered into a relationship with Kononikian. With the assistance of her partner, Charles A. Regan, a founding member and president of First Columbia Company, Inc., based in Chevy Chase, Maryland, they began their mission. And he puts in parentheses, before continuing on, we must alert the reader to the salient fact that we could never find any corporate documents dealing with First Columbia Company, nor could we locate Thompson. All right, that's a little weird, right?
Um, yeah. It is
this
strange.
woman testified, but then like there's no record of her. You can't find her, and the company she like testified that she worked for like doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, and she just like happens to freelance for
did
the
I'm
CIA
trying
as
to
an informant. Yeah, she might be like a spook who is a totally different identity, and like this is all a little bit like laundered. I mean, if this is like a CIA asset testifying, like they might just be like, I don't know, could be using false names or kind of just constructing a false identity of like, oh, I just happen to be like a person who called up. How does she know the CIA official who served as the director of the Soviet Eastern Division? Like that's I know in like DC it's like weird like that. It's like, oh, my neighbor like works for the CIA and shit. But like that's pretty high level. I don't know. Just be like, oh, let me call my friend.
Yeah, they
Basically,
also spell Gurkha differently in the book and
hmm,
in the PDF and the EPUB. They spell Gurkha with no H. You have it with an H, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
interesting.
Von Gierke.
No,
Wow.
I
Oh
have
no, there
Karen.
she is a reference in the Guardian article from 1999. White House under fire for, quote, covering up Russian corruption, testifying to a House of Representatives committee investigating Russian money laundering. Yeah, Karen von Gurka Thompson. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, this is, it's like practically the tip of the iceberg also. Like, I mean, this weird young guy like gave a bunch of money to Boris Yeltsin's campaign. This investigation that they were like looking into totally traced back to Boris Yeltsin. But I feel like certain people in the CIA knew that it did because he's probably on some kind of payroll, I would imagine. You know, you don't dissolve the
Hmm.
Soviet Union for nothing, for free, right? I think that's a lesson that is going to come through. Like, I don't think anybody did it just for the thrills or because they're such libs. I think everyone got, I mean, even these KGB guys, allegedly. But I guess we should also be cautious of this spooks version of events a little bit about like his secret KGB networks and stuff, though I'm not going to dismiss it out of hand as well. I just think that, I don't know, like it's very murky, like we talked about earlier. Like, really, all these KGB guys just like switched into like being especially the hardline communist ones. Like they all just switched to being like criminals. Like I feel like they would be the ones that like wouldn't, but maybe they had no choice, or maybe they were trying to like preserve something, some kind of like deep state like networked structure, like to preserve, like Russian interests. I don't know. Going on in the book here, Regan, her partner, attended several meetings with Konanikin and his wife, Elena Gracheva. In between, Konanikin was traveling quite often to Switzerland, Germany, Austria, Greece, Turkey, and Russia. Gracheva ran the show in the US while her husband was on the road. It soon became apparent to the CIA that she was really Konanikin's boss. Quote, her orders were coming direct from a senior KGB official in Moscow. Apparently, the CIA and FBI were keeping tabs on his every move. Very soon, the acquisition of the passports became the number one priority for Konanikin and Gracheva, and according to Thompson, they, quote, put enormous pressure on us to begin the passport procurement process. Thompson met with officials from the Embassy of Uruguay, and subsequently, a proposal was presented to Konanikin. As far as First Columbia was concerned, the project was ready. However, it was already dead in the water. On September 21st, 1993, in a telephone conversation with Elena Gracheva, Thompson was told they had no intention of executing the agreement and did not want her to telephone them ever again. Approximately 7 months later, Thompson was told by the CIA that she had been compromised by Aldrich Ames, the infamous CIA turncoat, and would be killed or arrested if she traveled to Russia. Apparently, Ames was on the list of those who had received the operational information. Moreover, in summer 1996, Thompson was finally informed that Ames and Konanikin had been, quote, in Turkey at the same time and same location, and that was the alleged cause of the cancellation of the contract. The CIA's supposition was that Konanikin had learned from Ames that he was being watched by the agency and that Thompson was on a covert mission. It is disturbing to note that it took the CIA 3 years to inform Thompson of this critical clandestine meeting, if, indeed, it actually took place. Oh, weird. Thompson was clearly angered by both the failed operation and the agency's subsequent failure to report the incident to the appropriate congressional oversight committees. She was convinced the entire episode was a policy versus intelligence failure. She reiterated her claim that Konanikin's money laundering trail led directly to Russian President Boris Yeltsin. This, therefore, made it a very difficult political situation for the Clinton administration. In addition, she said the CIA left Aldrich Ames in the catbird seat at the Counter Narcotics Center,
Yeah, this is a
monitoring.
direct quote, by the way.
Oh, really?
Apparently.
The
Yeah.
catbird seat.
She
Hmm.
said the CIA. Yeah, this is a block quote. Yeah.
Yeah, she said they left him in the catbird seat at the Counter Narcotics Center, monitoring Russia money laundering operations that were under the control of two of his former KGB handlers, who also had direct ties to Konanikin. Ames's former handlers were Viktor Cherkashin, who was responsible for recruitment and vetting of KGB assets, and Leonid Sherbarshin, former chairman of the KGB, whom Konanikin hired to work for him at the All-Russian Exchange Bank, established and controlled by the KGB. Thompson also commented on the dirt churned by Menatep Bank and its wholly owned subsidiary, Yukos Oil. According to her, both were believed to be owned and controlled by the KGB. Additionally, she testified that Konanikin and Khodorkovsky were the subjects of an investigation by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve Bank for having established the EU Bank in Antigua. While this may have been accurate, the New York Times was forced to correct a 1997 story on the EUB for having neglected to contact Khodorkovsky for a response. Khodorkovsky stated that his position as a director of the EUB ended in 1994, precisely 1 week after its registration, and that he'd never had a role in its operations in any case. Lastly, Thompson, I hate that. I'm sorry, but I hate like journalism rules like, oh, they corrected it. They didn't retract it. I guess that's okay. But like every now and then, if it's like they do like one stupid thing wrong, it's like you have to retract that entire story. Like,
Yeah.
because like they'll get sued. So like, but
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
substance of it is like pretty, it's like you were on the founding
It's like a
documents. It's
weird
like,
like chivalric code that they have where it's like
yeah,
my sources. It's like no, I have like I've misspelled something, so therefore I must like retract the entire article. It's kind of like yeah, I guess there's a lot of things like that.
mhm,
I guess it is part of the sort of broader legal system where like if you make
right.
like one small technical error, you can like
You're
like throw
done.
out your
You're
entire
done. It's
case.
like an
Yeah.
episode of the newsroom where like everyone's just shocked and like Will McAvoy yells at you and destroys you, for breaking the code.
I
Exactly.
mean, Will McAvoy would go absolutely ballistic if anyone like compromised their sources or if
Yeah.
they forced him to make a retraction. I mean, I think there was an entire season about the
Yeah.
newsroom
There
of the
was.
newsroom about like the horror of like getting a story wrong.
It was the
Although
most, yeah, yeah.
yeah, in their case, I think that they like made up an entire like war crime that I guess hadn't happened, as if there aren't real like U.S.
When they
sponsored war
used
crimes that
Saren,
they could.
yeah, when a
Yeah,
fucking
yeah, it
like
was the greatest
a
arc of
fucking
all
like
time.
WikiLeaks like millennial WikiLeaks reporter like decides to lie to like make a point
Yeah,
about how he hates the
Jerry
military.
Dantana,
Jerry
who was
Dantana,
he was too cynical about Obama and he
yeah.
was corrupted. It also like
He was blackmailed
was
by the
like
drone program.
yeah, like all whistleblowers and leakers are like insane and like their main like whistleblower like shot herself in the head or something and that was like when they started to realize that this is all bullshit like and that you can't trust these
Right.
revelations. But also yeah, the filthy leftist who didn't trust Obama was actually completely unscrupulous and he decided to like
Edit a
deceptively edit
video.
footage. Yeah.
We use
Yeah.
Saren.
And yeah, and
Yeah.
anytime the US is accused of aiding and abetting, committing, or sponsoring war crimes, that's what's going on. It's just some angry millennial
Yeah.
who has changed the video somehow.
I
It's
feel like
not
in
the
a
exact
way, like
opposite of that.
I never
Like,
thought about this
um,
before. I never thought about this before, but like the two kind of more like millennial character. There's a couple millennial characters, but I feel like the two that are like us are like I'm Jerry Dantana and you're the like what's his Neil, like the guy from Slumdog Millionaire who believes in Bigfoot. And he's like always trying to
um,
get them to like do Bigfoot stories.
oh yes, that's true. But he believed that Bigfoot was an animal, which I don't believe.
It was
And
the early 2010s, like
yeah.
millennials didn't know as much back then, but
Yeah, it's
you
true. They
know.
weren't as
But
Bigfoot
I was
built.
just
They
like,
weren't as
it's like Jerry
knowledgeable.
Danton's just like a tall guy who's mad about the drone program and everyone
Yeah,
hates him
true. He
for
did
it
remind
and
me of you
gangs
a
up
little
on
bit.
him,
Yeah, he did kind of have like your hair
Like
sort
I
of.
would have done that in like 2014 had I been like, no, I mean, I wouldn't have like edited footage,
You
but
wouldn't have
I
doctored
would have,
footage of a general saying we
no,
use Saren.
but I would be
But you would
like
have like told
aggressive
Will
about like,
McAvoy that
we
yeah.
need to cover the drone program and it's like not
Yes.
cool and stuff and gotten fired. Yeah, that's what would have happened. But
Yes.
anyways,
Um
yeah, so okay, now we're gonna get an even weirder territory. I guess like to end this, Thompson stated at her testimony that, quote, her constitutional rights were violated to protect a hidden foreign policy agenda that at the end of the day aided and abetted corrupt Russian officials. Damn. So she's kind of calling out the CIA for like being shady and like the Clinton administration. Not sure like what her ultimate game is there. It is interesting. There's such an overlap with the Aldrich Ames kind of spy thing, right?
Hmm.
You know, I
Yeah.
guess they uncovered him in 1994, but they didn't like move on him until, classic like double agent, like you want to see who he talks to kind of thing before you get him. But a hidden foreign policy agenda that aided and abetted corrupt Russian officials like Boris Yeltsin. Yeah. So moving on here, this section, an unexpected arrest. It says, one would have presumed that everything about Kononikin's affairs was aired in the House Banking Committee hearings, but that was not the case. Kononikin was arrested by the INS in the first week of summer 1996. For the next 13 months, he was locked up in several detention centers in Virginia. Finally, in July 1997, Judge T.S. Ellis III released him from jail, but placed him under house arrest until diverse matters could finally be sorted out. The judge reached this decision following the final act of Kononikin versus William J. Carroll, the district director of INS, presented in U.S. District Court. So the origins of this case, he says, the serious Kononikin case began in 1992, although hardly anyone was aware of it for quite some time. It started with the Budapest kidnapping, which Schwetz described as, quote, concocted and thereby intended to help Kononikin and his wife gain permanent residence in the U.S. However, several years before Schwetz testified before Congress, okay, now we have a weird name drop that this guy pops up a lot. This issue had been resolved by FBI Special Agent Robert Levinson, who confirmed that in 1992, Kononikin was actually kidnapped and subsequently, quote, pursued by assassins of the Solntsevskaya organized criminal group, the
Huh. All
largest and
right.
most influential organized criminal group in Russia, headed by Semion Mogilevich, that operates on an international scale. So it was Mogilevich and the Solntsevskaya. I'll try to say that right. But okay, I just want to note there that like both books that we kind of read mentioned Robert Levinson as just like a source, like an FBI source. But he became famous like years after these kind of things were written because he's the guy who disappeared in Iran. Remember?
Oh.
Like the former
Huh.
FBI agent who was accused by Iran of being a CIA agent or doing some kind of weird
Right.
freelance shit for them in Iran,
Hmm.
who disappeared and like hasn't been seen again and is I think now kind of presumed dead. I think he might have been in like 2010, Robert Levinson. But I guess for years he was kind of like a public figure that would comment a lot on like he would testify and then he'd go out in public and he was talking a lot about like Russian organized crime shit in like the 90s, which I think is interesting. Yeah, he was a former presumed death before March 25th, 2020. I don't know why. He was declared dead in absentia on that date. He was a former DEA agent, former FBI, disappeared in March 2007. Actually, no, they admit it now that like he was on a mission for the CIA,
Hmm.
which it says parentheses 1998 to
Yeah,
2007.
Iran, I think maybe never admitted that they had him. Or maybe they did eventually, did they? I think no, it seems like they didn't. In an interview with CNN, Christian and Amanpour during a trip to the United Nations General Assembly in September 2013, Iranian President Hassan Rouhani spoke of cooperation regarding Levinson's case. We are willing to help, and all the intelligence services in the region can come together and gather information about him to find his whereabouts. Rouhani told Amanpour, we're willing to cooperate on that.
Right.
Yeah, so
So
it
this
seems like they
actually
never acknowledged that
did
they
it
had
actually
him,
did
but
come
they
out in like
did.
2013 that like they
Yeah.
had to admit that he was working for the CIA and that like
Yeah.
they I guess kind of like fucked it up a little bit.
Right.
That this is like a huge mistake of theirs. It says that yeah, actually the his family received a $2.5 million annuity from the CIA in order to stop a lawsuit revealing details of his work in Iran and to forestall any revelation of details regarding the arrangement between Levinson and the agency. He's believed to have been held by the government of Iran, while Iran does not acknowledge his arrest. His passport has never shown up in any other country. So the family announced his presumed death
Right.
in March 2020. and 2 Iranian officials were sanctioned for their believed role. So in the AP reported in December 2013 that their investigations revealed that Levinson indeed had been working for the CIA, contradicting the U.S. government statement that he was not an employee of the government at the time of his capture. U.S. officials had publicly, I remember this story. They publicly insisted that Levinson went to Iran as a private investigator working a cigarette smuggling case. Right.
Incredibly
Okay.
important.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Very high level.
Lucy's were being distributed. And
Jesus.
yeah.
Yeah. So the AP first confirmed his CIA ties in 2010 when his case came he was on an unauthorized mission to gather intelligence about the Iranian government for the US government. When the case came to light inside the US government, produced a serious scandal. Levinson's travel was planned by 3 CIA officials who did not follow the proper vetting process or seek the necessary approval for the mission from their supervisors. Kish Island in the Persian Gulf is a tourist destination, a stronghold of international organized crime, and a free trade zone. That's interesting. There's a footnote there. And there's a German footnote. Meaning Americans don't need a visa to enter. In 2008, the CIA forced those officials to turn in early resignations and disciplined 7 others after an internal investigation determined they were responsible for sending Levinson on the mission to Iran. Levinson's source on Kish was Dawood Salahuddin, an American fugitive accused of the killing of the prominent former Iranian diplomat Ali Akbar Tabatabai in
Tabatabai.
Tabatabai in 1980. The exiled Tabatabai was holding meetings of a counter-revolutionary group at his U.S. home at the time. What Levinson wanted in that mission remains unclear. He retired from the FBI in 1998 and was self-employed as a PI. His specialty was Russian organized crime gangs, and he was even interviewed numerous times for TV documentaries to discuss the topic. Both Levinson and the CIA analyst who hired him, Ann Jablonsky, specialized in Russian organized crime, but not Iranian issues. Interesting. So very weird. Like this guy got sent on like a very bungling mission, and we don't know why. And then he gets basically snatched and like goes away. But I never really had heard. I kind of assumed he would have been like an Iran expert or something, a Middle East expert. But like really his specialty was like 90s Russian organized crime. And so that's why he's cited in a few of these books as like speaking out about it. And he knew, I guess, a lot about these like personalities who I gotta say are like pretty fucking dangerous. Like Semion Mogilevich. I mean, these guys are not above like death threatening journalists, like basically like for very small kind of reasons or murdering entire families of their rivals, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So anyway, so he backed up Konanikin's story and said he actually was kidnapped by Mogilevich. So anyways, as soon as he could, Konanikin barraged Russian authorities with letters demanding an investigation of the KGB villains. In July 1993, the Russian government finally initiated one that was run by the Ministry of Security of the Russian Federation. Head of the investigation was Lieutenant Colonel A.V. Volovodz, a military prosecutor. But by October, the ministry was abolished, and its successor was not permitted to investigate domestic crime. In 1984, Volovodz resumed his investigation, but his concentration was now focused solely on Konanikin rather than the purported kidnappers. Although he had no jurisdiction, as Russian law banned the military from investigating civilians, Volovodz simply carried on. He also arranged for the assistance of Alexei Ilyushenko, the Russian prosecutor general, who ended up in prison in 1996 on corruption charges. In September 1994, Volovodz also requested assistance from the U.S. The colonel wanted info on Konanikin's finances and asked the U.S. authorities to arrest him and send him back to Russia. In spring of the following year, the FBI informed Konanikin's attorney that a murder contract had been issued by the Russian mafia to associates in the U.S., and sensibly added that Konanikin should go into hiding. In December 1995, a teletype from the FBI office in Moscow was sent to the director of the FBI and to the FBI office in Miami. The subject, Alexander Pavlovich Konanikin. There are several ways of spelling Konanikin's name, depending on whether the writer is Russian from the West, etc. So they spelled it with no E. This matter was forwarded to Legat Moscow shortly after the Legat opened during September 1994. It was one of the initial investigations wherein the Russian law enforcement authorities requested FBI assistance. Succinctly, Alexander Pavlovich Kononikin in 1992 embezzled $8.1 million from a Russian bank and is now comfortably residing in the United States. So the Russian law enforcement authorities have indicted Kononikin and issued a warrant for his arrest. This matter was assigned to Special Agent Len Zavatovsky of the Federal Reserve Systems Office of Special Investigations. Special Agent Zavatovsky had reportedly interviewed Kononikin and is aware of his address in Washington and Aspen, Colorado. Additionally, Assistant U.S. Attorney Daniel Sakali, Washington, D.C., is handling this matter. On several occasions, this matter has been raised as one of the most important cases referred to the FBI. Recently, the acting Procurator General, Oleg Gaidanov, also recently fired, raised this issue and evidenced displeasure at the lack of progress. Finally, Volevods asked about the possibility of traveling to Washington to meet with Agent Zavatovsky and AUSA Sakali to pursue the matter of returning Kononikin to Russia. Investigator Nusayev made available the following list of telephone numbers called by Kononikin from Uruguay, which is where Karen von Gerka Thompson wanted to acquire the visas, to assist in this investigation. He reproduces that here. Yeah, it's really like the Russian prosecutor general says that the absence of an extradition treaty should not be an obstacle because the Russian Federation during the period 1993 to 1995 managed to deport 6 criminals to the United States. But I guess probably, I'm going to guess no luck on that. So just going through here, this is about his immigration case. We don't need to really read all of this, but Russia wants him to be sent back. So again, very interesting because like the Russian authorities want him back, but then allegedly he's like a KGB beard, that's like very connected to like Yeltsin. So it's a little bit it's very liminal and confusing, right? Antoinette Rizzi was the INS attorney. She was brought into the case by the district council. Oh, Rizzi, I believe this attorney was alarmed when she joined this case because the way the law is that it had to be the country from whence the person came into the United States, and that happened to be Antigua, not Russia, I guess, in terms of like deportation. So it's like they would have to send it back to Antigua, which like, wouldn't really work. Then there was an advertising firm in Russia called Greatis, like great is, founded in Moscow with an office in Budapest, in which Kononikin was deeply involved. Rizzi became even more suspicious when she learned one of the Russians pushing the Kononikin case forward in the U.S., the soon infamous Volevods, quote, called some associates and advised them to go over to the firm and make sure that the president of Greatis Moscow, a man named Menshikov, did not testify for Kononikin. Despite heavy pressure from both the Russians and the INS, however, Menshikov did testify at an INS hearing. It seemed to Rizzi that Greatis's very existence was questionable, as its alleged addresses in Moscow, given by Volevods, appeared to be, and indeed were, false. This was, she determined a bit later, a key part in Volevods' charade that moved the INS to arrest Kononikin for having a fraudulent L visa. While the INS was concentrating on Greatis Moscow, it seemingly paid no attention to the Greatis subsidiary, Greatis USA Inc., which had been incorporated in Delaware by the law firm Jones, Day, Rivas, and Pogue, and was initially based in Washington, D.C., with Kononikin as its president. Thus, he worked for a U.S. firm, had never been charged with a real crime, held the correct visa, and was entitled to stay in the U.S. Oops. So I guess there were other alleged illegalities emanating from the way the INS handled this, like misrepresentation of facts, each playing fast and loose with the Russians out to get Kononikin, no matter what fictions they had to create. Interesting. He says that what seems to have been at the center of the U.S. efforts to return Kononikin to Russia in leg irons was simply the desire to establish the FBI and INS offices in Moscow. They needed local credibility, particularly the INS, which clearly, quote, had a vested interest in cooperating with the Russians. So yeah, Kononikin denounced, all this shit in his trial and said it was all like they were targeting him. Yeah, I think pretty much like the case collapsed and like he was, so he moved to New Jersey after that and continued his business and worked in Manhattan. His company, KMGI Studios, which does internet advertising, is or was in the Empire State Building, Suite 355. Whatever one may
Wow.
think of Kononikin's veracity concerning the movement of money out of Russia, the European Union Bank, the attempted passport deals, internet gambling, or Bank Menatep, he was certainly mistreated by the INS in its dalliance with Lieutenant Colonel Volovod's, a stalwart associate of Russian organized crime. We are not suggesting that Kononikin was merely a victim. He had participated in and was knowledgeable about important events that skirted close to the edge. But in a quiet way, he helped others understand how Bank Menatep and the Bank of New York operated their clandestine deals. For example, he discussed why Menatep Bank opened various offshore bank accounts in Antigua. It turns out that this was done under the advice of Ernst & Young, Menatep's accounting firm. He also noted that other U.S. accounting firms working in Russia pushed Russian banks to use the Bank of New York to conduct their banking activity. In addition, he knew that Yuli Vorontsov, an advisor to President Yeltsin on foreign affairs, and the Russian Federation's permanent representative to the UN, who subsequently became Russian ambassador to the US, relentlessly pushed the Bank of New York services to various Russian banks. Vorontsov admired the Bank of New York, Kononikin commented, because he also had ownership interests in various offshore accounts that were facilitated by electronic wire transfers from the Bank of New York. In 1992, Vorontsov and E. Gerald Corrigan, president of the New York Fed, jointly chaired a group named the Russian American Bankers Forum to aid in the restructuring of the Russian financial system. An advisory group to the forum was established that included senior Fed officials and key executives and officials from some of the largest U.S. banks and most influential law firms. Among those participating banks were the Bank of New York, Chemical Bank, Citibank, Chase Manhattan, the First National Bank of Chicago, J.P. Morgan, and Bankers Trust. So everybody was a little bit kind of in on it. Finally, Kononikin was involved in discussions in the Bahamas arranged by a former prime minister, shout out back to Contra 7, likely the notorious Lyndon Pindling, involving Bank Menatep and the offshore movement of assets through Bahamian companies. He was privy to meetings between the Bank of New York and Bank Menatep in which joint ventures were discussed and, he said, consummated. These deals included the removal of assets from Bank Menatep into offshore companies and accounts. Kononikin was a serious player, although the venality, if not stupidity, of the INS turned him into something of a martyr. Wow. So, very strange figure, Kononikin. I actually don't know, like, what, because these books are kind of old, like, what ended up happening to him. And if he's, like, still in the US, like, is he just, I forget if the other book talks a little bit, because I think they might have, that journalist might have spoken to him. Oh yeah, he's got a Wikipedia article and everything. He is an
Yeah, I'm
entrepreneur
reading
and
it right
former
now.
banker.
Yeah.
Defiance, or how to wow, I love this book title. Defiance, or how to succeed in business despite being hounded by the FBI, the KGB, the INS, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, Interpol, and mafia hitmen. A true story. Wow, we might have to turn back and read his memoir
Yeah,
one of
that
these
actually
days.
sounds fun.
Oh my God, yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds fun. Wow, what a fucking title. Yeah, he founded
Wow, in
KMGI Group.
2021, Kononikin became one of 7 entrepreneurs to form the Circle of Money on the streaming television series Unicorn Hunters. The television panel also includes Steve Wozniak, Lance Bass, Rosa Gumatao Rios, Moises Vela, Scott Livingston, and Silvina Moschini. According to the Real Screen, the show intends to mixes entertainment with the potential for like bad grammar in Wikipedia sentence, excuse me, but the show intends to mix entertainment with the potential for consumers to back select pre-IPO investment opportunities, thereby democratizing wealth creation. The show streamed on Amazon Prime,
Oh my God.
in addition to
Amazon
other
Prime.
platforms.
What year was that?
That was in 2021. The company behind the television show released the cryptocurrency Unicoin in February 2022.
Oh my God.
According to
Wow.
fellow founder Steve Wozniak, the coin is tied to the financial results of the companies that the Unicorn Hunters and the show's viewers have invested in. This is what I'm talking about.
Wow,
This is exactly what I'm talking
gamifying
about.
everything,
Yeah.
like into like a game show, like investment.
Yeah.
Shark Tank on crack. Like,
This does sound exactly like Shark Tank on crack. This is
God.
great. On March 1st, 2022, shortly after the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, Kononikin announced on social media that he was offering a $1 million bounty for the arrest of Vladimir Putin with the text,
Oh my,
"Wanted, dead or alive,
oh
Vladimir
my
Putin for
God.
mass murder." Despite the wording of his online poster, Konanikin subsequently reiterated that he's not advocating assassination, but admitted that he would celebrate Putin's death.
Oh my
Right.
God.
Nice.
Wow. This guy has led quite a life. Now, I guess his current company is Transparent Business. That's his company today, or one of his companies.
Guy's epic.
Yeah, he was a real internet hotshot. He was named in 2004, he was named New York Businessman of the Year by the Republican National Committee. His company WikiExperts.us, which offers editing services on Wikipedia, was banned from editing on the online encyclopedia
That's
in October 2013. He's
that's
one of the
an
ones like deleting.
amazing
You hire him
thing.
to delete the
Yeah.
Franklin page, you know.
Right, exactly. His like that's like the leprechaun we encountered on
Yeah,
in the leprechaun
he's
episode.
the
Is like
leprechaun.
his like rogue AI that is still like running around without direction.
Oh my
Um
God. Wow, there's also a novel by Brian Haig. Is that Alexander Haig? He actually might be Alexander Haig's like son or grandson. Yes, literally Alexander Haig's son wrote a novel based on fucking Alexander Konanikin called The Hunted. Is a novel based on his life and Elena Gracheva. It's dedicated to the late Gracheva. In 2016, interesting, USA Today reported that Konanikin was moving to Canada due to the election of Donald Trump.
yes,
Um,
it's a funny article. It mentions Peter Thiel as one of the few pro-Trump figures in Silicon Valley.
oh my
Um
God. Oh my
Yeah, don't
God.
expect much of a tech presence in a Trump administration. Venture capitalist Peter Thiel was one of few pro-Trump voices in Silicon Valley. I'm taking off and leaving for Canada, says Alex Konanikin, a tech serial entrepreneur who runs software firm transparentbusiness.com. Yeah, the household name, transparentbusiness.com, for aesthetic and business reasons. That is aesthetic, like, I don't know, beautiful, like beauty
Yeah.
related,
Yeah.
or like,
Me.
I don't get it. I guess Trump is ugly, is what he's saying. Well, fair enough, I guess, but I
Huh.
don't know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess, yeah, for
yeah,
aesthetic reasons, he doesn't like
yeah,
it.
I
I
just wanted to
mean,
clarify because I was like, did they like mistranscribe it? Did he mean like ascetic reasons? Like, is he going to like live in the Yukon? But I don't know.
right.
Yeah, at
Alexander
least he
Haig,
didn't do that, and instead he stayed and he like started Unicorn Hunters on Amazon
yeah,
Prime. And,
but he's like beloved by like Republican people, including like he must have probably been friends with
I'm on his LinkedIn right
Brian
now.
Haig, Brian Haig, the son of Alexander Haig, who was, Reagan's Secretary of State, but was kind of sort of like a weird
Well, it's interesting
outsider,
that he's beloved by Republican people because he seems like a hardcore, like never Trumper.
but you know
If
what?
the
It's like
Senate acquits Trump, Putin will get him reelected. He wrote this
you
article in
you
2020.
know what though? Like it gets conspicuous sometimes that like that
Yeah,
that crowd around George H.W. Bush, they have like a
yeah,
personal like distaste of like Trump,
yeah.
but
Right,
basically
obviously.
they're still like conservative as fuck.
Yeah, I guess you mean that he's like beloved by a certain clique of
Right, right. Like
conservatives.
people who remember maybe like what he did in the
Yeah.
90s and stuff. I mean, like even, Brian Haig, the author, I guess he's like a Fox News commentator now, but he wrote a lot of thrillers. But he also had like a pretty robust military career. He ended as the special assistant to chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, John Shalikashvili, who was actually born in Poland to Georgian emigre parents, who was the Joint Chiefs of Staff, like guy in 93 to 97. I don't want to say that was an ethnic hire, but feels relevant, right? In like the post-Soviet space to have like a Georgian Eastern European general guy, right?
hmm
So he was his special assistant like throughout the mid 90s and probably had some overlap with like Eastern European issues, I guess, and stuff like and then wrote this fucking book, The Hunted, in I guess 2009 that is dedicated to Konanikin's wife, who I guess died. She's not alive anymore. But that would also be kind of a funny maybe book, kind of a prayers for the assassin kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. He's like, yeah, after he claims that former KGB officers muscled him out of his own business in 1992, he did get refugee status. He got political refugee status eventually, I think, by the US
Some of
government.
his like projects are giving me like a security risk when I click on them on his website. It's like telling me like this could not verify the identity of this. I have to like
The first things that some of the first things that come up now are his Unicoin cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I'm looking at his other businesses like Wiki Experts, which you mentioned,
Oh, he's on
Stock for Services and Services for Stock. which I
Wow.
assume are like a trading service where you like exchange stock in order to get unique pre-IPO opportunities for your services.
Yeah.
Turn your
He
spare capacity into valuable stock in highly vetted disruptive companies and co-invest alongside industry leaders. Join the revolutionary new way that stocks are traded and services delivered. Wow, so this is like the gig economy, but with stocks. So you like, yeah, you like sign up to, it's like Fiverr, but instead you get like some kind of like share in some disruptive company, I assume. I can't really
Right.
tell like what they're asking you to do. Turn your unsold time, space, and inventory into value. Convert idle resources into real benefits for your business. What?
I'm
Um,
looking at his Instagram right now, and like he has kind of like Buffalo J.A. Ja 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 like energy, like a
uh-huh.
little bit. Like it's like some of his photos all of them just look like he's got this like, I guess, his first wife passed away, but he's got this like Instagram model, like Italian young, I guess, wife now that he poses with a lot, wearing a Stanford Business School shirt, posing in exotic locations. It looks like he might live in Miami or something. My God, he did write a whole op-ed in Newsweek in 2024 this year, February. Putin must be stopped. Is an opinion piece by Alex Konanikin, Russian defector. Is how he that's very, I guess that's a very hot way to introduce yourself these days. So I guess he's not, a patriot in that way, that like he's, you know what I mean? Like he, I guess, defected, from
Yeah,
like he's
he's
not, I think it seems like, yeah, he's maybe not
well,
secretly
I think
working for
he's
the
fully
KGB.
anti-Putin. Maybe he
Yeah.
would be down with like a truly democratic NATO-fied Russia or something. I don't know, but he's definitely
Yeah,
not
maybe
down
here it
with
sounds
Putin.
this whole article is about like he killed Navalny. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's, yeah, he said as Putin was torturing Navalny, he was killing the hope for a new democratic Russia. I mean,
Right.
Konanikin, like, he does seem to be like some kind of weird asset figure. And I think maybe for Khodorkovsky as well. Like these young whiz kid like hotshots that came over here and doing all these things. Like he did end up kind of getting, protected at the end of the day and not sent back to Russia. Konanikin claims here, he did lay a $1 million bounty put forward for Putin's arrest and is calling for 1,000 business people to follow his example so that there will be $1 billion bounty and the ICC warrant for his arrest will be executed. He says if we don't stop him, he will go on unabated and cause the death of billions. And he says, predictably, Putin put me on his list of targets. His agents, the Soviet Committee of State Security, KGB slash Federal Security Service, FSB, are still trying to hunt me down around the world. Being an enemy of the criminal Russian state is nothing new to me. For years, I was one of Russia's most wanted. I'm not alone in this process. It goes on like about how like Gary Kasparov and like other people, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's really just doing like
Interesting.
NATO
All right.
propaganda. In 2024, I don't regret
Kind of
being
want to watch
Putin's
an
enemy.
episode of Unicorn Hunters too.
Yeah,
Like,
this
yeah, that
guy,
has Alex Konanikin on it.
yeah,
Um,
he was named, I think, in the very early 90s as like Russia's wealthiest like entrepreneur for like a minute. He got kind of eclipsed and then he ran away. But, he's yeah, he loves that title of being he's a bad boy. I think he's a bad boy.
mhm.
He's the most wanted, right? So just to wrap up this little chapter here, there's a little more yeah, it talks about like when Riggs bowed out of Valmet. Valmet moved to somewhere else in Switzerland. Somebody had been in charge of Valmet's Cyprus office, which he does mention was the single most important venue for Russian flight capital until recently when it started to join the EU. Cyprus was. Oh, interesting. Also, in 1994, the Rossiyski Credit Bank, RKB, in Moscow, formed a Swiss affiliate, Credit Finance, which was housed under the directorship of Valmet SA in Geneva. The RKB was established in 1990 and grew into the third largest private bank in Russia by late winter 1998. It was put together by more than 35 of the largest Russian companies, state enterprises, insurance companies, and banks. They handled transactions for the Russian Ministry of Finance, Taxation Service, Committee for Precious Metals, among other agencies, and also created a network of 120 affiliates and branches within Russia, and worked with approximately 500 foreign correspondent banks. Moreover, around 30 major international banks provided the RKB with credit lines, including the Bank of New York, Citibank, Chase Manhattan, Credit Suisse, Banca Nazionale del Lavoro, several German banks, including Deutsche Bank, and Austrian ones, such as Raiffeisen Zentralbank, and others as well. There's more, I guess, like there's Bermuda connections. It talks about another Valmet spawn, Runicom SA, that soon became an arm of the Russian oil giant Sibneft, the Siberian oil company. We brought that up earlier, like the importance of the connections with like the union officials in the Siberian oil regions. The Runicom SA was dominated by two oligarchs, Roman Abramovich and Boris Berezovsky. Shortly before that happened, Abramovich, who was 28 years old when Runicom was registered in Geneva in December 1994, was just an oil trader supervising a network of companies operating out of Switzerland. The following year, Abramovich was given the title of director of Runicom's Moscow representative office. He was also a partner with Leonid Dyachenko, President Yeltsin's son-in-law. Interesting. Runicom was technically owned by two Riggs Valmet companies. 50% was registered by Riggs Valmet nominees in the Isle of Man, Peter Bond's Roost, and the other half by Riggs Valmet Finsbury nominees in Gibraltar. The true beneficial owners of both firms were not disclosed. Runicom's officers were Eugene Markovich Schvidler from New York, who would later become the president of Sibneft, and Otto de Geller, Nicolas Jacquet, and Christian Michel. Arthur Anderson, naturally, handled the new firm's accounting. Schvidler served as Runicom's vice president, 94 to 96. So again, there's like a weird thing where it's like, oh, these oligarchs like own this oil company, but there's actually like this Valmet company that owns it, and that company is 50% owned by like a Riggs cutout, right? And then the final money trail like is private. So we actually don't know who quote unquote owns this oil company, right? Like it's very but it's much more, it seems much more like Western owned, and a lot of this seems to be specifically constructed to make it not look like that, right? I think I would have to assume this is like part of the whole thing is like making kind of, and using these, cutouts. Like these are almost like the first run of like the people later on, like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, like he's just a nerdy kid who became a billionaire over the night with the internet. And it's like, I feel like, yeah, Roman Abramovich, Berezovsky, Khodorkovsky, these were all like nerdy, like little kids that were super young and ended up as like these oligarchs, which does seem kind of like beard activity of like, because we know it's like these Western banks and like these mafias,
Ночью так часто хочется пить. Ты выходишь на кухню, но вода здесь горька. Ты не можешь здесь спать, ты не хочешь здесь жить. Доброе утро, последний герой. Доброе утро тебе и таким, как ты. Доброе утро, последний герой. Здравствуй, последний герой. Хотел быть один, это быстро прошло. Ты хотел быть один, но не смог быть один. Твоя ноша легка, но не имеет рука. И ты встречаешь рассвет за игрой в дурака. Доброе утро, последний герой. Доброе утро тебе и таким, как ты. Доброе утро, последний герой. Здравствуй, последний герой. Стремишься скорее уйти, телефонный звонок, как команда вперед. Ты уходишь туда, куда не хочешь идти. Ты уходишь туда, но тебя там никто не ждет. Доброе утро, последний герой. Доброе утро тебе и таким, как ты. Доброе утро, последний герой. Здравствуй, последний герой.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff like in chapter. Like we're really not making quick progress through this book, but there is good stuff in chapter 8.
Yeah, I guess Runicom resided in the office of Prorisco Consulting, owned by Carlo Dimitri de Fario y Castro, one of the officers of Bruce Rappaport's Soviet intershipbuilders. Another Rappaport connection. As soon as Abramovich and Berezovsky took over Sibneft, Runicom's real purpose was revealed. Author Paul Klebnikov notes that, quote, they surrounded Sibneft with predatory intermediaries, the chief one being Runicom, which sold Sibneft's oil and oil products for good cash, but delayed paying Sibneft for their shipments. In 1997, Sibneft was out 30 million, and the following year, 45 million. Next, Sibneft gave Runicom an interest-free loan of $124 million in order for Runicom to import oil field equipment. The equipment never showed up. Sometime later, Runicom returned the money, having doubtlessly earned a fast profit in some way or another. There was not much fuss about this, given that Sibneft's general director had been a Runicom executive. Quote, such self-dealing on the part of Abramovich and his deputy clearly harmed the interest of outside shareholders, but it was advantageous for the shareholders of Runicom. There were still other ways to interpret what Runicom and Sibneft were up to. Swiss magistrate Laurent Casper Anserme was convinced that Sibneft and Runicom were deeply involved in the 1998 diversion of IMF loan funds, and that Runicom borrowed around $58 million from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and conveniently failed to pay it back. Wow. Yeah, Valmet kept growing throughout the 90s, working in Curacao, London, and Mauritius. Eventually, all of Valmet was finally bought by a Bermuda firm, Mutual Risk Management Ltd. ... Okay, yeah, that's pretty much the end of the chapter. But now we're you're right. Chapter 8.
Chapter 8
8's
is
wild.
like all about kind of the Red Mafia. In fact, it's called the Criminal Element: Bennix and the Red Mafia.
Yeah. If you want to start reading that, we could go ahead.
I will. The Bank of New York, Berlin and Edwards pleads guilty on February 16th, 2000. 41-year-old Lucy Ludmilla Edwards, a Bank of New York vice president working in the newly minted Eastern European division, and her husband, Peter Berlin, 45 years old with a degree in physics from the Moscow Physical Technical Institute. It's a beautiful building. Pled guilty to participating in a conspiracy to evade income taxes. I'm thinking of the right one. Did you see that, the Moscow Physical Technical Institute? I think it's the one that kind of looks like a spaceship, if I'm thinking of the right school.
I don't quite remember.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. It might be a different one.
I know I've seen the main campus one.
Yeah, it's still pretty nice looking, but there's one university there. It's like a science university. It looks like it's very like sort of Soviet style, like looks like a rocket ship. But anyway, so he pled guilty to participating in a conspiracy to evade income taxes, establishing a branch of a foreign bank in the United States without the approval of the Federal Reserve, operating an illegal money transmitting business, laundering money, and engaging in a wire fraud service scheme to defraud the Russian government of customs duties and tax revenues. Of course, there was much more. Edwards and Berlin admitted to making corrupt payments to 2 Bank of New York employees, as well as laundering these payments through offshore accounts. They added Russian nationals in illegally entering the United States and providing them with fraudulent visas. In her testimony, Edwards significantly added, not surprisingly, that this was consistent with the practice of the Eastern European division of the Bank of New York. In addition, the pair stashed their illicit earnings in offshore locations, principally the Isle of Man. Another, ain't nothing new type situation.
Right.
The judge in the case, the Honorable Shirley Wool Cram, summarized when and how the Berlin-Edwards criminal activities were carried out. These began in late 1995 when Edwards was approved by Russians who had control over the Depositarno Kilingovsky Bank, DKB, Kurlingovsky, if I pronounce that weirdly, whom she knew from her work at Boney, Bank of New York. They wanted Boney's Zippy wire transfer software, micro/cash with a $ for an S register, in order to move money. It's very funny looking. It's micro/cash with a $ hyphen to register. It's just like feel like you kind of need to see it, but it just looks like really goofy. In order
Yeah.
to move money through a new Bony account. As noted in Chapter 6, Micro Cash Register was Irving Trust's cash register system named by Boney following its successful hostile takeover of Irving Trust. Edwards and Berlin therefore crafted a criminal agreement with DKB that enabled them both to personally receive and keep wire transfer commissions. Berlin established a DKB account at Boney in early 1996. This enabled the Russians to transfer money in and out of the Boney account with no real-time intervention, oversight, or control by the bank. At approximately the same time, Edwards was assigned to the London office of the Bank of New York, and the couple moved to England. This did not put a crimp in their criminal machinations, though it did require them to pay a couple of individuals associated with the Bank of New York in Manhattan. Particularly important in this endeavor was Svetlana Kudratsev, who was enriched by a paltry $500 a month for watching over their interests. To move the scheme forward, in early 1996, Berlin opened a corporate account at Boney in the name of Benex International Company Incorporated, a New Jersey firm. He had been the president of Benex since 1993. In the first few years, Benex arranged to ship stereo equipment and some other electronic items to Russia. Unsatisfied, Berlin decided to hustle money instead. Edwards, as one would expect, also had an unrevealed interest in Benex. In the next phase, Edward installed micro cash register software on a computer located in the office in Forest Hills, Queens. This is like I guess this is like the truly gangster, kind of like Sopranos character.
It is like
of,
the minor
chapter.
Russian characters in The Sopranos, like kind of like what they really were up to in the 90s, like flooding in. Yeah.
Run by individuals from DKB, located in an office in Forest Hill, Queens. Sorry, I skipped a line. Okay, so in the next phase, Edward installed micro cash register software on a computer located in an office in Forest Hill, Queens, run by individuals from DKB, along with Alexei Volkov, the putative head of an analogous money laundering firm named Torfinex. The mailing address for Benex's activities, 118 to 21 Queens Boulevard, Forest Hills, Queens County, New York, was in the name of Torfinex. Volkov had actually applied for a Torfinex license to engage in business as a transmitter of money, which was received on November 17, 1997 by the New York State Banking Department. The application was somewhat tardy, as Torfinex had been ordered by the New York State Banking Department to cease and desist from transmitting money 1 month earlier. In summer 1996, the DKB high writers had Berlin open a second account at Boney called Bex International LLC, and Berlin became the Bex president, BECS, that is. This maneuver doubled the Russians' ability to wire transfer huge amounts of money around the world. Then in autumn 1998, DKB wanted another Boney account because they had taken control of a Russian bank and a South Florida sounding name, Commercial Bank Flamingo. Berlin, ever compliant, dubbed the new account Lowland. He became its president and established a Lowland Flamingo office in New Jersey. All right. Berlin was, he said in his testimony, somewhat perplexed that DKB continued to use Bex, and Lowland after it had obtained its Boney correspondent account in April 1997. Why did I say November? Anyway. In April 1997, perhaps DKB preferred the anonymity of Benex, and certainly Berlin did not hesitate in aiding the venture. In June 1998, DKB told both Berlin and Edwards that Bex should be deep six because the FBI was sniffing around. The FBI's activity was centered on a Bex transaction involving an incoming transfer of $300,000, which represented the payment of ransom money on behalf of a kidnapped Russian businessman, Eduard Olevinsky. Around that same time, DKB wanted Berlin to turn over the Benex corporate seal, which he did, whilst knowing they would use it to create a trail of false documents. DKB also established a bank in Nauru, which lies 1,200 miles east of New Guinea, just south of the equator. Nauru is one of those new opportunity Pacific island nations, which includes Vanuatu, the Cook Islands. I've never even heard of Vanuatu.
No, I think we talked about Vanuatu in our episode with Olivier Joutel about blockchain imperialism. I think he mentioned multiple times like Nauru and Vanuatu is a place where these like crypto entrepreneurs are like popping up and like registering
I forgot about Vanuatu,
LLCs. And there's a lot of like, kind of Bahamian money laundering activity going on there. But
there you go. The Nauru Bank was dubbed Synex or Synex, and it was used to carry out transfers to the Benex and Bex accounts. Synex was founded in the early 1990s by several Russians. Its president was Andrei Mizerov, and one of its directors, not surprisingly, was Alexei Volkov, Peter Berlin's compadre. In an attempt to hide Sinex's Nauru home, DKB listed Australia as its domicile in the Boney transfer records. In addition, DKB promoted Sinex through the Commercial Bank of San Francisco, a notorious haven for Russian organized crime, which will be discussed shortly. Along with Sinex Bank came Sinex Corp. And Sinex Securities. It is generally believed that Sinex's correspondent account in the commercial bank only lasted a few months. Suspected of participation in the Edwards Berlin scheme is the Ukrainian organized crime baron Semion Mogilevich. Thus, it may have been Mogilevich's underlings that Lucy Edwards had in mind when she commented in her confession that she was aware that personnel from DKB were on occasion, ellipsis, afraid to leave the bank because they said customers with machine guns were waiting for them.
Jesus.
Although the conspirators were aware of the FBI's presence, this did not prevent them from carrying out their plans with only one or two very minor exceptions. Thus, in April 1999, Flamingo went into operation, transferring money into the Lowland account and then using Boney Micro cash register software in Russia to wire transfer the money out. Little did the conspirators know that the Flamingo deal would not last through the summer. Flamingo was, in fact, the last hurrah before their roof tumbled down. Combined, the three conduit companies deposited more than $7 billion at Bank of New York in a 42-month period and transmitted almost all the funds to offshore locations. Benex, Bex, and Lowland sent nearly 160,000 wire transfers, an average of more than 170 transfers each business day. Edwards and Berlin made approximately $1.8 million in commissions paid from Boney accounts and sent directly to the following offshore companies: Globe Star Corporation, Hybro Services, and Sandbrook Limited. Yeah,
quite a lot of money.
And it definitely escalates like as it goes. This is a pretty crazy.
These are the accomplices to the heist, essentially, that are just processing these fucking payments like a day in and day out of just like money just right out.
Yeah, it's
right
really
into offshore
like
tax havens.
It's really something to read. I guess like all these little kind of micro stories are, but some notable people come up here. Outside of their Boney activities, Edwards and Berlin also worked their magic at Fleet Financial Bank in upstate New York, where they opened Bank's accounts and transferred more Russian money. Some of these transfers were in the considerable range of $200 million. Fleet Financial and Bank Boston were in the midst of a merger process at the time, and Bank Boston helpfully wired money to Benex's accounts at Fleet. We assume, therefore, that Bank Boston had its own series of Russian accounts, only some of which were destined for Benex. There's another potentially significant line into the Benex Boney saga left out of Edwards and Berlin's confessions, but developed by Russian reporter Oleg Lury, who followed the affairs of Sergei Viktorovich Pugachev, the founder and chairman of the board of the International Industrial Bank, Russia. Pugachev was also a member of the administration of the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, who first worked for Promstroybank and then in 1992 joined Meshprombank. Lurie states that these days, Pugachev has actively been cultivating his image in two basic directions: orthodox religiosity and friendly closeness to Vladimir Putin.
Interesting.
Nice.
Interesting.
Pugachev, most important Meshprombank officer, was Vice President Eleonora Razdorskaya. She was, Lurie notes, the link between Pugachev's and organizers of Russian money that cascaded into the Bank of New York. In addition, Razdorskaya had her own joint venture with Peter Berlin's Benex company and was a co-manager in an unidentified offshore company belonging to him. This firm dealt exclusively with laundering money through Boney accounts. An FBI agent seconded to Russia and involved in the overall investigation of money laundering through Boney said, Meshprombank of Russia and its head, Pugachev, were probably directly concerned with the money laundering. We are aware of a whole series of dubious transfers of big amounts of money, and quite possibly we may have some questions we would like Pugachev to reply to. The questions will not only be related to Boney, but also with connections to the Russian mafia. And there the issues lingered and soon passed away. Reporters seem to have had a better grasp of the situation from time to time than did the FBI. James Bone and David Lister of the British Financial Times, for example, raised important questions about the International Monetary Fund's loans to Russia in 1998, some of which appear to have passed through three commercial banks in the US and Europe before ending up in an offshore account in the Channel Islands controlled by a Russian bank. Czech detectives also discovered a network of questionable financial transactions between Boney and the Prig affiliates, Komerchny Banka.
Komerchny Banka.
Komerchny Banka. Yeah, that makes sense.
Komerchny. I'm not actually sure.
And Ivedsknykshi Postovny Banka, and they were certain these transactions were part of the money laundering operation of INF funds. Kommerchny Bank had a long-running correspondent account with Boni, which was opened on October 31st, 1990. And finally, there was Peter Berlin's Bannex Worldwide Limited, which first settled on St. Barnabas Road, London. According to corporate records, its business was commodity contracts, brokers, dealers. This Bannex entity was incorporated on May 18th, 1998, and reported no employees, no sales, no profits, and no net worth. On August 24th, 1999, just after the New York Times broke the Bank of New York money laundering story, Bannex Worldwide Limited moved from St. Barnabas Road to 62 Montague Mansions, London. A careful reading of Bannex Worldwide in the British Corporate Registry showed that the only category in which it reported an actual figure was issued capital, sterling. The figure entered was £2. Bannex Worldwide did state that it had share capital, but again, no entry was made in the registry. Nothing else stands out in the registry except the category latest 10 transactions, which actually recorded 5. They were the following: June 9th, 1998, change among the directors of the company. February 15th, 2000, new incorporation. March 21st, 2000, first dissolution. And July 11th, 2000, final dissolution. Whoever the new directors were and whatever was meant by a new incorporation remained mysterious.
Here we go
Clearly,
again.
yeah, I like this last paragraph a lot.
Yeah.
Clearly, Edwards and Berlin had come a very long way in a relatively short time. Nevertheless, they harbored a kind of quote-unquote grifter mentality that slid from time to time from big-time crime to small and shoddy crime. Edwards, for example, had 2 encounters with New Jersey law enforcement while employed by Boni for what some call shoplifting and others theft. She pled guilty to both and paid fines. On the other hand, when Berlin was arrested for shoplifting, he quickly hired a lawyer on the local A&P in Fairview, New Jersey, magnanimously dropped the charges. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we get to
this is about the Commercial Bank of San Francisco.
I didn't know there was such a sus Russian money laundering bank in San Francisco, but yeah. And if you it's funny that there's a bunch of articles from 1999 and San Francisco Chronicle, they're on SF Gate, that are all about the bank being probed and its connections to BenX and the Bank of New York scandal, which was blown up by the New York Times in 1999. But I'm not seeing interesting. Oh wait, I hate to do this, but wow, Russian money flowing into San Francisco real estate. It's actually not about this bank, but I found this. I know Sus Bellingcat for 2017, but it says, "Who is Ike Kavaladze, the 8th person at the Trump-Russia meeting?" And I think it's going to mention here that there's also. I just want to mention Pugachev that you talked about there. I just looked up Pugachev, and he actually had a falling out at some point. He was very close to Putin, and actually kind of famously, I think, brought him to this Sretensky monastery, and tried to get him more into Russian Orthodoxy and stuff. But he had a falling out starting around 2010, and most of his Russian assets were successively expropriated, after which he was subject to political persecution. So
wow.
Yeah. So they eventually, they instituted criminal proceedings against him in Russia. I had a couple times, I think. Let's see, in 2013. And Russia even appealed to the London High Court, trying to get them to seize some of his assets. So he got really caught up. And by the end of 2014, the Russian Interpol Bureau announced that Pugachev was wanted. There's a whole thing here about in the mid 2010s involving The Hague, but then he got French citizenship, and I think maybe he was trying to appeal the expropriation of his assets in international courts. But at the same time, Interpol was this really got caught up in the Ukraine 2010s tensions, where I feel he became kind of a political football. But the Russians definitely kind of turned on him. He was a source in a book called Putin's People from 2020 by Catherine Belton. Interesting.
This is really something. In the 1990s, Pugachev suggested making Putin the successor to the Yeltsin family.
Oh my God.
Financial Times claimed that Pugachev was not only a friend of Tatiana Dychenko and her husband Valentin Yumashev, who at the time headed Yeltsin's administration, but also Pugachev and his family are close friends to Vladimir Putin and Putin's family. Pugachev stated that he, Yeltsin's daughter, Tatiana Dadchenko, and her future husband, Valentin Yumashev, were part of a tiny group that decided upon Vladimir Putin's successor to Yeltsin, which Pugachev stated was a tragedy for Russia.
Whoa.
Wow.
Also,
Sergei Pugachev, Putin's banker, now lives in fear of the man he put into power.
oh my
This is what the
God.
Guardian says about him,
Oh, well,
Yeah.
look, he established one of the first cooperative banks in the USSR in 1991. Just like those cooperatives, right? Also,
Right.
this is kind of crazy. I would like to kind of like zoom in on this like one day. Maybe it
This
is
is
within the
funny.
Contra
I'm down to
umbrella.
my last 70 million, he said.
Oh, poor guy. Yeah. It's like
Oh,
Kevin
no.
Spacey recently like went
Yeah.
on fucking like I don't know, Piers
Oh, he went
Morgan
on
or something.
Tucker, right?
I think
No.
he did go and talk.
And he went
Well,
on Lex Friedman.
that's right. Yeah, yeah. But he was like
Yeah.
crying about how he has no money. Like it's all gone.
Yeah.
It's
It's
all
like,
gone. I was like, shut the fuck up.
right.
It's not all
Yeah.
gone. You mean you
It's
have like
such
$20
bullshit.
million left? Like shut
Yeah,
up.
exactly. But that's like how I think a lot of rich people think all the time.
Yeah.
Like if they have less money than they have
I'm
before, even if
ruined.
they're still like completely omnipotently rich compared to any other person, they think
Uh-huh.
they're on the cusp of poverty. Like, and that they're like
Right.
one step away from living on the literal street. Like I think
Right.
like I've seen that so many times, I feel like,
Yeah.
uh
This is also
like that
important.
type of thinking and talking,
Oh, for sure. For sure. But there was a movie actually that I've been meaning to watch for a while that was made, I think, in 2003 called Spinning Boris. And this is a subject, I don't know if it's in the Contra umbrella or it could be its own kind of standalone episode, but the 1996 Russian elections, were very shady, especially in context of like what's happening, in Ukraine today. Basically, people forget that the communists almost won in 1996. Like they almost came back into power through like a democratic vote. But, you know, the American assistance from Boris, to Boris Yeltsin was crucial to like putting him over the top. I think he actually came in second in the first round of elections. And then in the runoff, he like miraculously gained a bunch of support and just got like right over the line. But I this guy Pugachev, he was a member of the inner circle of Yeltsin and was one of the leaders of his campaign staff. And he's actually like a main character or whatever in this movie that was made about, which kind of I think presents it as like this wacky time that a bunch of American political consultants like went to Russia to like sell Boris, and it's like, oh, he's kind of shady, but it actually was sus. And I think there's a lot of money that was like dumped into like Boris's campaign and probably like more corrupt like vote rigging like type shit that happened to like keep the
I mean,
communists out. But it
according to
said,
Pugachev, like he also like he admits that he used undemocratic methods to get Putin into power,
yeah,
believing this would be the best way of securing democracy post Yeltsin. Yeah.
but even before
Um,
that, it just says
right.
here on his Wikipedia that according to Pugachev, his connections with America played a crucial role in Yeltsin's 1996 reelection, which was opposed by the communists. Pugachev
Right.
engaged a team of American political consultants and PR managers headed by George Gorton. He ran Yeltsin's reelection campaign during what Pugachev calls, quote, Russia's last free election. In June 1996, Yeltsin awarded him a commendation for a major contribution to the development of Russian democracy, participation in preparation and carrying out a campaign for the national elections of the presidency in 1996. And he was also very involved in the Russian delegation in 1998 to like the annual IMF and World Bank meeting, and he was represented as a leader of a quote successful bank. And then of course here he is tied to all these people that like stole the IMF money later.
Oh my
Like,
God.
like
Uh,
not long after that. And then that's crazy that then he moves to like support Putin and kind of
mhm.
endorse him. But then it doesn't quite say like what changed. Like, why did they fall out? Because it seems like it had to be something. Like
He
he was a senator, but he was forced to resign by Putin, or Putin pressured him in 2011, and ostensibly because he obtained French citizenship.
What he said
But
to the Guardian was that yeah, he at one time was senator from the Republic of Tuva and the head of the aerospace company OPK, one of Russia's biggest corporations. He had an office in the Kremlin. He worked closely with Putin until 2006 or 2007 when they began to drift apart and saw each other less frequently. Why the split? We never had the same ideological outlook, he says.
hmm,
Pugachev adds that he remained independent at a point when Putin expected everyone to kowtow to him. Putin changed radically. He had his own team apparatus. He didn't see any perspective for myself in politics or business, so I left.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Interesting.
It's weird. It almost seems like he just like from that statement, it seems like there just wasn't room for him like in Putin's like network anymore for some reason. It's weird how like coy he's being, you
He's
know.
being very coy, and I
Yeah.
think that I mean he had a lot of industrial interests, and um, wow, like just this Wikipedia article about his business interests, it's like incredibly long.
Yeah.
Um, I'm seeing just like references like Al Walid bin Talal, um, about a Red Scare. Was it the hotel in Red Scare? That was he was gonna renovate the middle trading rows in. Is that the kind of mall off by Red Square? That like indoor mall with the big atrium. We've been there.
Maybe.
Is that the
Not
middle
sure.
trading rows? I have no idea,
It seems like it
but
was for hotels and apartments.
okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I remember that indoor mall, but yeah, I think it seems like it was
Yeah.
yeah, a hotel in Sochi.
But once
Mm,
again, one of these hotshot kids that, started
yeah.
a cooperative, came out of the cooperative thing of like, perestroika and then got like very rich very fast. It is, does make you wonder about his any kind of international connections he might have, but that would be an interesting. Yeah, it's a Jeff Goldblum, Anthony LaPaglia, and Liev Schreiber in the 2003 comedy. Yeah, where it's like we're Americans and like we're gonna tell you how to fucking like run an election, 90s style. It's like that kind of vibe, I think. But it's kind of it's sus as fuck, like basically.
Yeah.
So, anyways, back to the San Francisco connection of the commercial bank of San Francisco. I found actually, hold on, that I got distracted by who the fuck yeah, commercial bank. I was looking at this Bellingcat thing, sorry. The Ike Kavadze, who was Georgian, came here in 1991. He it was alleged by the congressional inquiry.
Wait, one more funny tidbit
Okay.
about Pugachev. So he has two sons from his previous marriage to Galina Arkhipova. He has three children, two sons and one daughter, with his former partner, Alexandra Tolstoy, daughter of the British historian and politician Count Nikolai Tolstoy. Do you know this guy?
Whoa. Is he related to Leo Tolstoy, I assume, but like an expat?
Well, he's like a member of the Tolstoy family, House Tolstoy.
Right, right, the house.
So,
Oh, we'll get into some Russian houses in a little bit. Yeah.
yeah, but he's like apparently like a big like monarchist guy. Like he's
Okay,
a
yeah.
yeah, he
The monarchists are not actually we should get to that, but like actually the monarchist Russian like operatives are on the ground in
yeah.
all of this. Like they are involved actually. People related to the
Yeah, he
Tsar.
like they're involved in like white Russian charities and things like that.
Yeah, yeah. There's like
Yeah.
the Russian Nobilities Association of like America or something like that. That's like
Yeah,
it's kind of like a
exactly. That's the
Sons of the
type of thing
American
that he's like
Revolution.
involved in. Yeah, he
Right.
says on his upbringing he has written. This is just from his Wikipedia, but it's a quote from him. Let me see where he wrote it. Nikolai Tolstoy, the Tolstoys, 24 generations of Russian history. Yeah, I guess he claims nominal headship of the House Tolstoy. So he says, like thousands of Russians in the present century, I was born and brought up in another country and was only able to enter the land of my ancestors as a visitor in later years. It was nevertheless a very Russian upbringing, one which impressed upon me the unusual nature of my inheritance. I was baptized in the Russian Orthodox Church and I worshipped in it. I prayed at night the familiar words Otche Nash and attended parties where little Russian boys and girls spoke a mixture of languages and felt myself by manner and temperament to be different than my English friends. I think I was the most affected by those melancholy and evocative Russian homes where my elders, for the most part people of great charm and eccentricity, lived surrounded by the relics, icons, Easter eggs, portraits of Tsar and Tsarista, family photographs and emigre newspapers of that mysterious far-off land of wolves, boyars, and snow forests of Ivan Bilibin's famous illustrations to Russian fairy tales.
Uh-huh.
Somewhere there was a real Russian land to which we all belonged, but it was shut away over distant seas and space of years.
Right. They're so
Uh,
mad. They're so
th-
mad. Their shit got
yeah,
expropriated
yeah,
and they
yeah,
lost their
yeah. They're
titles. Like
furious. That land of
stay
boyars.
seething.
They just want to go back to that land of boyars.
No, they did not give
Um,
up the dream.
yeah.
Okay, so you read the part where yeah, Berlin and his Edwards in Berlin got like caught for like shoplifting and stuff. Did you read that?
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna talk about commercial bank in San Francisco. I guess just this like Bellingcat sus, but they're trying to like paint this. This was like the Trump Tower 2016 meeting where like Russian representatives like met with Trump and some other people. And apparently
Right.
one of the guys there was this guy, Ike Kabaladze, who was like a
Hmm.
Georgian emigre who I guess was fingered in a congressional inquiry for being involved in laundering like 1.5 billion through shell accounts at Citibank and the Commercial Bank of San Francisco. I guess the report said more than 800 million was wired from abroad to 136 accounts that Mr. Kavaladze opened at Citibank for Russian clients, and most of that was then sent to overseas accounts. Said the report, which was provided in the New York Times. So I guess one of these guys that was revealed was like at that meeting with Trump and the Russian officials, who was also associated with all these like Russian real
Huh.
estate oligarchs and
Pretty
stuff. So
fun.
that's just like a weird kind of thing. But yeah, that just popped up when I was Googling the bank. Which yeah, it started as a small privately held bank in San Francisco in the 1970s. Its primary function was to handle small business loans. But when Boris Avramovich Goldstein, a Latvian, and his Bulgarian partner Peter Nenkov came onto the scene in 1994, the bank underwent something of a renaissance. A computer whiz in Latvia, Goldstein had first become rich in the software business and then turned to banking. He was a founder of Dalderis Bank in Latvia, which merged into another Latvian bank called Sakaru. The business manager at Sakaru Bank was Edmund Johansson, who had retired as the last chairman of the Latvian KGB in 1991, when Latvia achieved independence from the USSR. Sakaru had an intriguing band of shareholders that included at least one known gangster, money launderers, and financial criminals at the center of the infamous Mabatex Mercata scandal and Padarani and Co. from Sweden, which mixed and mingled freely with Latvian organized crime. Mabitex's president, this is interesting, was I'm gonna have a tough time with this. The president was Bejiet Pakoli from Kosovo, in residence in Lugano, Switzerland. Viktor Stolpovsky, a Russian living in the canton of Ticino, Switzerland, was in charge of the Mabitex company in Moscow from 1992 through 1994. Mabitex and its sister company, Mercata, became the centerpiece of a series of long investigations into what was called the Palace Project. The issues investigated linked President Boris Yeltsin and members of his staff and family to massive corruption. One very small example, Pakoli transferred 1 million to a Budapest bank account in late 1995 for Yeltsin's benefit. A Pakoli associate stated it was to help Yeltsin's political campaign, while Pakoli held it was used to buy advertising that was handled by Trinlow Investment, supposedly with addresses in both the British Virgin Islands and the Bahamas. The addresses, as well as any Trinlow officers, have proven to be successfully elusive. Another key player in the scandal includes Pavel Borodin, often described as one of the most powerful persons in the Kremlin. Borodin worked directly under Yeltsin, heading the Office of Presidential Affairs, and was in charge of all the state's property, planes, palaces, hospitals, and hotels. Andrei Silyetsky, Borodin's son-in-law, was the Kremlin's property manager. A Swiss investigation of this case, there were others, particularly in Russia, which did not work nearly so well, established the following. In 1995, Stolpovsky, together with Silyetsky, bought out the dormant Swiss joint stock company Mercata Trading and Engineering. They then put together a finely tuned series of mostly offshore accounts. The key to the movement of money began when Stolpovsky purchased Lightstar Low Voltage Systems Limited, registered in the Isle of Man. Lightstar opened a bank account in the Midland Bank branch on the Isle of Man. Next, Mercata and Lightstar concluded a contract for services agreement on May 29, 1996. The agreement's preamble stated the following. In view of the fact that the Lightstar Company, because of its connections and its work in Russia, parentheses, which were non-existent, will allow Mercata to conclude and finance 2 contracts with the business administration of the Russian Federation president, and so forth. The initial contract was for renovating the Kremlin Palace in Moscow, the second for renovating the comptroller's office in Moscow. The agreement held that Mercata would receive promissory notes for $492 million guaranteed by Veneshtorg Bank. So they got first and second tranches, and then with whatever commission Lightstar itself received, the rest was passed on to at least 10 offshore companies and the United Overseas Bank, Nassau, the Bahamas. They were Zophos Enterprises Limited and Somos Investment in Cyprus, Winsford Investment Limited and the Amati Trading Corporation in the Bahamas, Thornton Foundation in Scaris and Liechtenstein, etc. And finally, the Amadeus and Carmina foundations in Panama. He says they're there. He says there was, of course, the standard layering through these offshore accounts. Overall, more than $62 million is paid out to these money laundering institutions in 1997 and 1998. But then, okay, so then the scandal, I guess, like did blow up at one point in Russia. He says much of the media attention on the Mabetex Mercata dynamos centered on Yeltsin's two daughters, Tatiana Dyachenko and Yelena Okolova, who appear to have had their extremely large credit card bills paid by Mabetex Mercata. Tatiana is married to Leonid Dyachenko, quote, an oil trader who maintained Bank of New York accounts in the Cayman Islands containing more than $2 million. Two of his known companies are East Coast Petroleum and Belka Energy New York. Tatiana is also famous for having become Yeltsin's tough right-hand strategist. All right. So, yeah, I think, okay, more on Latvian mobsters. Oh, okay, here we go. This is also another interesting little wrinkle in it all. Not covered nearly as well, however, was the cunning partnership between Mabetex and a Serbian firm for Genex. While the economy of Serbia and Montenegro,
Gen X.
yeah,
Well,
literally
it might
Gen
be-
X.
it
I'm
might
gonna
be
call
Gen
it.
X, yeah.
I'm gonna call it. Well, I feel like in like Serbian, it would be like Genex, but like
Yeah.
it's funny to call it. Let's call it Gen X. Actually, it's pretty funny. It's
Yeah.
it's kind of symbolic. Not covered nearly as well. However, was the cunning partnership between Mabetex and Gen X, the Serbian firm. So this is during, the breakup of Yugoslavia, right? While the economy of Serbia and Montenegro was consolidating into the hands of perhaps 30 to 40 families, business and politics began indissolubly linked. Gen X was the country's primary import-export firm. In 1990, its capital was valued at more than 1 billion. Meanwhile, thanks to a network of relations and friendships in Moscow, Slobodan Milosevic's brother managed to obtain gas supplies from Gazprom on credit at a cost of 300 million a year. It was this relationship that brought Gen X into contact with Mabetex. Bakoli, let's not forget a Kosovar, recently ended up in the Kremlin Gate inquiry, the scandal of golden contracts in Russia, kickbacks totaling millions of dollars. It was the Geneva daily Le Temps that first discovered Gen X was a partner in the restoration of the Kremlin. That's wild, actually, because
Mhm.
Yeltsin kind of was supportive of Serbia in the Yugoslav conflicts in the 90s. And that was actually an early kind of tension point between the US and Russia. And it was, I guess, a little bit of a turning point, I think, for a lot of Russians too, because like the New World Order that was promised,
Right.
it sounded all good. But then here was NATO going into like a communist country and picking sides in it and kind of doing some of it under the cover of the UN, but like obviously empowering the Croats and the Bosnians and the Slovenes and arming them to like break up the country. And because of those historical ties between Russia and Serbia, but also maybe these deep economic ties between the Milosevic family and the Yeltsin family. Let's just say, I guess Gen X was involved in some bad boy behavior, I guess we could say.
Yeah.
And Milosevic, we forget like I'm I'm gonna get into Milosevic. Who knows? Yeah, whether this will come out before or after. But an important thing about Milosevic is that in the 80s, before he was like a nationalist, like evil, like the Hitler of the 90s, or whatever, like he was a banker and like a very like pro-Western
Yeah.
reformist kind of guy. And he also did some time as like a banker in New York. And like,
Mhm.
so he spoke English and he had personal relationships with banks in New York. I don't know if he had any with the Bank of New York, but nonetheless, like he was kind of this weird guy where like he kind of used this like nationalism and like keeping Yugoslavia together, but he simultaneously was like a little bit of a Gorbachev Yeltsin kind of guy. Like
Right.
it's
Yeah.
it's interesting. And he was getting his hands dirty and shit, like just as much as even though he usually gets singled out as like the one bad guy, and everyone else is like
Right.
just like fighting
He
for
was the
freedom.
scapegoat kind
He
of.
was the
Yeah.
scapegoat, absolutely. And I think he
Yeah.
thought that he was so slick and he spoke English and he's probably, hanging out with Larry Eagleburger and, you know, all that stuff that he could kind of finesse the U.S. into like not
Yeah,
doing
it's
anything.
weird how like a lot of people involved. I mean, I'm sure you're going to talk about it at length, but a lot of the people got away with a lot of insane things. And like, yeah,
Absolutely.
like there's kind of this historiography that like we got him, like we got the bad guy, but like we didn't remotely at all,
If
you
you
know.
fly into
But
Zagreb today, you fly into fucking Franjo Tuđman airport, right? Like
yeah,
he's a Ustaše fucking scumbag fascist who did ethnic cleansing just like the Bosnian Serbs did at various times, and many of the other groups did, and but yeah, but like Franjo Tuđman, like you could find like Ustaše like documentaries on that have fucking Peter Galbraith in it being like, my only regret is that we didn't support Tuđman more. Like he was so
right, yeah,
great. Yeah,
yeah.
this
I
is like
remember
this
you
like
telling me
fucking
about this.
sicko. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And it's like Tuđman's son is in it, and
like
he's just like, yeah.
Operation Storm,
Yeah,
right? Like,
Operation Storm, which is
yeah.
like it's a great telling on themselves kind of thing. It's like victory. It's like we hired all the American generals from the sus military contractor to like do a thing that sounds like Stormtrooper, but also Desert Storm. But they think it was based actually. But
Yeah.
anyways, so yeah, there is the Gen X connection is there, lest we forget. All right, so this next part is about Latvian mobsters back to the commercial bank of San Francisco and Goldstein. Block says he has some interesting associates in the Sakaru bank. He says and the Padarani, a Swedish Padarani firm, was another example of the cooperative links forged with the criminal elite. He says Michael Seifelin, who owned half of the Padirani shares, was a close partner with one of Latvia's most significant criminals, Vladimir Ivanovich Leskov. Together, they controlled the Olympia Bank in Riga, which opened a correspondent account with BONY in 1994. Olympia was a complete criminal undertaking run by a band of Latvian gangsters. Among the primary felons were Leskov, Alexander Emilyevich Levent, his father Emil Alexandrovich Levent, and Boris Mihailovich Rygorodsky. They originally came together in a company called Pardugava, which was formed and registered in Latvia in 1988 as a commercial, scientific, and agricultural firm. Pardugava also operated as a krisha, or roof, for the top leaders of Latvian organized crime. In spring 1992, a potentially murderous dispute arose between Leskov and Levent the Younger. Though they occasionally tried to kill one another, they were ultimately unsuccessful. One of Leskov's intimates was the infamous Vyacheslav Kirillovich Ivankov, also known as Japonchik, or like the Jap, I guess, like, or little Jap, like yeah,
Okay.
he pops up in the other book, Red Mafia, a lot. There's a lot about Japonchik. He's like a very scary motherfucker who eventually, I believe, came to America. But he was called the godfather of Russian organized crime. Bank Olympia finally took a serious dive after Alexander Levent cleaned out as much money as possible. Goldstein claims he was only a passive investor in Sakaro and knew none of his partners. In 1996, Sakaro Bank collapsed, largely because the first Russian bank in Moscow had failed. Sakaro had a correspondent account there and was unable to meet certain capital requirements. The passive Goldstein was also a fairly important shareholder in First Russian, although he claimed to be unfamiliar with its day-to-day operations. The bank failed, quite simply, U.S. intelligence said, because of embezzlement. For a fellow who sat on both Sakaro's and First Russian's boards, Goldstein seemed surprisingly ignorant.
Right.
Perhaps someone somewhere might have believed Goldstein's claim that he never knew many of his associates were criminals, indeed, hardly knew much about them at all. Aside from everything mentioned so far, both the FBI and CIA were certain his partner Nenkov was an associate of criminals in Bulgaria. Hmm. Bulgaria is an important point as well as a smuggling destination, um, even before the Soviet Union collapsed, because it was a Warsaw Pact country that it was easy to like get things out of, like into Europe or like the rest of the world, including guns that would end up in West Africa and Yugoslavia around that time through a company called Kintex. But anyways, so let's see, going on here, Russian banks and their spawn. Yeah, it does talk about like differences in like the Russian banking systems and how there were these things called pocket banks whose origins came from state enterprises that turned their financial departments into cooperative banks that soon became known as pocket banks. This term reflected the enterprise director's ability to keep these paper banks literally in their pockets. To put it as mildly as possible, they were tightly attached to individual enterprises. Sobin Bank's 1998 report reflects a pocket bank ambiance. 80% of the loans that year went to just 5 borrowers. Its major investors were a space company, a Gazprom affiliate, a large oil producer, and a developer of a Moscow underground shopping mall, strongly promoted by Moscow's mayor, Yuri Luzhkov. Yeah, and in addition, Bank moved approximately 40% of its assets outside Russia. Its foreign exchange transactions were limited to one unnamed but related company. It seems that what these institutions primarily had in common with foreign banks was the use of the word bank. So, yeah, I guess Mikhail Kazyanov, Russia's first deputy prime minister, said the majority of Russian banking institutions, quote, have never been banks in the real sense. And he knew precisely what he was talking about. So that was a huge phenomenon as well, that a lot of these banks were like very loosely kind of managed, right? But I guess the Sabin Bank, this one pocket bank, one Russian banker said that okay, there's a bunch of complicated like people connected to people. He does mention here again that one of these cases involving Sabin Bank was carried out in Manhattan District Court under the watchful eyes of presiding judge William K. Casey. I guess it's that other William Casey who was a
Yeah,
judge,
exactly.
but he was
Yeah.
watching. He was
Right.
on top of it. Okay, and there's more episodes in Nauru. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump down here. More middlemen, more Bank of New York. Okay, I think you know what? Let's go to Menace of Organized Crime, Mogilevich and Friends. I think that's we need to get to that.
Yeah.
Где вы теперь и с кем? Кто хочет быть судьей? Кто помнит все имена? Нам не хватает тем, не нарушай покой. Эта ночь слишком темна. Где твой мундир, генерал? Твои ордена, спина как струна. Ты уже слышал отбой, просто дождь бил по крыше твоей, генерал. Все находят время, чтобы уйти. Никто не уйдет навсегда. Парламентеры один за другим, и каждый знает горечь плода. Где твой мундир, генерал? Твои ордена, спина как струна. Ты уже слышал отбой, просто дождь бил по крыше твоей, генерал. Хочется спать, но вот стоит чай, и горит свет 100 свечей. Может быть, завтра с утра будет солнце, и тот ключ в связке ключей. Где твой мундир, генерал? Твои ордена, спина как струна. Ты уже слышал отбой, просто дождь бил по крыше.
Because Mogilevich, again, I think we brought him up a little bit, maybe in our first Ukraine episode. A towering figure that is also like so mysterious and like it's almost hard to believe that like he seems like he's out of like a fucking John Wick movie. Like he doesn't seem real. But
Right.
I guess we'll see. But that there is something strange and inscrutable about like the speed with which he built like this like towering global empire of crime and like he I don't know. Anyways, but he was just like a kind of a scumbag, like low level criminal guy. Like he wasn't anyways. All right, let's see what he has to say about this. The organized crime star of this particular medley of money laundering and fraud is Semion Mogilevich. British detectives, who centered an ultimately fruitless investigation looking into certain accounts of the Bank of New York's London operations held by BenX Worldwide, determined the company was linked to Mogilevich. Precisely how is still somewhat unclear. In addition, the Edwards and Berlin crime of getting U.S. visas for undesirables, mentioned earlier, was purportedly for Mogilevich associates. Yeah, the British police looked at this international investment finance company that Berlin was a director with, along with three unidentified Russians who were supposedly close to Mogilevich. So he says a little background. Semyon Ludkovich Mogilevich was born on June 30th, 1946, in Kiev, Ukraine. Kiev had been devastated by Nazi aggression aimed overwhelmingly at Ukrainian Jews. It was a very tough place to grow up, particularly for Jewish youngsters like Mogilevich. There was little known about Mogilevich's early years, except that he went to the University of Lvov and earned a, and oh, wow, dead naming Lviv or whatever. It's actually that's the Polish name of it, Lvov. But Lviv is what Ukrainians call it now. But anyway, maybe it had the old name because it's a university. But yeah, the University of Lvov and earned a degree in economics. Mogilevich's first arrest occurred in June 1974. The crime had to do with foreign currency. A Kiev district court sentenced him to 3 years imprisonment. After serving a year and almost 7 months in prison, he was paroled. A little more than 3 years later, Mogilevich was back in the slammer. This time, his crime was fraud, and his sentence 4 years. He served 14 months and was paroled. Parole in this case was somewhat more taxing. The authorities sent him to the Ukrainian city of Shostka to do what was called construction work for the national economy. After 2 years and 2 months of penal servitude, he was released. In the 1980s, Mogilevich established a petroleum import-export company, Arbot International, and registered it in Alderney, a Channel Island, I guess one of the Channel Islands, close to the French town of Otterville. One of his partners was Yaponchik Ivankov, who held 25% of Arbot's shares. There was also some evidence that another organized crime kingpin, Sergei Mikhailov, had a heavy interest in Arbot as well. The relationship between Mogilevich and Ivankov had been cemented when Mogilevich paid a Russian judge to arrange for Ivankov's early release from a tough Siberian prison, where he was being held, quote, for robbery and torture, according to U.S. court records and classified FBI documents. Like so many Russian Jewish mobsters, as well as criminals who were not, Mogilevich immigrated to Israel in 1990 and secured Israeli citizenship. The following year, he moved to Budapest, Hungary, and there established the foundations of his global criminal empire. Mogilevich's gang was called Solnitsevo. I think he spells it differently than he did earlier, but that one's easier to say. Yeah, Solnitsevo. His next step was to purchase a series of brothels in Kiev, Riga, and Prague. They were named the Black and White Clubs. Given Hungary's scabby criminal justice system and its political corruption, Mogilevich was also able to buy much of the Hungarian arms industry. These included the GJEP General Machine Works, which manufactured artillery shells, Magnex 2000, a giant magnet manufacturer, and the Army Co-op, a mortar and anti-aircraft gun factory. The latter was purchased through another Mogilevich Channel Island company, Aragon Limited. So coming out of the gate very strong, right? Just buying entire arms companies in like 1991 and 2. Or from brothels to magnet manufacturers and like arms companies. Very interesting. So then, next section, the ever resilient Boris Burshteyn. We get into more Israeli connections. Mogilevich's most important Israeli contact was Lithuanian-born Boris Burshteyn, who left the Soviet Union in the late 1970s for Israel. His next stop was Switzerland, and soon after, Toronto. There in 1985, he established his home and primary business, Sebeco, which specialized in Russian joint ventures. For example, Sebeco was a joint venture partner with the Russian government involving Agrochem, a large Russian fertilizer company, and Svestmet Export, a steel maker. Other Russian deals included a joint venture with Moscow's former chief of police and another with a labor union. Burshteyn also formed the Russian bank called C Bank. In 1991, Burstein was asked to help Kyrgyzstan by its president, Askar Akayev, who named him as the country's foreign trade representative. The charismatic Burstein also set up a 4-day visit to Canada in 1992 for President Akayev, which brought Burstein into close contact with a number of important Canadian politicians. There were Sibeko offices in Moscow, Toronto, Zurich, New York, Rome, Brussels, and Santiago. This was Burstein's high point, for in summer 1993, Sibeko became the subject of allegations that shook the Yeltsin government and led to the resignation or firing of several senior cabinet ministers. The allegations revolved around supposed billions in laundered money, several million tons of unaccounted for oil, corruption involving key Russian politicians, and secret Swiss bank accounts. Burstein moved Sibeko's headquarters to Zurich and soon left Canada. At some point, Burstein's complex identity cover was blown. The Russian newspaper Izvestia wrote that he was known to be a secret agent for both the KGB and Israel's Mossad, as well as a gangster. And his Sibeko partner, Dmitri Yakubovsky, who had also lived in Toronto, headed back to Russia following a shootout in a posh section of Toronto. Yakubovsky was later charged and convicted for the 1994 theft of rare manuscripts from the Russian National Library that were destined for Israel and worth about $700 million. To cement his standing in organized crime, Burstein hosted an organized crime summit in Tel Aviv, which began on October 10th, 1995, and lasted through the 19th.
Attend a Zoom webinar on how to circumvent the hunting X.
They can go IRL, just the organized crime convention in fucking Tel Aviv. It's great. Yeah. So attending were Mogilevich and Mikhailov, as well as other hardened criminals. Burstein and Mikhailov were partners in a company registered in Belgium called MAB International, and perhaps other companies as well. By this time in his mercurial career, Burstein was hip deep in the politics of the Ukraine. Using Sibeko, he made significant financial contributions to the totally corrupt Leonid Kuchma, who was running for his second term as Ukraine's president in 1994. Everyone forgets about Leonid Kuchma. I think we talked about him a little bit in our Ukraine episode, but he was like the original leader of Ukraine, as they broke from the Soviet Union. And pretty corrupt ass motherfucker, like totally corrupt motherfucker, basically. Yeah. So not exactly surprising, but I don't want to hear about like brave democracy, whatever government they were so based, and then blah blah blah. No, they were sus, and it was illegal. They didn't vote to leave the Soviet Union, anyways. So another Burstein Mogilevich Mikhailov underworld partner, Alexander Volkov, also joined the Kuchma team that year. Volkov was such a scary guy that hardly anyone in Ukraine who wasn't a crook would utter his name. Eventually, Volkov was placed under investigation in Belgium and Switzerland for money laundering, though he was not arrested. Now we get a little interesting. Mogilevich and associates in the United States. Because guess what? He moved here pretty quickly. And we cover a couple people here are like extensively profiled in the Red Mafia book, but he does a good little brief summary of it. So Block says that Mogilevich's reach extends to the U.S. He established a company in L.A., another in Newtown, Pennsylvania, and uncountable shell companies, which received from Aragon Limited more than $30 million. One of Mogilevich's closest associates in the U.S. is Monia Elson, a former denizen of Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, close to Coney Island, now sitting in prison charged with 3 murders and extortion. Several years earlier, in summer 1993, Elson had been shot in a gun battle, and Mogilevich was able to sneak him out of New York and set him up in Fano, Italy, where he labored in the vineyard of money laundering. This was at least the 3rd attempt on Elson's life. He got so many assassins. It was really off the chain, weird Soprano shit of clumsy assassins just trying to blast him and getting shot multiple times but not dying and stuff. So he was wounded in May 1991, purportedly in retaliation for several murders. A little more than 6 months later, Elson was in Los Angeles, where an unknown gangster attempting to murder him shot him in the arm. Yeah, he was at the park that the Russians hang out in WeHo, and a black assassin walked up and put a gun to his head, and it misfired. And he would have been dead. Wow. But then he fought with the guy, and I think he shot him in his tendon or something like that. He kind of shot him in the hand. But really crazy shit. So Ellison's pastimes in New York included drug trafficking, counterfeit credit cards and traveler's checks, and murder. In a schematic drawn up by New York law enforcement in 1986, Ellison was shown to be heavily linked to the following New York area gangsters: Grigory Zanarov, who ran Sunway Towing but specialized in con games, fraud, counterfeit credit cards, and extortion; Roland Eskenazi, another credit card fraudster; and the earliest Russian American crime boss, Evsey Agron. The popularity of Agron had clearly slipped by January 1984 when he was shot in the neck. He survived, but not for very long. He was murdered by two assassins 16 months later. By far, the best known New York area Russian American criminals after Agron's demise, according to New York officials, were Marat Balagula, Grigory Zanarov, Ilya Zeltser, brothers Boris and Benjamin Nayfield, Alexander Blinken, and Boris Goldberg, infamous for his activities in narcotics and motor fuel fraud. Yeah, there's crazy motor fuel fraud going on here. The Nayfield brothers were also active in Belgium as a part of another Russian Eastern European organized crime outfit known as the Brandwein organization, named for Rachmel Brandwein. It was primarily based in Antwerp and appears to have worked in the usual manner of organized crime: drug trafficking, money laundering, counterfeiting, and assassinations. The group created the Antwerp firm M&S International, which also had an office in Berlin, and subsidiary companies in Vilnius, Lithuania, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Odessa, and Krasnodar. Canadian intelligence held that the Brandwein gang made deals with Mogilevich's Aragon Limited and worked with Marat Balagula, who had replaced Agron as the top Russian mobster in New York for a while. Boris Nayfield was an international criminal suspected for many years by the Belgian police of being both a jewel thief and counterfeiter. He palled around with Efim Laskin, a Russian emigre in Germany, whose criminal record in the West began in 1974 with an illegal entry into Switzerland, then moved to theft in Munich, counterfeiting in Greece, importing weapons and explosives in Italy, like Sus Gladio, like Years of Fled, like interesting, and a conviction in Munich for counterfeiting U.S. currency. This brings us only to 1981. In subsequent years, he was believed to have become a world-class heroin smuggler. He raised the money for the enterprise by stealing gold jewelry that was melted into ingots in Poland and then smuggled through India to Thailand. One of Laskin's key associates in this complex trade, oh yeah, I forgot about this, was allegedly a diplomat from Sierra Leone who was arrested in India with 20 kilos of gold ingots. That's right, this guy was getting involved with, I think, under Joseph Momo in the mid 80s. Some of these guys were sniffing around Sierra Leone looking to buy diamonds and things of that nature. And they're interesting to keep in mind. It was on their radar, let's put it that way. And Samuel Doe had some Italian friends, let's say. So, anyways, another associate of both Nayfield and Laskin was Lev Persitz. In June 1985, Laskin, Persitz, and two others were stopped at the Netherlands-German border and searched. The four men were carrying around $360,000 worth of Deutschmarks. They said they were on their way to a casino in Ostende, Belgium, and were allowed to drive on. In 1985, Nayfield, who had fled the United States, where he was wanted for trafficking in narcotics, was captured in Italy. Marat Balagula came to the U.S. from Odessa in 1976 and sprinted to the top of the emigre underworld in Brighton Beach. About a year after he entered the U.S., he owned a chain of 14 gas stations. In November 1983, he formed a fuel distributorship called Mallard with Lev Naum, originally from Kiev, Ephraim Nijinsky, and Carlos Orsini. His other primary fuel corporation was Energy Makers of America. One way that the latter company got product without paying taxes was to buy it from the R&R Cab Corporation, which was owned by the Nayfield brothers. R&R had started out as a taxi company, but soon transformed itself into a sham oil company. So yeah, there's actually more there. I forget if he gets into it. But the fuel fraud in like Long Island and New Jersey and New York is pretty wild. But he finishes here. Mogilevich's U.S. associates were not all in New York. Vladimir Berkovich, for example, lives in L.A. and was considered to be a chief lieutenant in Mogilevich's organization. One of his tasks was to arrange contract murders. He supplied shooters from abroad with weapons and phony visas, and he also made sure they got safely out of the U.S. The rendezvous point was Berkovich's Palm Terrace restaurant. The relationship between Mogilevich and Berkovich goes back to at least 1989, when Berkovich's son, Oleg, was convicted of solicitation to commit murder. When he was arrested, he was carrying a Magnex Limited business card. I just want to say I looked up I was able to find the Palm Terrace restaurant in Los Angeles. It's not called that anymore, but it still exists. It's on Fairfax in like West Hollywood, in that kind of area around like a little bit north of Cantor's Deli.
Mhm.
It's been changed into like a fusion restaurant now, but it was the Palm Terrace, I think, up through the 2000s. It kind of has like Russian catering hall, like private catering hall vibes a little bit from some of the pictures I saw of it. There's a lot
Mhm.
of like that in Glendale that they're restaurants, but like not for like random people to walk in and like eat at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
Were it still a Mogilevich place, I probably wouldn't go there and be like, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So okay, so that now there's more like fucking magnet intrigue in America as well as in Hungary. I guess there's this YBM Magnex International in Newtown, Pennsylvania, which made industrial magnets. Mogilevich
Mhm.
was the founding shareholder of the company, although in 1994 a Russian emigre scientist, Jacob Bogatin, was credited with starting it. So they made magnets and bicycles. And in 4 years, YBM rose from an obscure penny stock to a multinational worth nearly $1 billion. From 1994 to 98, YBM's net sales quadrupled, net income jumped ninefold, earnings rose by a factor of five, and the future looked just as promising. Indeed, YBM boasted of plans to become the world's leading producer of high energy permanent magnets. At any given time, some parts of this YBM yarn might actually have been true, although one must always keep in mind that the intention of those who created YBM was always always at its base, an
Was
expanding
always
criminal
based.
was always based,
Yeah.
or it was
Yeah.
all, I guess, base. It's like low. Yeah,
Yes.
the intention was base, an expanding criminal enterprise in which bicycles played no part. YBM Saga is also another example of the complicated mechanisms that organized criminals use, though surely unorganized criminals specializing in fraud follow many of the same patterns. In this case, the Canadian stock markets were central. So, names a bunch of the officers and stuff, and talks about getting being listed as like a blind pool. And I had not heard of this before. We're not super finance people, but Block says, generally speaking, a blind pool stands for a sham corporation that has been created to merge with other closely held public companies in order to bypass securities regulation, gain immediate access to the secondary market, and serve as a vehicle for market manipulation. Canadian commenter Diane Francis described blind pools as, quote, venture capital outfits that raise money without needing to tell the investors there was a specific plan in mind for the use of their money. Huh. So in the old days, a penny stock criminal firm made its money through an initial public offering of some phony and or overvalued security. Over the course of time, stock swindlers refined the idea and began conning investors to give them money for investments in unspecified companies. They were asking for what came to be known as a blank check. A blank check, when combined with a blind pool, created the synergy needed to make investors' money evaporate after the felons made theirs. The secondary market became the arena for making really big criminal money. It works like this. A public offering for the stock of a sham company, which is merging with another, usually unspecified firm already registered with a securities exchange, is made. Investors are not informed that the swindler's firm owns the bulk of the shares. This practice is known as scalping. The price is then driven up, made all the easier when the crooked firm is the sole market maker. Blank checks and blind pools rely on the most important technical innovation the criminal stock firm has, the telephone, which by the 1980s had evolved to include toll-free numbers, call waiting, call screening, and the availability of specialized phone lists where everything was hooked into fax machines and computers. The stock swindler's basic tool continues to just get better. Their methods reveal the kinship between the penny stock racket and the classic swindler's boiler room operation, resulting in a high pressure telephone promotion of a phony commodity by people who usually haven't the foggiest notion of what it is they're promoting. Yeah, I guess it's all just like goes double for the internet now, right?
Yes.
So
Definitely.
yeah, so YBM hit the big time in 1996 on the Canadian Stock Exchange. and their shares ratcheted up from 20 cents to $20. But of course, it pretended to kind of like separate. Yeah, all these shares, like the Magnex Hungary company, yeah, they slid 99.9% of the shares of the Hungarian magnet company into this one, and they tried to make it look like there was a complete separation from Arbot International. And YBM's chief operating officer, Igor Fisherman, was the president of Aragon, but he quickly slid into the new position with United Trade Limited, which is another offshore company they made in the Cayman Islands that they dumped all of Aragon into. Very fun. So they're just pumping up this stock. And let's see, then they found out there was a pending investigation at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Philadelphia. This is in 1996. They retained the Fairfax Group, a U.S.-based private detective firm, which is now known as Decision Strategies. Huh, interesting. Wow. The senior Fairfax investigators working the case included a former special prosecutor, forensic accountant, and a retired U.S. ambassador and former senior official with the U.S. State Department. For a company run by world-renowned mobsters, this was a seemingly odd choice. The initial Fairfax report to YBM took place in Toronto in March 1997, and in Philadelphia the next day, it was an oral report. In sum, Fairfax confirmed that YBM's original shareholders were organized criminals, that Arbot in Russia, Aragon in the UK, and Magnex in Hungary were owned and controlled by the Mogilevich syndicate, with participation by others, particularly Mikhailov. Fairfax also went over other areas, companies with which YBM was doing business. Some of these companies were shells, others were shells within shells, others did not exist, which only added to the overall grim picture. Moreover, Fairfax had found that Igor Fisherman, YBM COO, maintained a long-standing friendship with Mogilevich. Indeed, it seems Mogilevich had access to bank accounts at a key Eastern European YBM subsidiary run by Fisherman. Despite what would appear to be very bad news, YBM's gallant Special Independent Committee was soon pleased to inform YBM staff that Fairfax had looked hard, but, quote, could not find any evidence to substantiate the rumors swirling around YBM. That's what you pay him for, I guess. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
right. Yeah.
Or you pay them to figure out what can you dig up on us, and then to give them, a rubber stamp of approvals. Yeah, but then Deloitte and Touche, their auditor, stopped its audit of them in 1997 and said they wouldn't continue until they underwent a complete forensic investigation. And they held together for about another year. In 1998, they sent out a glowing news release reporting their net income had increased 94.6%. And it was just like so great. The stock pumpers were giddy, but that was their last gasp. In May 1998, the Ontario Securities Commission finished off YBM's ability to sell shares. Yep. I guess it just collapsed, and then YBM principals were prosecuted later on. But of course, Mogilevich got away. So yeah, that's pretty much the chapter here. He kind of sums it, he sums up like
Yeah.
what have we learned?
Yeah, that's
Should we read that?
pretty much like the main, like, I mean, there's maybe a little bit more, but that's like the thrust of like the book we kind of got to.
I think so. Let me see. Let me look
Yeah.
through my notes
Then there's
here
like the
of just
conclusion and
right. He
yeah.
does talk about, yeah, that you're right actually. Like he says there's Thomas Renier and Income Bank and Bank of New York, the Rashomon effect. I guess this final part, let me just sum it up quickly, but it's about like actually the Bank of New York kind of getting exposed by the New York Times, right? And starting to be looked at by investigators. And so this does turn, I mean, you could find a lot of like articles about it, but let me see if I can find kind of the original one from back in the day. Yeah, I mean, I guess catching Berlin and Edwards was a big part of the eventual case, right? That they brought. And so some lower people were kind of prosecuted. And the Bank of New York, like principals for the most part, kind of acted like, oh, these are like rogues. We had no idea this was going on. But the sheer volume of money and the amount of correspondent relationships with like very shady institutions kind of makes that very hard to believe that like they knew all these things were crooked. And, specifically the Eastern European division, right? Now, I just want to mention, because he doesn't like mention this at the very end, but then I kind of recognized the last name of one of the people that was actually a pretty critical figure. Like I wish he had profiled him a little bit more aggressively in this, but I'm talking about a gentleman who actually ran like the most, I think the person who ran the Eastern European division at Bank of New York, like from the late 80s up through the 90s during this entire period, was essentially the point person for the penetration of Bank of New York into like the former Soviet Union, was this individual, Vladimir Galitzine, who was, a vice president of Bank of New York and was, I think, the head of the key. Yeah, it says here, I think on page 200. Let me just skip down to Block's mention of him because this really jumped out at me as like, in terms of people that had an agenda in terms of like attacking, you could not get a more clear kind of guy with an agenda than this character, Vladimir Golitsyn. Yeah, he says summer 1999 was the beginning of the end of the Russian game for the Bank of New York. Although it was certainly not the only Western bank to engage in aiding and abetting Russian financial crime, no other bank played the game better than BONY. It had several advantages. For instance, the actions and activities of Rappaport's Bank of New York Intermaritime Bank were of major importance, serving as the initial wedge into Russia. The groundbreaking momentum by BNY-IMB was then picked up by BONY's newly fortified Eastern Europe division, headed by Senior Vice President Natasha Kogalovsky. Actually, she was technically the head, I guess, Natasha Kogalovsky, and obviously a Russian, but a former Bank of New York, her American lawyer, Stanley Arkin. Did she get arrested? Oh, this is in 2000. I see her. Yeah, she sued the bank for 270 million in damages for damaging her reputation. So she was the head, but aiding in the new endeavor were the eventually notorious Lucy Edwards and Jerky Talvitier, both seconded to BONY to London from time to time. Talvitier was at one point the chief executive officer of a Finnish bank headquartered in Moscow. A couple of the other key Eastern European division employees in New York were Vladimir Golitsyn and Paul Tsaritsyn, both of whom were BONY vice presidents. Other important employees included Natalie Lyobarsky, Karen Sandoz, and the unfortunate Svetlana Kudryavtsev, who was ultimately sacked and punished for aiding Lucy Edwards and her husband. Oh, she was on getting paid like 500 per month. Now, this is an interesting thing. He says that often enough, the East European division of Bank of New York acted as a quasi-intelligence center. This was particularly important because so many of their customers were organized criminals. Sigismondo and Tsaritsyn, for example, were quietly asked by the Central European International Bank of Hungary to check out one of its Ukrainian customers with a sordid reputation. The customer was a bank. Edwards and Talvitier also worked gathering intelligence on criminal banks in Ukraine, while other EED members did the same with Latvian and other banks. On a more personal level, Vladimir Golitsyn was asked to keep his eye on Gunther Blum, the top man in BONY Frankfurt, who seemed to the EED to be somewhat suspect, poor at following orders, and perhaps having a hidden agenda. What? Tsaritsyn quietly and effectively combed through banks and criminal bankers in Moldova, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Hungary, the Ukraine, Belarus, and Romania. These sorts of missions were a product of the EED's geographical base and its extraordinary clientele. One other note about Tsaritsyn, as he was very smart and able, he was asked to assist in an important Bank of New York Cayman Islands operation. This was part of BONY's expansion of its offshore fund management operations, which were established to improve services to investment management companies, and particularly their Latin American and Asian cartel. So I guess he does mention here that like Vladimir Golitsyn wrote a letter in 2000 to Alpha Bank's deputy chairman, and it was over disagreements about a loan thing. Let's see. He mentions the increased scrutiny by the regulators of every transaction that is not routine. And there's also a bank called the Byblos Bank in Beirut that was used as kind of a rerouting money in a mysterious way. But I just want to mention the Vladimir Golitsyn. Let me pull up some stuff I found about him because I noticed that
Word.
name. Let's go on RussianNobility.org. I think this is a
Nice.
slight oversight of Alan Block that I figure, he said that
Yeah.
it was on a more personal level, Vladimir Golitsyn was involved. Well, we're talking about actually the former president of the Russian Nobility Association, Prince Vladimir K. Galitzine of the House of Galitzyn, which was a house of Russian nobles. Just reading his obituary here, the board of the Russian Nobility Association of America is profoundly saddened. So he passed away in 2018. They say that Prince Vladimir Golitsyn was one of the Russian emigration's most prominent and active leaders. He was president of the RNA during the past year and board member for over 50 years, mostly as vice president. He was the organization's real public face, speaking for the membership in times of happiness and sorrow. His sense of humor enlivened our parties, blah, 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 and our annual charity balls. Prince Vladimir dedicated a very large part of his life to supporting what kept our emigration Russian, despite 100 years of life outside of Russia, the Russian Orthodox Church, Russian social and educational organizations, and the charity balls of several organizations that he and Princess Tatiana actively participated in or chaired. Prince Vladimir was, for 42 years, the warden of the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Sign, the seat of the Russian, actually of ROKOR, which I think might be in San Francisco. But that's the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia that was like set up to because they were like the Soviets like took over the official Russian Orthodox Church and like fuck them, but a lot of royalists, went around to this. Wow. He and Princess Galitzine dedicated a large part of their summers to Russian Scouts summer camps. Wow, where they organized and acted as surrogate parent to generations of children and young adults, where lifelong friendships and allegiances to Russian community organizations were formed. Interesting. For decades, Prince Vladimir also served on the board of the organization of the Russian Cadet Corps outside of Russia and was instrumental in reestablishing their connections with Russia after 1991. Now, here we go. In his professional life as an international banker for the Bank of New York, Prince Galitzine was directly involved in the early stages of opening the Russian market to the U.S. banking industry. His personal charm and formidable diplomatic talent and dedication to the Russian community made him a recognized and admired figure on the Russian scene. Obituaries in Russia are up to 53 and counting in all types of publications, including the provinces, where readers are becoming aware for the first time that there is actually a Russian nobility association in far off United States 100 years after the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia.
Nice.
Prince Vladimir Galitzine descends from one of the oldest and most important princely families in Russia. Over the last 600 years, family members were known for their tradition of service to the Russian state and the Russian people, holding leadership roles in government and the military, diplomats, ministers, governors, leaders of nobility, scholars, artists, and patrons of the arts. Members of Prince Vladimir's family fought the Bolsheviks to the last during the Russian Civil War in the ranks of the White Army and retreated with General Wrangel from Crimea in 1920. The prince was born, this is interesting, the prince was born in January 1942 to Prince Kirill Vladimirovich Galitzine and his wife, Marina Alexandrovna née von Enden, in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, where many families of white officers found a new home. I think I'm pretty sure that's actually he was born during the Nazi occupation of Belgrade, I believe. So, I guess his father, Prince Kirill, felt pretty safe there that, he could have his kids in a Nazi occupied Yugoslavia. So then the family emigrated again to New York in 1951 after a route through Germany and a displaced persons camp in Munich. Life was difficult for immigrants to New York after the war. Oh, yeah. Boo fucking who. Yeah, it was so hard if you're just an immigrant. But young Vladimir found scholarships and completed his education. He joined the Bank of New York in 1960, where one of his coworkers was Tatiana Vladimirovna Kazimirova, who he married in 1963. Galitzine worked his way up from an accounting position to the international department. In 1990, he became head of the bank's new Eastern European department, which opened up banking relationships with Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Poland, and East Germany, and eventually Russia, where he first arrived in 1990. He described this time as the most challenging, rewarding, and satisfying time in his professional life.
Wow.
Wow. So
beautiful.
Woo. Prince Vladimir Galitzine. Right. Yeah. This guy. So I believe that the Galitzines, let me pull up a House of Galitzine real quick. This is just to say that if there's, means mode of opportunity, the House of Golitsyn, which you can see here as a big Wikipedia article, has existed since the 15th century.
Oh, nice.
And Yeah, a lot of there are many famous statesmen, including Vasily, Boris, Dmitri, and Nikolai Golitsyn. Actually, Prince Nikolai Dmitrievich Golitsyn was an, aristocrat and monarchist who was the last prime minister of Imperial Russia and resigned after the February Revolution. But you can definitely see that like this is a large family, with like different branches and cousins and things like that. But a lot of them did emigrate like to America or to Western countries because, like they said, they fought the Bolsheviks to the last and were with General Wrangel, Branch Vasilievich. I guess there are four major branches by the 17th century. One died out, while the other three in their subdivisions contained about 1,100 members. And like it can get a little wild, like tracing all of it. But let's see, bank and oh yeah, like let me see if it is this. Uh, let me see if this New York Times article. Yeah, this is a New York Times article. One of these, I think, kind of exposés. Like this is from 1999 that talks about Galitzine a little bit. Yeah, that said somebody said Mr. Zeltzer said it's not one of the mobsters, is it? Actually, it might be. It might be actually one of the mobsters. Yeah, Zeltzer. He said the Bank of New York was very happy with the money Natasha and Galitzine were making and routinely let them run their own show. The Bank of New York said Mr. Galitzine was unavailable for comment. An individual familiar with the investigation of the bank said that Mr. Galitzine has not been suspended, but Lucy Edwards was. She worked with Miss Kogalovsky, blah blah blah. Yeah, so
And who was
he
Zeltzer again?
I think
I
Zeltzer was mentioned as a mob. Let me see. This article probably says earlier. I think he was maybe one of the Russian mobsters who was caught funneling laundered money through the Bank of New York and then started to speak about it. Let me see. Yeah, the bank entrusted much responsibility for much of the fast-growing business in Eastern Europe to Natasha Gurfinkel Kogalovsky, the senior vice president who was suspended on Wednesday. One of her best customers was Incombank, the fast-growing Russian bank that handled more than 250 payments a day through the Bank of New York. This is Emmanuel E. Zeltzer, who was a lawyer for Incombank, who is in a dispute about fees with his former client. So he's the one kind of talking trash about them and said that the Bank of New York was very happy with the money Natasha and Galitzine were making and let them run their own show. And he basically says they were up to sus shit. I don't think he really got like punished for any of it. There is, of course, also like there's a little Dracularity going on with the House of Galitzine, right?
hmm
We might
Yeah.
we might cut this out, but I feel like maybe we should say it and then decide later if we should cut it out. Like, or I swear we're not trying to like do episodes where like this comes certain certain lineages
Uh-huh.
of anybody comes up, but it's like it's odd because this name, if you search like newspapers.com for the Galizians, see there was I'm assuming a cousin who was definitely like also a prince and from the same house of Galitzin who ended up settling in Chicago after the Bolshevik Revolution. And there's one individual that I guess I had accidentally stumbled on before that just made me think like, oh, and actually, now that I think about it, it does connect to something we did bring up in Contra 7. So I feel like maybe we do. It's just worth interesting in terms of the connections of like the very high bourgeoisie on both the American side and some of their international friends, right?
hmm
I think we had talked about Robert Vesco, the
I
kind of
genuinely don't know who you're talking about with
okay, you're
this.
confused. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
or I don't remember if you've mentioned it
oh,
before,
okay,
and I don't
okay.
see it in our notes. Or I
It's
didn't see it
in
in
there.
our
It's in the
notes.
main note. I just noticed that I think we had brought up in Contra 7 that, Robert Vesco, this like sus scammer guy that like fled to Cuba and was kind of involved in the Paradise Island
hmm
stuff. His mentor in like white collar crime was this guy named Malcolm Evans McAlpin, right?
hmm
Who was like a
Yeah.
very like waspy like heir. Actually, I think a descendant of a hotel heir, the McAlpin hotelier dynasty of New York. And I think we found that, either his first cousin or first cousin once removed Nancy McAlpin Bell married like a sus grandfather of a certain, bad boy in the 1960s,
Oh my God.
as evidenced in the West Palm Beach Post. And the McAlpin Bells were also cousins of descendants of William Rockefeller's family, right? And I just noticed in this thing, the only reason I bring it up is because in this article about the marriage of Miss McAlpin Bell, it mentions that the groom's best man is Prince Nicholas Galitzine. So,
Oh
like,
wow.
yeah.
Yeah, now I remember, or maybe I
And
do remember this now. Yeah.
this groom is a name that people would probably recognize, who is inherited a successful wire company in Chicago. He was feted by
Oh.
Prince Galitzine and his wife at a cocktail party at their home in Lake Forest. On top of that, I was curious about more about the life of this other Prince Galitzine in Chicago, and I found a bizarre article that is about two different weddings that are like not supposed to be related to each other, but they're literally related. Like the people in both weddings are related because this is in the high society pages, right? It's actually about the wedding of Prince Nicholas Galitzine, who was marrying Josephine Dennehy, who is the daughter of presumably an Irish, I think maybe a coffee like magnate in Chicago. So this is from the Chicago Tribune and Saturday, April 2nd, 1932. This is online, public information, right? Yeah, it's a picture of Josephine Dennehy, and it says, Miss Helen Stanley, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. W. Edwin Stanley, have decided to be married to Victor Elting Jr., son of Mr. and Mrs. Victor Elting of Winnetka, May 7th. The wedding will take place in St. Chrysostom's Church, which is the scene of more fashionable weddings than any other church in the city or suburbs, at 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon, and followed by a small reception. Mr. Elting and his bride are to live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He's a graduate of Princeton, 28, and Miss Stanley attended St. Timothy's School at Catonsville, after which she spent a year abroad. She made her debut in the season of 1930-31. So just to say there that actually Victor Elting Sr. was one of the three principals behind something we've mentioned recently called the American Protective League, which was a like private intelligence, like red hunting outfit during World War One
Right,
that did a
yeah.
lot of union busting. Victor Elting Sr. is one of the three main guys of these like wealthy Chicago kind of business guys that got together, and like that was where you could like get in the mail like your badge that like wasn't really a badge, but then you could go around and
Right.
like be a vigilante, and like it was supposed to root out German sympathizers, but ended up just going after like socialists and union people. So like so this announcement is about the son of Victor Elting Sr., that guy. And I don't know what Victor Elting Jr. ended up doing. Anyways, I believe that the Victor Eltings are like the great uncle the Victor Elting Sr. is the great uncle of a certain bad boy. Anyways, moving on.
Okay, all right.
So
Uh,
a wedding at which only a few Chicagoans will be present, but which is of great interest here, is that of Miss Josephine Dennehy and Prince Nicholas Galitzine, both of Chicago, which will take place today at noon at 1883 Orlando Road, Pasadena, the winter residence of the bride's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas C. Dennehy. The service will be read by the Reverend Joseph Sullivan, S.J., okay, yeah, Catholic, Irish Catholic confirmed, of San Francisco, in the presence of a few relatives and friends. Miss Eleanor Dennehy will be her sister's only attendant, and Prince Rostislav will serve his brother-in-law as best man. The bride will wear a gown of white satin with a plain tulle veil, and she will carry calla lilies. I don't even know what that is. The maid of honor's gown is of corn yellow crepe Elizabeth, and her straw hat and shoes are of cherry red. She will carry stock of the same bright color. Prince Galitzine and his bride will be at home after May 1st at Lakeshore Drive in the Joseph C. Belt's
Don't have a cow, Dad.
apartment. Parentheses, the Belts are moving to their Lake Forest residence at the end of this month. So it's weird. Anyways.
and yeah, for the record, those addresses, I don't know if we're gonna keep this in,
Well, we
but
could bleep,
those
bleep out
addresses
the
that
addresses.
were just read, yeah.
I don't even know if that house exists anymore.
Exactly, like are a million years old. But yeah, all right.
Intergenerational friends with like the House of Galitzine. Anyways, just like it's just funny. And also like, yeah, descended from the American Protective League. So yeah, Vladimir Golitsyn, we could say that he was on his last crusade, right? That like his entire family and identity was like revolving around for 100 years, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Like I
Yeah.
feel it's like pretty
It's all very
obvious.
interesting. Yeah, it's
He used
literally
this.
Dracularity in a way
Yeah.
because it gives me the vibes of like those kind of speeches that Dracula himself would give like in the novel, like because he was like sort of like Eastern European nobility and things like that.
Right. I mean, these
But
are
yeah,
kind of Dracula figures that I think the Chicago Galitzine ended up being like the vice president of whatever the big utility is in Chicago, like the biggest like kind of monopoly electricity utility in Chicago. So ended up being a big man of business as well. But obviously is hanging out with a lot of like right-wing industrialist people that probably shared his politics, and they probably sympathized with his intergenerational quest to get back at the Bolsheviks, right? And finally reopen Russia so that they could frolic in the fields and do whatever the fuck. Oh yeah, Commonwealth Edison was the largest electric utility in Illinois. Prince Nicholas became, yeah, I guess the chairman of that. Yeah, did I find anything else about Alexander Galitzine Armour?
yeah, I'm
Is this
reading up
another?
the Winnetka Historical Society has some stuff about the Dennehy estate here.
Oh, I
I'm
saw.
reading
Yeah, I saw the
now.
Dennehy
Yeah.
estate. It did mention that, like, oh, she married into like basically like Russian
Yeah, and
nobility,
she became
essentially.
known as Princess. The title she earned the title of Princess, I guess. Um,
Right. And I think it was the Armour family, also a wealthy Lester Armour. Oh yeah, Rostislav Jr. That's right. Yeah. So there's an article here about the sister of Nicholas Galitzine. She owned a clothing store. Despite her noble heritage, Mrs. Armour rarely spoke about her background. I recall someone asking once what her father did, and instead of saying he was in the court of Nicholas II, she said, he worked for the government. The granddaughter said she never lived in the past. All right. Well, longtime friend didn't know about her royal lineage until years after meeting her in the early 70s, but she wasn't shocked when she did. But there was just something extremely wonderful about being in her presence. She was absolute royalty in her attitude and the way she presented herself and the way she cared about others. Interesting. She supported multiple Chicago arts organizations. She has wow. She has a lot of grandchildren named Romanov. So, like, presumably, maybe they intermarried with like Romanov relatives. I didn't realize actually, yeah, this Russian Nobility Association, like, I didn't realize they were kind of all like here and like networking, as aggressively, and then working for banks that were then, they were in the prime position. Like I can only imagine what the Russian Nobility Association of America like was doing during the Cold War, right?
yeah.
I like he and
Um,
this guy, the Bank of New York guy, was like the head of it and was on the board for 50 years. The Russian Nobility
yeah.
Ball. Let me
Vladimir
see.
Golitsyn was the vice president of Pony, just looking back over all the mentions of him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Founded in 1933. It was founded by pretty much like people who had fled the Russian Revolution and the Stalinist purges of the 30s. Oh, interesting. The association also became a resource for members of the Russian nobility who fled Europe before and during the Second World War, which is kind of like Vladimir Golitsyn like being in, Yugoslavia like during the war in a nice safe place. Yeah, I mean, these people care a fuckload about their genealogy, so I don't see why it's wrong that we care about their genealogy like a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like these people are
Um,
obsessed with like their fucking genealogy. Like it's like the Satanism thing. It's like even if it's not real, like they believe in it. So it's like it has a materiality. Like it has a significance to them because like
yeah,
this
I
is
mean,
their whole worldview.
I'm certainly not saying that the House of Golitsyn isn't sus.
It's just
Yeah, it's just
we kind of know like where they stand in history. Yeah, wow,
yeah.
Prince Vladimir Golitsyn. I guess it was right before his death. It looks like the Wikipedia was written before it was written by the group. Like, and we're not getting any.
Right.
Wonder if you type in like CIA RNA ball. No, it's really just all just like wonderful balls and sanitized unclassified papers of the history of right now. That's just the CIA document. We know there's there. I wonder if there's any other book that kind of gets into his specific activities, what he was actually doing, right? In like 1989 to like 1991, and then throughout the 90s. It sounds very like momentous, like what he was able to accomplish, but like who exactly? I mean, I think it's interesting, like the connections there between the old Russian aristocracy and organized crime networks, right? Like I
Yes.
guess you could say it's like a marriage of convenience, right? Like an overlapping of shared interests. Like they both hate the Soviet Union for different reasons and want to loot it
Right. Yes.
basically like kind of for different reasons, but really they both like kind of want yeah, like they wanted control over the like the Russian economy and the resources and everything that was built up, and they I don't know, they're sickos, but I'm really yeah, it's
So
funny that
crazy that there's like a current like I don't know if he's a millennial or what like that is the current Nicholas Galitzine who like pretends to be like
oh, there's like an actor, right?
yeah yeah
Like if you
yeah
type it in, there's like a Zoomer like actor named Nicholas
yeah.
Galitzin. Actually, does it say that he's descended from like
He's played Cinderella's prince opposite Camilla Cabello, the Prince of England in red, white, right, and sorry. He's played Cinderella's prince opposite Camilla Cabello, the Prince of England in red, white, and royal blue. And next will play He-Man, Prince Adam of Eternia, in Masters of the Universe. But is Hollywood's latest It Boy an actual prince? There's been a ton of speculation in the press that Nicholas Galitzine, 29, not to be confused with the older Nicholas Galitzine, this is the
yeah,
present day one.
they
Uh,
launched this guy just to fuck with
yeah,
the SEO of
yeah,
Nicholas
descends
Galitzin.
from a
Yeah.
royal bloodline, specifically Russia's House of Golitsyn, an alternate spelling of his surname, a noble family whose members were executed and exiled during the Russian Revolution. And
Hmm.
many Golitsyns did wind up in London, where Nick was eventually born in 1994. Unfortunately, that's where the fairy tale ends. THR has unearthed documentation confirming Nick's paternal grandfather legally changed his name to Edward Ralph Alexander Golitsyn on April 9th, 1956. His birth name? Edward Ralph Alexander Tier. And while Nick's financier father, Jeffrey Golitsyn, is often said to be of Russian descent, the truth is that he is entirely English, just like his grandfather, Edward, born in Portsmouth, Hampshire, England, in 1913. In fact, his father's birth certificate, issued in Essex, England, in May 1949, reads Jeffrey Tier. It's not entirely clear why Nick's grandfather chose to change the family name to Golitsyn in 1956. A rep for the future He-Man tells Raymond Reporter that Nick isn't aware of any royal relatives in his family tree. Seth
What?
Ebermovich.
That is bizarre.
That is
Yeah.
really weird, and
That's
that
really
really
weird.
like kind of like mystifies everything a little bit more. Like, why are these people just like changing their names?
To like
Like,
pretend to be like a Russian noble. That's very like Lord Gordon
yeah, it's
Gordon.
weird.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but I
very
assume that was not going on with the other Nicholas Golitsyn, and certainly not with the Vladimir
no,
Golitsyn who
they're
we talked about.
identified as
Yeah,
princes, both of them.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
right,
They're definitely
yes,
part of the royal family.
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's funny that like his grandfather just like decided to like LARP, I guess.
It's
I don't
very
know.
weird.
Little
Yeah.
strange, a
Maybe it
little
was like
strange.
part of the craze. Maybe he just like really admired, the brave white Russians or something.
Yeah, in the
You know,
50s, who knows like
yeah.
what he was kind of aiming at. But these people unfortunately kind of like got what they got their Russia back kind of, and at what cost exactly? And then like Bruce Rappaport, I guess Bruce Rappaport was still alive when this book was written, right?
Hmm.
So actually he does have wow, like the second thing coming up is a World Bank
Yeah, he
website.
died 6 years after this.
Right. It's funny. The second thing is a World Bank website that says Bruce Rappaport's Stolen Asset Recovery Initiative, $12 million. So I guess he has like outstanding. Oh, he died in 2010. Okay, so he was still alive. Yeah, 87 years old. There is some stuff here. Yeah, Guns for Antigua. Yar Klein. We talked about who was trained in Liberia later. And then ambassador to Israel. Oh, yeah. In the late 90s, he was appointed as Antigua and Barbuda's ambassador to Russia. And I guess at some point also to Israel as well.
All
Wow.
right.
So the end with this, like they ended up getting kind of slapped on the wrist, Bank of New York. But like Rappaport didn't really get, caught. And eventually, the Mellon family swept in, right? And they merged with like the Bank of New York in like 2005, I think. And now it is like BNY Mellon. But there's not much information. I mean, Block kind of talks about, oh, Ruth, oh, you know what? We got at least an obituary. Oh my God, the Rappaport Prize for Israeli Art. Wow. They got into philanthropy. His wife, Ruth Rappaport, was the co-president of the Geneva branch of the Women's International Zionist Organization. And let's forget, yeah, he was allegedly attempted to bribe. Oh no, we talked about that. The Israeli Labor Party like funneling money from the Iraq Gate Bechtel thing. That's another one, going back to our Taylor thing, Maddie Healy's fiance now, the
Oh
model.
yeah, what's
His
her name?
last
Gabriette.
Gabrielle
Uh,
Bechtel.
Bechtel, right? Yeah.
But I'm myself and others like jumped when we saw that, and we did some checking up, and apparently cannot just like Nicholas Galitzine, the actor, it might just be a coincidence, but it's strange. I mean, I think her dad's like rich, but like I don't think apparently Swiss German and not the Bechtels are like all American, so more confusion being thrown in the mix there. But International
Yeah, I mean,
Zionist
I feel like
Organization. Okay.
lately with the sort of Charlie XCX, right? That's
Right.
what her name is. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Her like little song dedicated to Dasha or inspired by
Hmm.
Dasha. I feel like it's only confirmed my Tealite COINTELPRO suspicions about Maddie Healy. He's
No,
not to
you're
be
right. You
trusted.
nailed it. You nailed it
Yeah,
exactly,
my
exactly.
instincts
And
were 100% correct.
Charlie's engaged the 1975 drummer, so it's all
Yeah,
connected, right?
true. Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
have a diss track about Taylor on her most recent album. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
tried to
But
listen to the song about Dime Square to be honest, and it was to me unlistenable and just completely awful. Like I literally
wow,
couldn't make it through it. I was like,
it's
this is
not a hot frat
awful.
summer for you.
It's awful. No, it is
Okay.
not. I would not be having a hot brat summer.
Okay, I kind of want to read the Jerusalem Post obituary of Ruth Rappaport because I can't find an
Okay.
obituary of Bruce Rappaport. This is the best we can do in 2018. Philanthropist, art lover, dead at 94. The Rappaports supported medical treatment and research in the United States as well as in Israel. Did they fund like Rick Doblin's fucking like maps force feeding like Palestinians MDMA experiment? Like the IDF, like the fucking
Right.
things. Although she and her late husband, Bruce Rappaport, originally known as Baruch, made their home in Geneva, Switzerland, their hearts remain in Israel, particularly in Haifa, where they both grew up, where they first met, and where several projects are named for one or both of them. Ruth Rappaport, who continued the philanthropic activities of the Rappaport Foundation, died last week in Geneva at age 94. Bruce Rappaport, a banker who also dealt in oil, guns, and diplomacy on behalf of other countries, and who was an extraordinary generous philanthropist, died in 2010 at the age of 88. Ruth was born in Berlin in 1924. She and her family left Germany in 1933 after Hitler came to power and settled in Tel Aviv. Then her family moved to Haifa, where the Jewish community there was very much a German enclave. And then when she was 18, she met Baruch Rappaport. There was an instant attraction, a short romance, and a long marriage that lasted 65 years, most of which were spent in Geneva. That is interesting. He's like a wife guy. Like he had the same wife, like from Israel. You know what I mean? Like a guy who lived that kind of like high flying lifestyle and was like such a sicko, you know? Interesting. But the Rappaports kept coming back to Israel. They came for family gatherings, for meetings of organizations like the Tel Aviv Crime Convention and institutions to which they contributed, and for gala events that interested them. Bruce not only had an aptitude for big business, he also had a Midas touch, and his diversified business interests continued to flourish. The more money he made, the more he gave away. Ruth was not only a willing partner in his philanthropy, she sometimes took the initiative. As, for instance, in the building of the Ruth Rappaport Children's Hospital at the Rambam Medical Center in Haifa. She was shocked when she
Mm.
learned there was no fully equipped pediatric hospital in the north, and without thinking twice, made the commitment for the cost of the facility that bears her name. It's like dark considering what's going on right now.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, here's another one. Perhaps that was not really surprising because for more than 50 years, Ruth was active in WIZO. Oh, the Women's International Zionist Organization. It's funny they don't like spell it out. They just say
Mhm.
WIZO, but that's I
Well,
guess that is the
anyone
Women's
who's
Inter
anyone knows.
I
Yeah.
guess you're right. They don't need to like spell it out, right? Which
Yeah.
first and foremost, I like that this is the first and foremost, like it first and foremost cares for mothers and children, although it also cares for the elderly, for families, and for Holocaust survivors. For 17 of those years, she chaired WIZO Geneva. She was also associate chair of WIZO's International Council. These roles gave her a deep ongoing connection with Israel, as did her involvement with the Ruth and Bruce Rappaport Faculty of Medicine at the Technion Israel Institute of Technology, the Rappaport Family Institute for Research and Medical Sciences, and of course, the Children's Hospital.
I
In
bet
her,
that like the
oh,
Rappaport Institute of Medical Sciences was like one of those places that was stealing organs. Or,
yeah, I
no,
mean, I
like
can
obviously
own the
that
mind
wasn't something that
reels.
happened, but and these people are horrible, but I'm simply speculating. Allegedly, we're
It's just given the
disclaimer,
career
simply
that he
a
had, it's weird for
speculation.
him.
Yeah.
It's still there. If you look up Rappaport Family Institute for Research and Medical Science as a website,
Yeah.
it's still Still going. Let's see. Is there anything else here? Interesting. In her WISO capacity, Ruth Rappaport was particularly concerned about safety and security of children in Sderot and other communities located close to Israel's borders. So, like
Right.
settlements. Okay. He's
Yeah.
very concerned about settlements. Okay. The couple also established the Rappaport Prize for Biomedical Research. What the? Okay. The Rappaport supported medical treatment and research in the US as well as in Israel. Bruce Rappaport and Shimon Peres were good friends, and Bruce was fond of quoting Peres, who often said that science, illness, and death. Who often said that science, illness, and healthcare have no borders. Ugh. Any research that proves beneficial in one part of the world, he would say, will ultimately benefit the whole world. Wow, amazing. So, except if it's in Gaza. Wow. So then there's also this isn't time out from generation to generation, a celebration of 10 years of the Rappaport Prize for Israeli Art. This is from 2017. Wow. So they're really just rising up at the Tel Aviv Museum. There's a big gala. It's one of the most important prizes in Israeli art and allows the museum to present some of the best Israeli artists from different generations. Do you think they had one this year?
Um, Possibly. Maybe.
It's like a
I
Go
mean,
Trance like experience,
yeah,
like
I mean, well,
interactive art video
yeah,
for
exactly.
Israeli art 2024. Oh, yep, somebody won. Arnon Ben David. Yeah. No, it must have already happened. Let's see when. Okay, I'm going to prizes, Tel Aviv Museum Art. Wait, hold on. I think I was joking, but actually, 2024 Rappaport Prizes for Art, monetary reward. Following the events of October 7th and the war that we are in the midst of, the Bruce and Ruth Rappaport Foundation, in collaboration with the Tel Aviv Museum of Art, had decided to dedicate the 2024 Rappaport Prize in Art to support a new video creation that evidences or echoes the questions and concerns that arise at this time. So they're literally, I feel like they're
Yeah, they
calling
made the
for a
video that you
Susco
have to
Psytrance
take
video.
opiates to watch.
Oh
Yeah,
my
like
God. The
um
proposed works may refer to any aspect of the events of October 7th and its aftermath, directly or indirectly. The call for applications is intended to allow a wide
oh
range of
man.
artistic responses, and the use of any narrative or abstract artistic means may be acceptable. Documentaries, scripted and stage, animation, etc. So, wait, okay, I want to see what art won. Bezalel graduates are the Rappaport Prize winners of 2024. Okay, there's an article
I
about it.
found this bizarre, this is back to the Galitzine family thing, but I found this bizarre book called Americans All by William Seabrook, who is like
Okay.
a very interesting author, like in his own right. He was like an occultist. He wrote the book The Magic Island about voodoo,
Okay. Oh,
and like
okay.
the zombies and things like that. And his Wikipedia article says about him, he is well known for writing on and engaging in cannibalism.
Wait, say that again?
It's he is well known for writing on and engaging in cannibalism. This is in the first paragraph of his Wikipedia article, which is pretty funny. But
Okay, okay.
yeah, so I mean I guess he was like kind of like a travel writer, kind of like he spent a week with Aleister Crowley in 1919, right? So
Wow.
he's yeah, so it's a relatively old book. He wrote a bunch of different books about his travels. In fact, I think he wrote a book about, or he wrote about encountering like Yazidis and wrote about their beliefs. Apparently, yeah, he converted to Islam when he was in Arabia, or at least he said the Shahada. An interesting guy, maybe someone to look into down the line. But he wrote this one book, and I had to like verify that actually was by him, but it is because it's not listed on his bibliography, like at least on that site. But in the PDF I found of it, it lists his other publications. So yeah,
Hmm.
you can tell it's by him, but it has this very, very weird like preface. It says, "This book is occasionally misunderstood or misappraised as something it never had any intention of being. This one is not intended to be a statistical immigration treatise, less a controversial polemic, nor has it any pretension towards being a technical work on sociology, politics, or economics. It pretends to show in common, close-up, personal human terms what kind of people Americans of foreign language origin are today, what they contribute to the American scene, how they live in the land of their adoption, how they are viewed and treated there." William Seabrook writes about a numerically enormous element in the population of the United States, certainly 30 million and maybe 40 million, including babies, grandfathers, and grown-ups, now renamed Jones and Kelly. In a non-statistical human interest picture such as this intends to be, the actual number of foreign-born immigrant American citizens, already close to 15 million, is a mere nucleus for the vast, incomputable total who retain traces of their foreign language origin. So I don't know. I don't know what's up with this book. It seems like maybe some people took it as like these people are a menace or something, or maybe he was trying to imply some certain things politically. I mean, maybe we can get some insight from reading what he says about the Galitzins,
Oh, the
because he has a whole
Galitzins.
chapter on the White Russians.
Oh shit.
Um,
Okay.
all right. So yeah, this is a relatively big chapter, but I'll read some parts of it that have to do in particular with the Galitzins.
Okay.
So he's talking to Princess Obolenki, and he spends some time in Chicago in particular. So soon Princess Obolensky was telling me nice words about tangles of names which puzzle Americans. Herself a Trubetskoy, she had married an Obolensky, and now, more recently in America, two of her daughters had married Trubetskoy princes. She was explaining to me that in old White Russia, the key top families of the Moscow and St. Petersburg aristocracy had always been a very small group. Society, in that ultimate sense, had been small. In her own top circle back in Russia, only a few families, some dozen or more, like the Golitsyns, the Trubetskoys, the Obolenskys, the Gagarins, and of course the Romanovs, the top of everything. In consequence, a dozen or so big families have been marrying among themselves from time immemorial. It's the same thing, of course, with America's own Hudson River aristocracy.
Oh, isn't it
Everybody
though?
is everybody else's cousin.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
instance, the beautiful young Princess Natasha Golitsyn, who had been in Hollywood for a while and then came to New York and married Prince Vasily Romanov, son of the Grand Duke Alexander and Grand Duchess Xenia, who was a sister of the Tsar. They had opened a beauty parlor in Cincinnati. Similarly, Princess Aleka Golitsyn, who had worked in maybe it's meant to be Alexa or well, Aleka Golitsyn,
Alexa. Yeah.
who had worked in a Marshall Field store in Chicago,
Oh
had
yeah.
married Prince Rostislav Romanov, who had once had a job with the Missouri Pacific Railway, son of the Grand Duke Alexander Mikhailovich.
Yeah.
Prince Rostislav's yeah.
That was his. That was the brother of the Nicholas Golitsyn, because he
Right,
was the
yeah.
best. They said Radislav was his best man at his wedding.
Right. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess this book came out in 1938, so it's like kind of around that time. Yeah, similarly, yeah, okay, sorry, no, that's the sentence before. But Prince Radislav's first cousin, Princess Nina, previously mentioned, is married to Prince Paul Alexandrovich Shavshavradze, who in his turn is a first cousin of Princess Aleka. Other Romanovs in the United States, only about 10 in all, are the Princess Xenia, sister of Princess Nina, who married William B. Leeds, Prince George, son of Grand Duke Constantine, who once worked at the Saks Fifth Avenue, where he began as a floor walker, and the Grand Duchess Marie, daughter of Grand Duke Paul, highest titled Russian in America, who worked at Bergdorf Goodman's and wrote The Education of a Princess.
Hmm.
She had been married and was divorced from Prince William of Sweden. She has been abroad for a year or more on journalistic assignments. The pair who perhaps best typify the fictional, romantic, dramatized concept of authentic titled Russian exiles, which had its gay apotheosis in Tovarich, are Prince and Princess Shavshadze. It's a very interesting name.
Oh,
Shavshad, yeah.
is that
Yeah.
Georgian? But it's like
I'm not sure.
Shevardnadze, like that kind of I don't know. It's always a harder one to
Yeah, he goes on about them for a while, but since we don't have too much time, I'll skip to where he mentions Nicholas Galitzine in particular. Another Russian whom I met through Lemmy in Chicago and who was anything but sad or feudal is Dr. Henry R. Cross now on 4601 Broadway. He headed the Red Cross Drive and Liberty Loan Drive among the Russian Americans and has been in America for 33 years, is Jewish, but a graduate of Loyola College, promotes all things cultural. Is Jewish but a graduate of Loyola College. I guess, is that a Catholic college or something? Anyway,
yeah, I'm pretty
promotes
sure.
all
Yeah.
things cultural and was a friend of Shaliapin, had a personal correspondence with Woodrow Wilson, and is a friend of the underdog. He is now helping the WPA assemble material about Russians in America. He said when I thanked him and asked permission to mention him, a lot of my friends will think I've turned reactionary. They will be both angry and a little jealous if they see me pleasantly mentioned in the sort of book you seem to be trying to write. The titled White Russian setup in Chicago is similar to that in the East, except that more of them are still night watchmen, waiters, waitresses, and chauffeurs. Prince Radislav, whose mother was a sister of the Tsar, is an expert accountant, and the Princess Radislav, who was a Galitzin, has already mentioned, runs a dress shop on Michigan Avenue. Prince Nicholas Galitzin is a salesman for the Edison Company. Few, if any, of these white Russian aristocrats are loafers or playboys, not even those who have married rich. While many Georgian and Caucasian families are of ancient noble lineage, there is a whole category of princes, quote unquote, whose titles, while in no sense spurious, like Prince Mike's, I guess as someone mentioned earlier, meant no more in Tsarist Russia than Kentucky colonels' titles mean in America. At most, when they meant anything, they meant esquire, landed gentry.
Interesting.
Yeah, he goes on about them a little bit, but yeah, interesting text here. But yeah, that's what he has to say about them for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll read the end here of his chapter on Russian Americans.
Yeah. His nickname was Mickey, Vladimir Golitsyn.
Yeah,
That's what they would call him. I said, yeah. I'm reading
yeah,
some New York Times in the 90s about him.
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
It does
Again,
say here, actually interesting, that people who know Mr. Galitzine said family problems in the early 90s distracted him from his work, and he began ceding more authority to Miss Kogalovsky, who, by the way, was married to a Menatep executive the whole time during all of this. And then, so I guess she leapfrogged Galitzine and won control of the Eastern European division, although they're said to have remained friends. Once again, Mr. Gallatin declined to comment on any aspect of the investigation. Ms. Kogalovsky was born in Leningrad and worked at Irving Bank and ended up as an assistant. That was a Miss Edwards, Lyudmila Edwards was born in Leningrad, but so was Kogalovsky. And she was the one who was an assistant to Galitzine. So she ended up going down. Oh, I forgot about this. Is just funny. I don't think there's actually a connection, but Lucy Edwards, aka Lyudmila Edwards, was born Lyudmila Pritzker in 1958 and might have spent her entire life in Russia had she not met a young American in the Merchant Marine in 1977. Although she was only 19, she married him that year at the American consulate in Leningrad, a relative said. They moved to America and lived in Illinois briefly before going west, but then they got divorced. In 1987, she moved to the East Coast and landed a job at Irving Trust, where I guess she was working with, she ended up working under Galitzine, and then married Peter Berlin, the Russian who got a green card through her, and then they did all that shit. So yeah, Berlin, the Benex guy, and they did get visas for associates of Semion Mogilevich. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this came out, but I guess Galitzin, yeah, he just slipped away. I did find an interview fun for assistance to the Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia. So he had a big. I like that they start the interview like Vladimir Kirillovich, you've been warden of the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Sign for 30 years. All right, I'm just gonna skip through this here. Yeah, he's very big with the Rokor, which has a very like. I bet if you looked up Rokor and like CIA, there would be a lot of interesting shit there, like kind of like Ukrainian National Congress vibes. Okay, this is actually funny. He says that my ancestors left Russia through Yugoslavia in 1920. And then he was born in Belgrade in 1942. And towards the end of that year, we fled as refugees to Germany. So they fled as refugees to Nazi Germany in 1943.
Damn.
I think that gives you a sense of like how down they were with like the Nazis. I mean, you could say that it was personal for them. And then during the war, they fled through Berlin to the American zone. Of course, they fled to the American zone and reached Munich, lived in displaced persons camps. Interesting. His mother, who I guess was German, finished Oxford University and spoke 7 languages. So the Germans put her to work as a court interpreter to translate sentences to soldiers, including those who were sentenced to death. After that traumatic experience, Mama categorically refused to translate anything, though America was in need of translators, and she had every opportunity to find herself a good paying job. So she ended up like working for the Nazis as like a court martial interpreter. I guess he was, but like I guess classic landed gentry, they were a little hard up for cash. Like after, I mean, they were expropriated like in a
Yeah.
large way. So they had their clout, but like they actually had to go and work like jobs. But I guess, he went to work for the Bank of New York in 1960 and he worked in the international department. He says, at first in America, I worked on financing raw materials, gold, silver, cotton. I worked at Italian, Greek, and Maltese banks. In the 90s, I headed the Eastern European department. It's funny, the other articles say he didn't, like he got passed over for it, but maybe it's just his ego. I don't know. He actively studied our new territories: Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Poland, and East Germany. This was a very interesting period. I still have friends from the former socialist countries. So we began to work with Russia and the former Soviet republics. We helped the bankers of Ashgabat, Alma-Ata, Yerevan, Tbilisi, and other capitals of the CIS emerge into the international market. People often couldn't understand why I loved to travel to such remote places where there was often no fuel for the airplanes to depart on schedule. But this was an interesting, productive time, a time of historic change. Actually, this period of my career was not only the most successful, but the most fruitful, pleasant, and educational.
Hmm.
Yeah, he says
Nice.
when I first came to Russia in 1990, it was odd and terrible to see that most of the churches were destroyed or turned into garages and warehouses. With each new visit, I began to notice that these garages were being removed from the churches and that monasteries were being rebuilt. During one of my trips to Moscow, I stayed at Bolshug Hotel and I saw the Cathedral of Christ the Savior going up before my eyes. People even worked at night. In a 24-hour period, the edifice rose another few meters. It's hard to express in words the impression this made upon me. Yeah, that's the church that was like demolished in the 30s, right? And then rebuilt.
Hmm.
He talks about the holy relics and like the icons that he bought and blah blah blah. He loves it. And he has the holy relic of the Russian diaspora.
Right.
Anyways,
Yeah. All
yeah,
right.
yeah. So I think, we could kind of leave it there. Oh, interesting. There's a newer book called The Compatriots that might get into something. Oh my God, but this is kind of like a Russian, like a Russiagate version. The authors, the compatriots, how the brutal and chaotic history of Russia's exiles, emigres, and agents abroad. Wow. The authors of The Red Web examine the shifting role of Russian expatriates throughout history and their complicated, unbreakable relationship with the mother country, be it antagonistic or far too chummy. I'd be like, calm down. This is written by, I think, a Russian guy who probably makes a career out of shitting on Russia. The
Right.
Red Web is Kremlin's wars on the internet. That's their other book. So that's probably full of a lot of like bullshit, but it is critic. Oh my God. It's all about Navalny and how good he is. Anyways, we can leave it there. What I was looking at the obituary of Bruce Rappaport on the website. That's like, yeah, the Rappaport
Yeah.
Prize website. And just the way they talk about him, I think maybe is a good note to leave on. This is
Okay.
the way his foundation in Israel describes the life and times of Bruce
Okay.
Rappaport. And
All right.
it might be a little revealing. So it says, born in 1922 to a family of immigrants from Ukraine, Bruce Baruch Rappaport served in the British Army and the Israel Defense Forces and was one of the founders of the Israeli military police. I don't recall that coming up, but wow. In
Damn.
his capacity as a lawyer, he helped found the Israeli Military Advocate General and even served as a military judge. After graduating from law school in 1953, he went into business, first founding a small company, Intermaritime International Maritime Supplies, which
Yeah.
initially traded in ship supplies and later expanded to the leasing of ships. His big break in business came when he won tender to ship oil from Indonesia, leasing a fleet of 20 tankers. From that point, his business crossed an increasing number of borders into Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and more. He later expanded his business into banking, as well as oil exploration and manufacture. Bruce, together with his wife Ruth, had a unique ability to combine his tremendous success in business with a love for culture and art and with a strong sense of social responsibility. With
Uh,
these great attributes, they devoted themselves to the promotion of culture, science, health, and education for the betterment of humanity. He is famously quoted as saying, I am God's treasurer. Reflecting his benevolence and deep commitment to the pursuit of improving the human condition.
Oh my God.
In 1979, Bruce Rappaport provided the capital required to establish the Technion's Faculty of Medicine building adjacent to the Rambam Hospital campus. He later founded the Rappaport Institute for Research at the Technion and stood alongside Professor Avram Hershko and Professor Aaron Ciechanover. That's a Polish Ciechanover, when they were awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 2004. Wow, he was there at the Nobel fucking ceremony. He established the Rappaport Center for Culture and Art in Haifa, the Rappaport Center for the Research of Assimilation at Bar Ilan University. What is that? And the Bruce Rappaport Sculpture Gallery
Probably
that
about how it's impossible to assimilate, and
I
you
know.
just need to go to Israel to be safe from anti-Semitism.
I
Um,
guess, he's yeah, he did have his two daughters, and along with his contributions to Jewish and Israeli institutions, he also supported golf and tennis tournaments throughout the world. And in the 1980s, he funded the building of the National Archives of the state of Antigua and Barbuda. Thanks, Bruce Rappaport. Now we can go
Yeah.
research all your shell companies in
Right.
the National Archives. The Rappaport Center for Assimilation Research and Strengthening Jewish Vitality is an independent R&D center founded at Bar Ilan University. That's literally the name of it.
That's
Is
amazing.
well, okay. Last thing, we got to read this.
All
A
right,
central.
quickly.
This is wild. Okay. It was founded in the spring of 2001 at the initiative of Ruth and Baruch Rappaport, who identified assimilation as the primary danger to the future of the Jewish
Yes,
people.
I knew it.
Oh.
I told you.
A
Someone
central
would-
working hypothesis of the center is that assimilation is not an inexorable force of nature, but the result of human choices. In the past, Jews chose assimilation in order to avoid persecution and social stigmatization. Today, however, this is rarely the case. In our times, assimilation stems from the fact that for many Jews, maintaining Jewish involvements and affiliations seems less attractive than pursuing the alternatives open to them in the pluralistic societies of contemporary Europe and America. To dismiss such subjective disaffection with Jewishness as merely a result of poor marketing and amateurish PR for Judaism is an easy way out, which we do not accept. Rather, a concurrent working hypothesis of the Rappaport Center is that the tendency of many Jews to dissociate from Jewishness reflects real flaws and weaknesses existing in various areas and institutions of Jewish life today. The first stage of all research projects of our center is therefore to analyze an aspect or institution of Jewish life in order to identify and understand what might be contributing to, quote, turning Jews off. However, since assimilation, I can give you a hint, like what might be turning them off right now.
Right.
However, since assimilation is not a force of nature, it should be possible to move beyond analysis, characterizing and formulating options for mending and repair. This is the second stage of our activities, and these two aspects are reflected in our name, the Rappaport Center for Assimilation Research and Strengthening Jewish Vitality. The Rappaport Center views the Jewish people as a global community made up of a large number of nodes that link and interconnect in multiple and complex ways. Recognizing and respecting the wide variety of contexts and aspects of Jewish life today, we realize that insights and solutions relevant to specific communities and institutions are not necessarily directly applicable elsewhere. Yet the interconnectivity of Jews worldwide, enhanced by modern modes of communication, means that novel analyses and responses to problems and issues facing specific Jewish frameworks are of more than local significance. Thus, the work carried out at our center can be a benefit to all leaders, activists, and institutions motivated as we are here at the Rappaport Center to respond creatively to the challenges of assimilation and to enhance and strengthen Jewish vitality. Yikes, I guess.
Yeah, that gets a yikes from me, fam.
Yeah, it's a yikes for me, dog. Wow. Like, so I mean, I was already reading his thing about like I am God's accountant or what I'm God's treasurer.
I'm God's treasurer.
Like
yeah.
he invented the military police of Israel. Like this guy was a fucking hardcore Zionist. So
yeah,
right?
well,
Like, I mean, I think in this case we could say that this guy, like in terms of I don't know, like what I think obviously he worked for American intelligence. Obviously he worked like for the
I just
Mossad.
knew as soon as like you said assimilation research, before you even said strengthening Jewish vitality, I just knew that it was about how like you can't ever assimilate, and if you do that, you're like committing genocide against Jews yourself by trying to assimilate to anywhere but
This is
Israel.
that Herzlian shit, like
Exactly,
carrying it
yeah.
on.
It's
And
Mauschel all over again.
my God, yeah. So I still, I still feel that there's more to understand, but
Well,
we
we'll
pretty
be
much got
back
through that
'cause
book.
we want to go through the other one.
Yeah, I guess we could probably do the other one in like one episode. It's
Yeah, I think
much
so.
breezier read, and
Yeah,
it
there's,
covers.
there's
it's a kind of a
unpack, so we should do one more, I think.
right. It's basically a like a Rashomonic like other angle on a lot of these same characters, particularly the Russian mobsters themselves. It's a much more colorful book. Has a couple issues about the sick fucking Soviet system that sucked and like blah blah blah. But other than that, it's still I think, and maybe there's some other supplemental things we can pop up, and I'd be curious to see if there's any other more recent info about Rappaport, like from the 2000s or 2010s, because I feel like he just sort of faded away into like philanthropy and just became like an Israeli philanthropist, and like everyone's like, wow, he was great, and all of this like insane international crime shit, which still has its consequences today. I mean, we're talking about the guy that like put on Putin, the people that enabled Yeltsin, the people that hustled Gorbachev, had massive effects on the world. But we'll leave Dr. Block and all is clouded by desire. There, man. Until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Мешает устать.